2020. I'm going to just read a brief summary of our procedural posture as a result of the California Governor's Executive Order N2920, as well as resolutions from the City of San Jose and the Santa Clara County Health Officer's order that the City Council meeting will not be physically open to the public, and the City Council will be teleconferencing from remote locations. To observe the meeting, of course, folks certainly can watch online or on cable channel 26 or on YouTube. And there are procedures for submitting comments either online or by dialing phone, which is 888-788-0099. You can simply click by pushing *9, you can raise your hand to speak. The webinar ID number is 145-575-432. So we appreciate the public's patience with this approach that we've had now for a few weeks to our public meetings, which of course is necessary by virtue of the public health order. Let's rise first for the Pledge of Allegiance, if you could, in a place where you can do so.
I think Tony will put the flag too, but maybe not.
Okay, I think Tony will be posting a flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States
of America.
And
to the republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God,
indivisible,
with
liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, so for orders of the day, are there any changes to the printed agenda? Let me add a few for the maker of the motion to consider. Amended item 3.3 is estimated budgetary impacts of COVID-19 is adding new sections B, C, and D. That requires a 2/3 vote to be added to the agenda. Item 3.3 is to be heard immediately after 3.1. We are going to hear, as is in the agenda, 3.1 immediately before consent. And then item 8.3 is a rent suspension urgency ordinance that will be added under orders of the day by 2/3 vote. Actually, I'm going to modify that and say, let's hear that with in the regular order of items. So that would be heard at 8.3. I suspect that the public comment as well as the comment of the council will be essentially the same about the issue of whether to add it to the agenda as well as whether to move forward with it. And so I think it makes sense for us to hear public comment about all of that at the same time under item 8.3. So I would just ask for deferral of adding that to the agenda until it comes up in the order at 8.3. And then we will consider whether to add it and under what circumstances. So are there any other changes to the printed agenda? Okay, I'm not seeing anyone raise their hand. Is there a motion?
So moved per your recommendation.
Second.
Thank you. Motion from Councilmember Davis, second from Councilmember Foley. I'll ask Tony if she could get our verbal votes.
Yes, can we use this as attendance as well? We did not do attendance.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. Forgive me. Okay.
So I'm going to call, and this will be for both the vote on the motion and attendance.
Great, thanks.
Jimenez?
Present.
Peralez? Dieppe?
Present.
Orozco? Davis?
Present.
Esparza?
Here.
Arenas?
Here.
Foley?
Here.
Camus?
Here.
Jones?
Here.
Liccardo?
Here.
And are all those all ayes as well?
Yes.
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 Thank you.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I think I heard all yeses. Is there any no? All right, then we will move forward. First, we'll start with a closed session report. Rick, I guess we didn't have a closed session, did we? Rick is
Oh,
unmuting as
no.
we speak.
Yeah, I had to unmute.
Okay.
No session reported today.
Okay, great. We'll move on then to item 3.1, which is the report of the city manager. And I know that Councilmember Foley, did you want to say something in advance? Or would you
Yes,
rather wait? Okay,
I might as well do it now.
okay.
To the mayor and my council colleagues, I inadvertently have violated the Brown Act in this item as it relates to education and specifically San Jose Unified. I have to say that in the stress of the period, I wasn't thinking clearly, and so now I'm in a Brown Act with way too many people, and for this, I am humbly repentant and apologize. And this is my one time this year I will do this.
Okay, thank you for your disclosure.
Do I need to disclose anything else? Mayor, do I need to disclose anything else about that?
Rick?
No, that takes care of it.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Foley.
Thank you.
Yes, we're all moving pretty fast. And let me just ask if everyone could mute their microphones, because I know there's occasionally some background noise, and we'll try to remind each other to unmute as we jump in. All right, Dave, would you like to jump in?
Yes, thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to give an update here. The team will be joining in as well. I think it's worthwhile to just acknowledge kind of where we're at here in a place and time. It's been almost 5 weeks since we declared a local emergency. And it's been over 3 weeks since the county issued the shelter-in-place order that has now been extended till May 3rd. That's another 4 weeks for a total of 7 weeks ultimately, if that stays. I just want to acknowledge the many who have been working nonstop since the crisis has started. And, you know, I have been taking this opportunity to highlight some just amazing work. And so I do want to do that today in recognizing the city's IT department. You know, while some employees are provided a city laptop, that the majority of our city employees are not provided take-home equipment. And IT's business solutions team really had to expedite the purchasing process to secure hundreds of laptops and other equipment to allow employees to continue their work remotely. IT cybersecurity team increased the city's VPN capabilities to handle thousands of new users virtually all at once, while maintaining the security of all of our systems. And then IT also supported departments in creating new specific SharePoint sites to make it easier for staff to share documents virtually. And IT also had to help departments install a lot of licensing and new programs like Zoom and Skype to be able to do their work. So I just really want to take this moment to thank Rob, Lloyd, and the entire IT department for all of their work, especially that work leading up to the stay at home order and getting all of our staff that are continuing to work remotely in a position to be able to do that. So thank you very much to our IT department, who continues to do a lot of that work as we kind of confront the challenges associated with working remotely. So I'm going to now ask the team to step up and provide an update on various subjects like we have been doing. So you're going to hear from Lee Wilcox on an update on our roadmap. You'll hear from Kip Harkness, who will provide an update from the EOC, and then some detailed updates specifically on state and federal funding support from Jim Shannon and Benna Chang. A detailed update on local assistance framework from Kim Wallish and Michelle McGurk, and an update on our communications plan from Rosario Nieves. So look forward to all of that. I just want to note that our update on our fiscal status will be done under 3.3. So we'll do that after this item. So Lee, can you take it from here?
Thanks, Dave. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Today is Tuesday, and that is the day in our Emergency Operations Center that we rotate. So this past week, Kip has been our EOC director, and him and the team have done an amazing job over the last week, and I'll let Kip speak to kind of the accomplishments from the past week. Last Wednesday, Kip and I presented the 3 challenges of now. Our public health challenge, our economic challenge, as well as the fiscal challenge. As we indicated last week, ensuring we don't solely focus on one of these, but ensuring that we optimize our response across all 3 is critically important. And how we operationalize this within our Emergency Operations Center and throughout the organization is our roadmap. This is our ability to, as we mentioned last week, plan and act and plan and act. And as we spoke to you last week, the importance of this kind of longer term challenge that we face, operationalizing that is important. So as you can see in number 7, including funding and cost recovery and all of the work that would normally take place after a crisis or a challenge or an event has occurred, we've built that into our Emergency Operations Center. So as we continue to plan and operate, we're taking those considerations in a greater detail. You're going to hear some updates around the local assistance, our homelessness strategy, and a few others today, specifically around recovery, around local assistance, and how we're working with the federal and state government. You're going to hear updates and more information today. Part of our task this week for Kip and I and team is to really come forward next week with a broader strategy about how all of these things connect across those 3 challenges and better inform you in your decision making as we bring forward specific items that you have that context. So we'll be bringing that into the EOC this week, and as we get out of kind of the short-term challenges that we've faced that we've needed to operationalize very quickly, we'll be able to get kind of our head above water and take a view of what needs to happen in the several weeks and months to come. With that, I'll hand it over to Kip and stop my sharing so he can share his slides. Kip?
Thank you, Lee. Let me pull up my slide deck here and share it all with you as well. So as Kip Harkness, Deputy City Manager, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. As Lee mentioned, spent the last week in the director seat of the Emergency Operations Center. And so I wanted to give you a little bit of an update on what we've been up to over the last 7 days in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. As Lee mentioned, we've been working from our roadmap, which gives us a kind of a 12-week snapshot of what's most important. Starting with the compliance with public health, supporting that with the essential services, and then focusing on at risk and making sure we have the people power to do that. So from the past 7 days, just as a kind of a top level highlight, our compliance branch and our APIO team have aired 6 radio public services announcements in English, Vietnamese, and Spanish on various radio stations, and produced 6 social media influencer campaigns also in English, Vietnamese, and Spanish, as well as Mandarin. The essential services section ensured that all employees providing essential services have had the appropriate training, materials, and supplies, especially for staff assisting in our food delivery and shelters. Our homeless support and services branch stood up Parkside Hall, South Hall, and FEMA trailers at Kelly Park. In our local assistance branch, we completed a work plan for analyzing existing city grants for nonprofit assistance. The safety branch established city workers' compensation guidelines for COVID-19 claims and helped recommend an approach moving toward in-house testing. And then as of April 1st, the family support branch is now providing childcare for all essential service workers who need it. And that's just a snapshot of some of the highlights of the last 7 days of the team of now 300 people in the Emergency Operations Center supporting the larger 7,000 plus person organization. So I want to spend a little bit of time on a couple of key issues. One is compliance with the public health orders from the county. And as you can see, some public available data supplied by Google shows that people are taking this seriously. We've seen significant decreases in retail, groceries, transit stations, workplace, residential. Our parks data has been a little bit up and down, and we're still keeping an eye on parks compliance to make sure that we can ensure that that is effective. And I know many of you have helped push the word out over the weekend that we need to ensure the social distancing at parks. But all in all, you can see that there's been a dramatic swing in our life from outside of the home to inside the home over the last couple of weeks here. All of that appears to be effective. Some data here comparing across California shows that within the context of California, it appears that Santa Clara County is slowing in its growth relative to other places. And of course, relative to the rest of the nation, we appear to be successful at bending the curve. All of this is very early and preliminary, and so it's not the time to let off the gas. It is the time to continue with what we're doing, but it does suggest that the actions of individuals and our community together is having a dramatic effect in saving lives and reducing suffering. So in terms of essential services, Dave mentioned some of the changes we've done, and I just wanted to shout out to all the workers who've continued to ensure that we have a supply of water where we supply water, garbage services across the city, wastewater and sewage continue to flow and are clean into the bay, as well as sustaining police and fire operations with no reduction in service. And no major loss of service to our street lighting or traffic control systems. So I want to highlight one of the biggest new efforts that we've had as a city, and that's in food necessities. And you can kind of think of this as the tip of the spear for the overall local assistance and the recovery work that we'll be supporting in that second challenge of saving livelihoods as well as continuing to save lives. The way that the team has conceptualized it is that there are three basic things they're trying to do at once. One is to feed our most vulnerable, the people who need food, make sure that they have food. Second is to maximize our existing food network. So we're building on the strength and assets of Second Harvest Food Bank, the Health Trust, Meals on Wheels, all the good partners that we have on the ground now doing great work. And the third is to scale for a widespread food crisis so that we're ready for the worst if it comes. So just for some context, you know, the changes have been really dramatic. So back in January 2020, which seems like a lifetime ago, we were talking about unemployment rates at historic lows of about 2.7%. Depending on which set of forecasts you want to look at, you're talking about unemployment going to potentially 20% next months ahead, or certainly well above 10 to 15%. That doesn't even necessarily fully count gig workers and contract workers who aren't fully accounted for in the unemployment statistics. And it doesn't count the undocumented who are usually left out of those statistics entirely. Food insecurity is always an issue in this valley with the high costs. And even in the good times, 1 in 4 of our residents were at risk of food insecurity. We saw back in 2008 during the Great Recession that was 2 in 4, 50% of households were at risk for food insecurity. So we expect to see numbers like this again, or perhaps even worse as we move into the next phase of the COVID response. So this gives you a sense of what the situation is and what we're dealing with. Just in terms of the city scaling up and what we've been stepping into, you know, prior to the COVID-19 crisis, the city itself was responsible for about 850 meals a day to seniors primarily. And so represented by one green fork here as being 850 meals a day. If you look at what our efforts are as of this week, we and our partners are now accountable for over 325,000 meals a day. And that's obviously been a dramatic expansion for us, but every single one of the partners, Second Harvest being the largest and others, have seen a dramatic increase in the number of daily meals that they're providing and the number of daily meals that they are forecasting to provide. So this is a huge expansion for us as we've taken responsibility for this at the request of the county. So how are we going to do that? Well, we spent a good deal of time just getting those meals out. And in this last week, we've had a little bit of a time to pause and reflect and prioritize the work over the coming 12 weeks. It's a little bit geeky, but we did what's called weighted shortest job first, which allows us to take a look at 5 different work streams, 28 different possible priorities that emerge from those 5 work streams, and look at each and every one item together in terms of what is the value it's producing for the community, what is the risk that it's mitigating or the opportunity that it's enabling? What is the time criticality? Do I have to do this now or can I wait? And then what is the job duration and complexity to know what are the small items that might have a big effect? All told, you can see the green items are kind of our must-do, some large-scale, important pieces that we have to get done. And then the orangish items right under those are good bang for the buck. Everything on this list needs to get done in order to meet our need, but this gives us a sense of what we do first and how we prioritize that work. All of this is in addition to the daily job of actually delivering the meals and getting the food to the seniors. This is the preparation work, the additional contracts, the coordination, the forecasting, the putting the mechanisms in place to be able to respond to and surge into the additional demands that we expect will happen as the effects of unemployment and the effects of the crisis kick in further. So how do you organize this work? The internal team has put together a very strong organizational chart. They've essentially stood up a new company, Food Match Co. In a very short time. We've got Neil Ruffino and Dolan Beckel leading that jointly. You've heard a lot from Angel, who's been the section coordinator above this. And now we've got a much clearer organizational structure that's thinking about everything from economic forecasting to coordination with schools, Second Harvest, city, and partners around logistics and capacity building, to the pure fulfillment of the operations, to internal IT, business architecture, as well as communications and a whole range of logistics coordination. All of this is only possible because of the CBOs that are on the front lines of this, and our partnership with Santa Clara County, and then some large providers such as Revolution Foods, World Central Kitchen, and others that are helping us out, as well as folks like Deloitte and Google providing expertise and assistance around how you organize and scale this. So all in all, a new company, if you will, that has stood up within the last 3 weeks to support the existing CBOs and infrastructure in meeting the demand that we see. So this is a little bit of the dashboard, just gives you a snapshot just from the last week. So current weekly meal totals were up over 1,600,000. You can see that week over week, just in the last 7 days, that's an additional 13% for Second Harvest, 41% increase in our city county senior nutrition, 41% increase approximately in Meals on Wheels. We don't have the exact number of increase from the school site, so that zero is actually non-data. And then our targeted homeless placements up 46%. And that's just from last week. That's not even from the beginning of the crisis. So we continue to scale into this as this snapshot shows. This is a little bit of an eye chart, but it just shows you some of the work we've been doing with the schools to make sure that each district has the food supply that they need, that we can provide them either a supply source if they don't have it, funding if they need it, or labor if they need that. And we've been working through the County Office of Education and the County EOC. The County EOC is the point of contact with schools for this emergency. They have a schools branch that they work with, and so we have coordinated our work through them and with them. And we found that there's been a bit of a lag in terms of us getting out the information to all of the school districts. So we've been taking a proactive stance in the last week or so to make sure that all the school districts understand the feeding opportunities they have and the opportunities for reimbursement, as well as providing, as I said, labor, volunteer labor, funding sources where necessary, and backup to the school district. So again, just a little bit of an eye chart here, but just to scope out the complexity of making sure this is all coordinated across the 30 school districts within the county has been a primary role that we've been playing as well. So I'll go back and end with our roadmap. There's a couple of things that have been brought, a number of good questions that have been brought up by the council member both in conversations and various memos. I would point to item 3 here, support for at-risk communities and populations. Now that we have done a very good job in assuring that the essential services are being provided and we have prepared and secured our workforce safely, much of our attention is turning toward how we support our individuals, families, and businesses as they deal with economic hardships of this time. And so we have a number of branches: food necessity, homeless support, homeless prevention, as well as local assistance, some of whom you'll hear more about the local assistance shortly. And what we'll be doing over the next 5 days or so is bringing those branches together in a task force into a tighter coordination so that they can begin to act very clearly in concert to support our most vulnerable populations and communities. And that recovery task force will work in coordination with schools, helping them understand their options for feeding. We'll also be able to provide technical assistance to schools on childcare so that they can understand how to do what we've done in terms of standing up childcare. We'll also available through some of the funding that we provided through the Digital Assistance Inclusion Fund to provide technical assistance to some of the schools on distance learning. But the bottom line is what we'll do is take in kind of all of the questions that were raised by council around things like childcare, feeding, distance learning, and we'll wrap that into the strategy that we roll out in terms of our role in supporting our individuals, families, small businesses, making it through this. We're going to continue to count on partners like the school district and the county to do their roles during this, but we will make sure that we are thinking thoughtfully about the needs of our community as we move forward with this recovery task force. One of the key roles that task force is going to need to do is to stand up what we're referring to as sort of a virtual local assistance center. You know, we can't open the convention center and have 15,000 people come in and fill out forms, but there's a big need for people to fill out unemployment forms, to understand what their options are, to be connected with the different resources. And so how do we do that virtually? Both by having a really good online presence that's easy to navigate, but also by having things like a call-in location with people who are fluent in Spanish and Vietnamese and Mandarin who can help our community through some of these processes. So that's part of what we'll be working on over the coming week, is figuring out how to coordinate our ongoing efforts and how to stand up the equivalent of a virtual local assistance center. And I think that's something that, as we've talked with the mayor's office and others about, we feel that there's a real potential role for council offices in this, because in particular, your staff have a lot of knowledge of the district and also tend to have a lot of strong language skills. So we'll be, as we figure out exactly how we're going to roll that out, we'll be reaching out to the mayor and council offices to support us in making sure that we are including the whole community in preparing them for the response. The last thing I would say is I think part of the reason that we've been successful so far is we have been extremely focused, and we have focused just on the vital few things that are on this roadmap. There are many good and important things that we would like to do, but we can't do them all. So I think as we look and evaluate these options, part of what we're going to be doing is asking our partners to stand up and focusing on the role that we are best at and that can provide the most impact and support for our community in their time of need. So with that, I believe I'm turning it over to Kim to talk more in depth about some of our local assistance work. Kim?
Actually, it's my pleasure to introduce Michelle McGurk, who in our liaison branch is leading the local assistance team.
Okay, and I'm going to share my screen now. So as I talked to the council a few weeks ago, it feels like several months ago that I was here talking with you about our local assistance framework. We have, do you have the screen in front of you?
Michelle, I don't think we're not seeing the shared screen.
Yeah, we're not.
Let me get that here and share it. There you go.
There you go.
Oh, we are.
All right. Sorry about that. So this slide will look very familiar to the council from a few weeks ago. We are really focusing on our residents, our small businesses, and our nonprofits, and really those who have been affected by the COVID-19 crisis, whether it's a loss of business, at risk of displacement through loss of work hours or income, venue closures and event closures to our nonprofits. But I really want to tell you a very quick snapshot of the types of people that are being impacted and who've been helped already. I have a few success stories from our partners at Sacred Heart and Destination Home. And in one case, I'll tell you about two moms and a dad who got help through the Silicon Valley Strong Funds. One of the moms was a server at IHOP. It's most of her income comes from tips, and she's been supporting her children. And basically all of her job opportunities disappeared with the closure of the restaurant. Another case, a father only had $3 in his bank account, and he was a graphic designer and wedding photographer, and most of his business had dried up since February. And in another case, a new mom was just coming back from maternity leave to her job as a manager at a fitness gym where she made $17 an hour. And of course, that gym is no longer able to stay open. So all of these folks were able to get help with groceries and their bills through the Silicon Valley Strong funding that, that Sacred Heart had available. As you all know, and you've heard, there's a long waiting list for those funds. So I want to move to our next slide. We're really focusing next to ensure we can get access to an agreement, work with partners to get them signed up, and we will be reaching out to council with some opportunities for you to help us get the word out about the partners who can assist people with applying for not just unemployment, but disability, family leave, CalFresh, and other resources like that. Kip talked about the access to food, and Lee touched on our access to housing that our operations branch are working on. And then I want to stress that Silicon Valley Strong has raised a phenomenal amount of money for our residents, and that's really gap funding to help where the federal and state funds don't meet the needs of our residents. And there's a lot of different strategies that we are looking at and that you have been talking about that are helping our residents through this difficult time. With our small businesses, we've been really working hard to get the word out, and every day it seems that there's some new way that small businesses can get help. Sometimes the speed to deployment of resources creates its own challenges. And we've seen that with some of the SBA programs where they've really worked to turn the switch on very quickly. And the Paycheck Protection Program, there's been quite a bit of press about how it launched, and yet it's been really, really challenging for small businesses to access either through their banks or other resources. But there are some great resources through emergency loans and the Paycheck Protection Program, as well as some state grant programs that are available to small businesses and nonprofits in a way that they've never been available before. We currently have 1.5 million in commitments to the Silicon Valley Strong Fund for small businesses, but I want to be really realistic with the council that that's probably going to help about 140 businesses. We've got a fabulous partner in Opportunity Fund who will do the disbursement, and Opportunity Fund is an expert in working with micro businesses, minority and women-owned businesses, veteran-owned businesses, and immigrant-owned businesses that have fewer than 5 employees. I mean, really, really small businesses, and as well as sole proprietors. And so they're a perfect partner to help us with our most at-risk businesses. There are a number of other grant and loan programs that are coming online through other partners, and we're working very hard to collaborate with those partners and help get the word out. We do have a hotline for small businesses, the 877-880-1222 number that's on the screen, as well as the COVID-19 SJ Business email address. And we have a great team with multiple language skills that's been able to answer those responses. Oops, go back. So then for our nonprofits, and I'm going to be really honest with the council, the nonprofits are an area where we need your help. We need more fundraising to help our nonprofit sector. We're doing the first and most critical work that we're doing, which I believe Kip alluded to, is we've done a needs assessment out to our own city grantees. We are one of the largest grant makers in the Valley. And in the case of the arts and culture area, we are the largest grant maker. There is not a foundation out there that gives more money to the arts than the city of San Jose. So at least here locally in our city. So we are looking at a needs assessment. Where do we need to modify contracts that are, where we've given a grant and life changed because of the COVID-19 situation. We're also helping our nonprofits who've never really made access to SBA loans and the types of funds that are available through the CARES Act or state resources, and to really help them with technical assistance to get those funds. We've created an email address specifically for nonprofits, the COVID-19 SJCBO, and have some of our most experienced grants team members in the city working in the EOC to provide that system. For Silicon Valley Strong, we're partnering with the Community Foundation and the Knight Foundation to leverage our funding resources. And we are looking for more resources to help our nonprofits. It's a tough time for all of them right now. So with that, that concludes my report. And I think it goes on now to Jim and Benna.
Hi, folks. So thank you. Again, Jim Shannon, the city's budget director. I'm going to turn this over to Benna, who leads our intergovernmental relations group in just a second, but just wanted to preamble that the work that's been going on at the federal and state level for providing relief to both broadly to the country and then to the state was going to be really important to our city. As you know, there's lots of different pieces of the legislation that are going to impact community members, businesses, and also the city municipality itself. Our ability to leverage the funding that's going to be provided for city response to COVID activities is going to be really critical as we look to sort of figure out how we're going to be able to manage through the budgetary challenges over the next couple of years. As Ben is going to talk through, a lot of that is still, the details are still being worked out, unfortunately, so the timing is going to be tricky, but Ben and her team have been really on it and proactive about making sure that the city's needs are represented, and then making sure that the feedback that we're getting from the bills is being incorporated into how we're thinking about our emergency operations and our budgetary process. And so with that, I'm going to let Benna take over.
Great, thank you, Jim. So again, my name is Benna Chang. I'm one of the co-leads for the Intergovernmental Relations team in the EOC. And today I really wanted to give you all a quick overview of some of the state and federal funding actions that have taken place recently. I will say that this is a very dynamic space where the information is changing sometimes by the hour. So please bear with me. At the state level in March, legislators authorized up to $1 billion of state funding to respond to COVID-19. Recently, as you know, the city of San Jose received an allocation of $3.9 million for state funding for emergency homeless solutions relative to the COVID-19 response. The state also set aside roughly $50 million into the iBank program for businesses that don't qualify for some of the federal Small Business Association Administration assistance programs. The state also authorized an additional $1.3 billion from the Special Fund for Economic Uncertainties for COVID-19 related efforts. And the governor has said that he expects FEMA to reimburse for a lot of those expenditures. On the federal side, there have been 3 major packages to date. The first package, the Supplemental Appropriations Package, mainly contained funding to health and human services for response efforts like testing, PPE purchases, and vaccine development. There was also some limited funding for SBA loans as part of that first package. The highlight of the second package, the Families First Coronavirus Response Act, was really requiring paid sick leave and expanded family medical leave for companies with 500 employees or fewer, and for local governments. The bill included payroll tax credits for businesses to offset those costs, but it's important to note that those tax credits do not apply for local governments. And then the third package that recently came out was the CARES Act, which is a $2.2 trillion package. This is a very large package. I included this slide to just show you some of the different areas that were funded through this package. And recently, we just released an informational memo as well that goes into more detail on some of these sources. But for today, really wanted to focus on two areas. One is the pieces of the CARES Act that are coming to the city of San Jose. And then two, the pieces of the CARES Act that we think will really help some of the community members in San Jose as well. So for the city of San Jose highlights, this bill actually includes a lot of funding sources that will go directly to the city. The major one is the Coronavirus Relief Fund. So this was $150 billion that will go to all states and to cities with the populations more than 500,000. We expect the Treasury Department to release guidance on this program next week, including how much each jurisdiction will receive. There has been some controversy over what kind of census numbers to use for this particular fund and the calculations. So we're waiting for more guidance from the Treasury Department. The FAA also received $10 billion for airports throughout the nation, and we anticipate that San Jose Airport will also receive some of those funds. The CARES Act also included an additional $45 billion to FEMA for state and local response efforts. The amount of money that we will receive in San Jose will depend on the reimbursement process that we will go through with FEMA. A huge part of the CARES Act was also additional funding to housing and homelessness. You see on the screen, there was more money to the Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, to the Emergency Solutions Grant, ESG, and then housing opportunities for persons with AIDS or HOPWA. And we have listed on the slide the first tranche of money that is coming from the CDBG and ESG funds to the city of San Jose. Both of these programs have additional funding formulas that will take into account how hard a community is hit by COVID-19, the housing market, etc. And we're waiting for guidance on HUD on what that formula will be. So we expect to have additional money come through those two programs. Through the Department of Justice, there was also $850 million to the Burn Justice Assistance Grants, and the city of San Jose will also receive a portion of that. And then finally, wanted to mention that a big part of this package was a $425 billion economic stabilization loan that corporations as well as local governments are eligible to apply for. And again, we're waiting for more guidance from the government about what the rules are to access that funding. Moving on to San Jose community highlights. There were a lot of things that were in the CARES Act that will go directly to benefit the residents in San Jose. I think the biggest one is the direct assistance to individuals and to families through the bill. This is subject to income limits, but the idea is that people would get a direct check from the federal government. The CARES Act also greatly expanded unemployment insurance. It expanded to the types of people who are covered, including gig workers and those who are self-employed. And it also provided longer unemployment insurance benefits and additional money. The Small Business Assistance Program also got a new program that I know Council has talked about in the past, the Paycheck Protection Program. These are zero-fee loans to employers who are able to retain their employees. There are certain rules around that. I know the city also cares very much about food assistance, and the CARES Act included $15.5 billion additional funding for SNAP, as well as $450 million for the Emergency Food Assistance Program. And in our county, Second Harvest Food Bank should be receiving those funds from the CARES Act. And then finally, wanted to mention very quickly, the CARES Act also included $3.5 billion for child care funds. especially for childcare for first responders and healthcare workers. These funds will be going to the California Department of Education and working with the state to figure out how they will be utilizing those funds. Finally, we wanted to end with a look forward. So at the federal level, things are moving fairly quickly. There's news, again, by the hour about what the federal government wants to do. A lot of conversation about a fourth package. We hear that it will most likely be a CARES Act Part 2, that there's a lot of desire to augment some of these programs like the Paycheck Protection Program, where you're hearing there's a lot of oversubscription, a lot of demand for very limited funding. House Democrats have also talked about doing another package, and there were some initial reports that infrastructure proposals might be a part of that package, but we're hearing that's a little bit less likely right now. On the Senate side, the Senate Dems have also talked about doing raises to frontline workers, including healthcare professionals and first responders. So we expect there to be more discussion this week and potentially some more action on the federal side. At the state level, the governor has asked state departments to look at cost-cutting measures for non-COVID-19 response. I think like us, they are looking at decreases in revenue and are trying to respond to that. Assemblymember Ting, who heads the budget committee in Sacramento, has also indicated to his colleagues that any new state spending is unlikely unless it focuses on either COVID-19 response, wildfire prevention, or homelessness funding. The plan at the state level is for the legislature to adopt what they're calling a workload or baseline budget by June 15th, which is a statutory deadline for a budget at the state level, and then to have an August revision of the budget after the personal income tax deadline of July 15th, since they pushed that back. So the city's goal here is really to aggressively pursue funding through two avenues. One is for the programs that are already law. There are opportunities that we have now to advocate for more flexibility in the funding and for that funding to come to the city of San Jose that we're looking at. And then two, of course, is to advocate for additional future funding sources to address some of the on-the-ground needs that we see in the city of San Jose. So with that, that's the end of my report.
Okay, and I think Rosario is next.
Yes, let me just get my screen up. Just let me know. Can you guys see that?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
All right, great. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. I'm Rosario Miavis. I'm the Director of Communications. And in this activation, I am the Emergency Public Information Officer. And I'm happy to just provide you with an update on what we've been doing to reach all of the communities that we serve here in San Jose. And for those members of the public, you can follow our presentation with this hashtag #StayHealthySD. In looking at the crisis that we're facing with COVID-19, it's a big communications assignment that's been ahead of us, and we've been activated in the EOC for 5 weeks. And one of the first teams that was activated was the Emergency Public Information Officer and branch, the whole APR branch. I will share with you that these were probably not the communication objectives that we first set out on, but as we've evolved within the activation, the assignment has grown more significant and more critical in scale. So in looking at how we're approaching everything that is ahead of us and everything that we've already achieved, there's been these 3 key areas that I've been focused on as I'm leading the city's communication strategies. The first one is around public health education. Now, I would say that when we first started out in our activation, this was not as much of a focus for the city of San Jose. We were more at that time relying on the County of Santa Clara and the CDC to provide us with messaging. And as that has evolved, not only our organization, but other organizations across the world have taken on their own public health efforts to not only amplify what our public health partners are doing, but also to localize those messages for our city communities. So we're currently developing a public health messaging campaign. We do anticipate that it will be effective. We've already started that messaging, but I'll share more with you all about the creative concepts that you're going to see later on this week. The second objective for us has been just communicating the Emergency Operations Center's continuity of operations roadmap. So earlier in this presentation, Kip shared with you all a glimpse of the roadmap and how we're tracking against it. But as far as what we've been focused on for communications, it is our role to inform the public about how a city our size is continuing to manage services and operations given what we're facing with COVID. Not only is that important for our communities and our businesses and the visitors that we serve here at the city, but it's also important for our workforce to have a solid understanding of how the city is managing through this crisis. The third objective area has been employee engagement and keeping the workforce informed and engaged. And I would say that this has been one of our more significant communication challenges, specifically in this activation, primarily because of the length of the activation and also because of the challenges that it's presenting in the way that we work. Because much of our workforce is telecommuting, we have to be sheltering in place. That presents a communications challenge in the way that we would normally disseminate messages to employees. That is, we're operating in a very different environment this time around. We also have the workforce that is focused on core operations and keeping core city services running, and then those who are not focused on those core city services. Both of them are in kind of different assignments at this time, and we want to make sure that we're communicating and updating the entire workforce about what is, how we're managing through the operation, and then what is also expected to come. So this is the way that I've been looking at our communications objectives. You know, as the communications leader for the city, there are many different audiences that I think about on a day-to-day basis, but also specifically in this crisis, I'm thinking about how we can take a mass communications approach to reach many different audiences. And when we're communicating on a mass scale like this, you know, it's not helpful for us to just think about the public in terms of just the general broad public, but to look at our audiences by segment. And so what you're looking at is a diagram of our internal audiences and our external. And so of course, you all are part of our key internal audiences, as well as our employees, our council appointees, and also the workforce broken down into our senior staff, which are those department heads, and then executive staff, which is deputy directors, assistant directors, and directors. We also want to keep all of our boards and commission members engaged, because as the boards and commissions are on pause, they're still part of city representatives, and we want to ensure that they're also informed as well. The external audiences is one of our most significant challenges in making sure that we're reaching all parts of our community and in languages that they are accustomed to and want to receive information about. And so I'll just start at the top. So our business community, small and large, our development community, those are parts of the community that Liaison Branch is focused on. And I know that Kim's shared updates with you all, and we also heard previous updates to City Council. Our visitors, so Team San Jose, we are actively partnering with them and also our airport to make sure that those visitors who are coming in and out of San Jose are also well informed. Immigrant community is also a key population for us, because we know that in some circumstances, they may not have access to the same services that residents do. And so we want to ensure that they're still aware of the resources that are available to them, and that they are also informed as well. High risk groups, we are certainly focused on those who are most at risk for being impacted by COVID, and we understand that they have special communications that need to reach that audience too. Local, state, and federal government officials, Benna just provided you with an update on what we're doing on the intergovernmental relations front. And so we are taking a mass communications approach in this overall communication strategy, but you can see that teams like Benna and the Intergovernmental Relations team, Kim Wallish and the Liaison Branch, they are focused on more segmented and targeted outreach to those groups. High-risk spreaders are also a focus for us because there has been some belief among the communities that are facing this disease that there are certain individuals who are not at risk, and we do want them to know that they can be the risk by not sheltering in place. And so those are groups that we want to reach as well. Obviously, the homeless community has been a focus for us, as well as other vulnerable populations. And then Michelle just provided an update on nonprofit outreach too. And then our media partners. Our media partners have been wonderful in helping us get the word out and spread the stay-at-home message, as well as some key community influencers that I'll talk to you in a moment. So in crisis communications, there are often challenges, and there tend to be 3 challenges that any crisis communications practitioner would face, but that we are certainly facing here. So these are some of the 3 top challenges for us. Number 1 is just information not being available. So as the City of San Jose government, we want to ensure that our community is well informed, that we're closing any communication or information gaps and filling in that information with credible, reliable information. The EPIO team is a team of 50 communications professionals, and we're focused on specific areas, including internal communications, which I just talked about, but also content development, language access, social media, media relations, the website. So we have gathered a very strong and robust team to be able to address any of those information gaps so that our residents are not feeling like they're not receiving information or not informed, but they know exactly where to turn for credible, reliable information. Information sometimes not being credible. I think what we're seeing with this particular pandemic is messaging confusion. And we've seen that in other countries, and we certainly have seen it here in the US. And we have partnered very well with the County of Santa Clara and with other public agencies to ensure that there's alignment on our messaging. And also, I'll talk to you about some of the solutions that we've come up with to alleviate any messaging confusion that may have existed here so that we could get in front of it. Residents also often will feel like there's a clutter of environments of information, and we wanted to ensure going into this pandemic that they would not be feeling that way. So we'll talk to you about some of the solutions for that. And then the third challenge tends to be that information just doesn't reach everyone. It's important for us to be taking a multi-channel approach rather than a single or one-way approach in this pandemic, and we have certainly done that. So I would say that one of the most important aspects of any type of behavior change program is ensuring that people believe the message. And the model that I use in behavior change is beliefs drive attitudes, and attitudes drive behaviors and actions. And so that's been one of the key tenets that I've thought about in how we're approaching managing through this crisis. And we will continue to do that. And I'll talk to you about how we've been effective in driving belief in the stay-at-home message to enforce the county shelter-in-place order. So our first strategy in addressing some of these challenges and reaching these audiences that I just described is to create a localized public health campaign for our City of San Jose community. We also want to, or have wanted and have been very effective, I believe, at urging residents to follow the state of California and the County of Santa Clara shelter-in-place orders. So the way that we've done that in the Emergency Operations Center is the city's formed a compliance unit that's currently being led by Erica Garofalo. And we have developed an evidence-based public health messaging campaign in partnership with behavioral insights consultants. And we're very happy to share that that campaign will be, it's been tested, and it will be ready to launch at the end of this week. We plan to provide you all with toolkits, communication toolkits that you can share with the broader community and your constituents. we'll also be promoting this information on our social media, and I'll give you a glimpse of that campaign in a moment. We also launched a series of public health influencer videos that I hope you all have seen if you follow us on Facebook or Twitter or Instagram. We've been highlighting some key celebrity community influencers and have been really happy to share information in different languages and have been very pleased to see the community be so active and enthusiastic about helping us spread the word of the stay-at-home message. So we will be, we have developed the campaign and we will be executing the campaign later this week. And so here's a glimpse, if you haven't, or if you don't follow us on social media, here's some of the influencer videos that we've already launched. We've had Hernan Hernandez and Jorge Hernandez from Los Tigres del Norte. They were our first influencers. We also featured a video from City Manager Dave Sykes, which is not shown here, but you can see his messages there as well. We also have partnered with the San Jose Sharks, and they've shared a couple of videos, and we were really honored to have participation from the San Jose Sharks and appreciate the partnership, as well as members of our Vietnamese community who've participated in sharing videos too. And so the one that you're seeing there is Jenny Doe. So this influencer video campaign has been very successful. We've had a lot of good interest in it. We actually have already seen 47,000 total views to our social media channels, and you're going to see more. And so this is just a sampling. The team is hard at work at rolling out 1 to 2 videos a day. And so we just want to say thank you to everybody in the community that has been helpful at helping us conduct this successful campaign. And so this approach that we're taking with these influencer videos, that speaks to what I shared earlier about those key tenets in behavior change. What's important is not that people are aware or have heard about the stay-at-home message and the shelter-in-place order, but that they believe it and that they actually comply with it. And the way that we've taken a fun approach to ensuring compliance is by partnering with these community influencers who are already trusted, reliable sources of information in these different communities to spread those messages. And when our residents are receiving these information and these messages from these members of the community that they trust, they're more likely to adapt and believe the message and actually enact change, which is what we're seeing. And I believe that's one of the reasons why we've been so successful in our community. The second approach is this public health messaging campaign. And so this is a sneak preview of what you all will see later this week. We are going to be replacing these images that you see with actual authentic imagery of San Jose residents. And so this current image is a placeholder. But the work that Behavioral Insights has done is they have tested 5 different strategies, 5 different behavioral strategies, I should say, and determined which would be most effective with our community. And so that messaging has been tested not only on a national level, but also with local, we've also conducted local community outreach to see which messages resonate with different audiences. And I'd be happy to provide a more comprehensive update to the council about that messaging campaign that will launch later this week. So our second strategy has been to communicate with our publics and help them follow along with what we're doing in terms of continuity of operations. We do have the roadmap. We want the community to know that we have a plan, and we want them to understand that plan, internal and external communities. And so the approaches that we've taken there is by providing regular, reliable, and timely updates, which we did from the beginning of our first activation. So you all are probably familiar with the flash reports right now. By now, we're actually on flash report number 46, I believe. And that has been a very effective mechanism for sending out information to all parts of our community and them grabbing that information and then posting that and disseminating it further to their individual publics. I will just let you all know, in case everyone's not aware, the flash reports are the mechanism that the city uses in any emergency activation. So anytime we're activated in the EOC, the flash report is the official communications channel for updates from the EOC. And the approach that we took here was to provide twice daily updates so that the community would know that we are committed to transparency. It's helping to establish our information as credible, and it's also just a trusted source of news and information for the media and for any other of our publics and our segments of our community that are interested in information from the city. And it has been highly effective as well. We are averaging a 66% higher, or 66% average open rate. That is higher than the government average. Actually, let me correct right there. We have a 46% average open rate, and that is 66% higher than the normal governmental average. So we also have seen more subscribers to the flash report. We're averaging 100 new subscribers per every flash report dissemination. And since we've been activated, we've already seen more than 4,500 new subscribers to our e-notification list. So it's been highly effective in getting the word out. I will share that what you'll see next is video flash reports that are going to be highlighted on our social media and also available on our YouTube channel in Spanish, Vietnamese, and Mandarin. And so our language access team in the EOC is currently working on that. And as soon as we have those, we'll be sharing those with you as well. We're also creating a dedicated webpage for each one of those languages so that the flash report information is accessible. And the intent here is that we will bring the flash report information to life in those languages with a quick synopsis so that those members of the community who speak those languages and prefer to receive information updates in their language will be able to get that and access it very easily. We've also created an internal communications flash report for employees. And so that is being disseminated on Tuesdays and Thursdays at 3 p.m. And we're looking at also providing webinar updates to employees going forward. And so our last strategy is how as a city are we mobilizing people to help? And so I will share that in the emergency public information team, we are less focused on this, on the day-to-day operations. I know that the Silicon Valley Strong campaign is primarily being led by the mayor's office, as well as the liaison branch and all the great work that they're doing with the local assistance center. But our team created some ideas that we'd like to share with you all if you are interested in taking these ideas. And some of them is to produce a video of the council members highlighting ways that the communities can support. And the EPIO branch is happy to produce that video for you all and work with you all so that we can highlight that information and highlight that Silicon Valley Strong message. We also brainstormed as a team that we could educate neighborhood groups and associations of ways to help, and we're happy to help with that effort as well as developing a social media campaign for volunteers. So those are just a few of the ways that we can support the Silicon Valley Strong campaign. And of course, we're also highlighting that information in our flash reports with each edition. So that's my update. And now I will turn it back over to City Manager Dave Sykes. Thanks.
Thanks, Rosario. And just wanted to thank the whole team. Just want to kind of end where I started. About 5 weeks ago, we declared a local emergency. Over 3 weeks ago, the county issued the shelter in place order. That order has now been extended to May 3rd. That's another 4 weeks. So we're not even in essence halfway through the shelter in place order, even though it seems like we've been in it forever. So we really value this opportunity to bring these updates to you and get your input. As I'm alluding to, we've got plenty ahead of us to do. And so opportunities for making improvements and making sure our community is served properly. So I think I'll end there and we're all available for questions.
Thank you very much, Dave. And thanks to everyone who has weighed in. Let me try to turn off volume here so I'm not getting double feedback. Forgive me. Okay, I'm back. Let's turn off the volume. Okay, Ruff? Okay. Thanks, everybody. Sorry for the trouble. we have multiple devices going on here as we're trying to create a little control room for identifying members of the public who like to speak, et cetera. So thanks for your patience. We'll get this figured out. First, I just want to say thanks to everyone for their incredibly hard work. I know members of the community may not know just how much our organization has shifted. And by that, I mean the lives of individual members of the city team have completely dropped everything they're doing and jumped in wholeheartedly to do everything they can. I think 160 employees now are involved in food distribution right now, for example. I know that from my calls with Kip and Lee late at night at 9 p.m., 9:30, they're getting off the phone and then going back to work. Everybody's working around the clock, and a lot of people are doing really great work in a very compressed period of time. And I just wanted to say thank you to everyone who's working so hard throughout the city organization. I wanted to emphasize just a couple points that were made in Dave's comment, and I know actually several folks' comments, and then come back to the council, because I know there are memos that we want to consider, and I'll need to check in with Rick about how exactly we can consider those appropriately. But first, I really want to put an exclamation point on this local assistance network. I know there's a lot of desire right now among all of us to try to do everything we can to help the many, many families that are struggling mightily right now. And a lot of talk is made of the 12,000 who have applied for the funds available in the Silicon Valley Strong program. But the reality is, you know, they stopped taking applications, and the number is probably 120,000, but we simply do not have the dollars, and we don't have the bandwidth to be able to address all the needs as they are clearly apparent. And there are federal and state resources that dramatically outstrip whatever we can fundraise or whatever we can contribute as a city. And so it seems to me that if we want to have the impact of putting hundreds of millions of dollars into the pockets of our residents who are struggling the most, and we know that not everyone's eligible for these programs, but we can do so much collectively as a council with our staffs and each one of us individually by ensuring that people are well informed about how they can apply for unemployment insurance, how every employer can get the Paycheck Protection Program in place so they actually will get paychecks out to all their employees, how everyone can apply through the county for CalFresh, how everyone can get access to an SBA loan if they need one. And so I appreciate the work that has been done. I know I reached out to the council a few days ago by text to understand, here, do people have bandwidth to jump in? Clearly, the answer I got from the council was everybody is really committed to wanting to help to get this information out in multiple languages. And the advantage we have, of course, is that no one is closer to the community than our council members and our staff. And of course, the great linguistic capacity within each of our staffs. These will be really critical assets. And so I appreciate Kim and Michelle, the presentation you made, Michelle in particular, and I know Kip is working hard on this. Standing up this local assistance network as quickly as possible will be essential for us. I know we've been in conversation with the county about what they're doing and what they're not doing. We're trying to understand where the gaps are and where we can support and supplement. We're going to get some clarity, I think, after some initial conversations. I think we'll get clarity over the next 24 hours, and then hopefully be off and running very soon with our own local assistance program, if that's what's required. That by that I mean, if there's not already a significant enough network that we can just plug into, then we simply create our own. And that's where everyone's help is going to be so essential. And I appreciate that so many council members have stepped up and said, yes, we want our staff involved. We want to be involved. We're going to need that help in the week ahead. I thank also to Benna for the presentation she gave on federal and state legislation. There's a lot happening very quickly, and a lot of conversations happening throughout the country about this fourth package. Want to let everybody know that we are engaged in various ways, in addition through Benna and the team. We are trying to form a bipartisan coalition among mayors in large cities throughout the state As many of you know, we have a big city mayors coalition. There are Republicans, of course, in that group of very large cities like San Diego and Bakersfield and Fresno, and where we are able to form a very strong consensus that is helpful for moving both Democrats and Republicans on some of these priorities. A couple of the priorities that we have really put front and center, so everybody knows. One is trying to see how we can expand FEMA reimbursements, not simply for leasing of rooms in motels, but for the actual purchase of motels, not merely for moving people into convention centers and all the things that all the cities are doing, but actually building and expanding emergency and transitional housing that we know we'll need both during the COVID crisis and thereafter, particularly as many cities are pushing literally thousands of homeless people back into the street if they do not have a place for them. So that is a big part of the priority. Another big part is filling the massive holes that all of us have in our budgets that we're going to need to provide critical services. So I want to let folks know that's where a coalition of Republicans and Democrats are forming. We're very actively engaged last week with Senator Kamala Harris, this week with the Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy and others to try to push. And I would certainly be welcome to your input about how we can push priorities that are most critical and central to what we're doing. I know there's a memo on schools that was submitted by several of my colleagues. And let me just offer, at least from my own perspective, I know that I'm going to ask Dave and their team to respond to that memo after you guys have had a chance to identify the core elements. But first, that there has been already a city allocation through the Digital Inclusion Fund, and that allocation was approved by the council several weeks ago. And the criteria and the allocation itself is all public. And I'm happy to ask Purva on our team to circulate that to your staffs so you can take another look at that so you know exactly where those dollars went. Most of them went to nonprofit organizations throughout our city. They're very focused on this issue. We know that distance learning is absolutely imperative now because of the strait that obviously all families are in with so many schools closed. And so I understand why there'd be a renewed attention to this. We are pushing, and I say we, I mean, our small but mighty team in the mayor's office on some private sector additional commitments. And where we have prioritized the fundraising is in those school districts and school systems where they're serving our most needy children, that is children from the lowest income families in our city. Secondly, where the district has already made a clear commitment and demonstrated an ability to respond if there are dollars that help with distance learning. And by that, I mean, they already have lessons plans that are up and running, and they are focused on ensuring that that pedagogy is already out there for students now, and they simply need dollars to ensure that every student is included. And they can also quantify what their gap is. They know how many students are lacking in connectivity, how many students are lacking in devices. They can quantify that, and we can then take that to funders and say, if you fund this, we can serve X number of students, and this is how we're going to be able to do it in a matter of weeks and not months or years. And so it's really important for us to work with a coalition of willing, that is those school districts that are ready to move and hustle. And we have started with a small group right now. We're happy to expand that if we are able to get additional private sector commitments, and we'd be happy to expand. But the school groupings that we've focused on initially are Franklin McKinley School District, Allen Rock School District, and Rocket Ship Schools is those three groupings, and that will address what we believe will be critical needs. I may get the numbers wrong. I believe the last number was 17,000 students system-wide where they've identified critical needs, and we can plug money in and resources to help. So I just want to let you know at least what we're doing on our side, and we would love to have your help and engagement in any way you'd like to be engaged with us. Whether that means, for example, we're providing devices that are often repurposed and refurbished. If you have access to employers who have laptops that can be refurbished for distribution to kids, we would love that help. There are many other ways to help. I appreciate Rosario's invitation to have the PIO engaged in helping us with Silicon Valley Strong. And I will definitely ask my team to reach out right away. I think it would be great to have videos of council members and any social media relating to neighborhood associations and business associations that can help get the word out about how people can both be safe and support the community. So thank you for that, Rosario. And then finally, I believe, I just want to give a really special shout out on the food distribution. There has been just an incredible scaling of work being done here. Angel Rios, Neil Rufino, Dolan Beckel, I know a lot of folks, Andrea Flores Shelton, a lot of people working a lot of hours on this effort. And I just wanted to say thank you to the entire team for standing up a countywide operation in a very short period of time. I think that is remarkable. And obviously we've got much more work to do and the need is going to continue to grow, but I just want to express my appreciation. Okay, I know several folks like to speak. Let's start with Councilmember Foley.
Great, thank you so much. Mayor, I want to thank you for your leadership in this effort as well. You and Dave and all of the staffs that have been involved with this has just really done an outstanding effort in organizing quickly, keeping us informed, and really carrying us through some really different times. So I just want to give a shout out to you, Mayor, for the leadership that you have shown to us during this really stressful and anxiety-filled time for all of us.
Thank you.
Couple of questions for Kip as it relates to the food distribution. You have a number of 325,000 daily. Can you tell me how much is being distributed from the schools? And maybe I could take a look at the school slide that you showed regarding distribution. There was an item there that talked about food on the weekends and that the districts need money. Can you go into that a little bit more?
Yes, I can, council member. Just a second. Let me get to that slide. A couple of the slides here. So this is the school site number. Estimated weekly meals was 97,000. And what we've been doing, actually, I'm going to drop off screen share for a second so I can read from my notes. I'll apologize. So what we've been doing also with the schools, what the team has been doing, is a number of pieces. So I'm going to highlight a couple of these so you get a sense of how we've been supporting them. And that relates to the other slide. One is we have been piloting with the San Jose Unified School District to test the larger kitchen production capacity and being able to scale up their preparation of meals. We were also able to work with school districts who could not support feeding during spring break. So we were able to support Campbell Union School District with about 1,600 meals a day, Franklin McKinley School District with 5,000 meals a day, and Berryessa School District with 1,400 meals a day. And then what we've done is provide, under item 3.3 today, will ensure that the city is able to supplement meal service being offered at schools. So the vendor contract that we're going to move forward with Revolution Schools will provide additional 30,000 meals prioritized to schools across the county. And that'll focus on the highest need schools and school districts and supplementing meals in the form of breakfast and meals for adults and opening on Saturdays. And so we'll use as a starting point our 9 existing emergency premise agreements, which is with San Jose Unified, Eastside, Alum Rock, Berryessa, Campbell, Franklin McKinley, Union, Fremont, Union, and Morgan Hill. And we'll develop additional agreements, and that'll allow us to scale it across the county. So again, basically what we've been able to do is where schools have said, hey, we need meals, we've been able to step in and provide them. If they need access to a meal provider, we're helping them with that. And if they need volunteers to help On the expanded feeding, we've been able to support them on that as well. Because as you know, the regulations have been relaxed so that they can feed not only students, but that they can feed associated adults and in fact, basically anybody in the family who needs food. And so they're dramatically scaling up. There was inconsistent understanding of that in the school districts. And I think we saw some of that with some of the letters that came through from school board members. What we're trying to do is communicate very clearly with all the superintendents through the county that this mechanism is available to them and is available to reimbursement. And that in addition to that mechanism, we are providing this sort of backstop on volunteers, backstop on feeding, and in cases where they weren't able to stand up their operations during the break, the backstop on for the spring break. So weekends is a new idea that we're examining right now and figuring out how we can work with those schools and school districts to potentially stand up additional food on the weekends.
Okay, so we don't have the weekend program yet. We're working on determining how we can implement that for our families.
Exactly, and that's part of that roadmap of good ideas prioritized.
Right.
But it's in the, I mean, everything in the roadmap is in the near term, but that's one of the things that we're trying to figure out how we do that now. We'll probably pilot it, test and learn from that, and then scale it.
Okay, great. And specific to San Jose Unified, did they activate their central kitchen? Is that what part of their resources is coming from?
Exactly. So they have a large test kitchen, a centralized kitchen. We've been testing how to do the orders with utilizing city staff and school district resources to do busing. And so the result of the pilot, San Jose Unified is preparing 20,000 meals a day, 10,000 breakfasts, 10,000 lunches, distributed in 23 school sites. It used to be 10, and now they've upped it to 23.
That's great. That's really wonderful. I have a question regarding our homeless population and how we're doing at moving them into housing. Are we having difficulties moving them from the encampments? What kind of capacity do we have? Are we full? Where are we standing on our moving our homeless to housing?
Lee's a little closer to this than I am, so I'll let him take the first cut at answering this.
Sure, and council member, that's a joint effort between us and the county. So of the resources that we've been able to stand up, those are not at capacity yet. So the teams throughout the county and city are still working on filling out, say, Parkside Hall, and we'll be standing up South Hall later this week, and there'll be additional capacity there, but there's additional capacity that the county is also working on and making those referrals and putting our unsheltered residents into some of their programs as well.
Are we having so what is our current capacity in relation to our homeless population? And I apologize if you've given us these numbers already, but it seems to be a moving target, so it's helpful to have.
And it is a moving target. Those, I believe we sent something last Wednesday, but those numbers are now out of date. So what we can do is circle around with the team and try and provide something later this afternoon or tomorrow. But again, as we go to thin out our existing shelter capacity, we still have capacity to do that. And then the county's been able to stand up solutions that really aim at our unsheltered residents who either have tested positive for COVID or have been exposed to it, and getting them into the facility. So that's a kind of an evergreen set of metrics that can consistently change on a daily basis.
That's great. Thank you. The last bit of questions I had actually had to do with the small business assistance, both the federal packages. As a small business owner, I did, just to give you an idea, I did apply for the PPP, the payroll protection, whatever it's called, through CARES. I have been informed, I work with a smaller bank, but I've been informed by other people who have applied through Wells Fargo that these are small businesses who were able to submit their application on the 3rd. On the 4th, Wells Fargo shut down their website as having reached capacity. That's $364 billion that was to go to the small businesses, and banks are having difficulty or will be having difficulty getting through and allocating any more funds. So it's these packages are out there and they're attractive. They're interest-free loans if you retain your payroll. That's the whole goal, is to keep your payroll intact and pay your employees. But the capacity, like we saw with our local funds and helping tenants, the capacity is much greater than the need out there. Also, I don't know if it was mentioned, but there is an ability to get an SBA loan of a $10,000 grant. It's kind of a no questions asked type of grant. It's also through the CARES program. And then this week, I think on Friday, smaller businesses or sole proprietorship, those who have 1099s, hairdressers, etc., they can apply for the CARES funds, which is a separate SBA program, but it's all CARES related. I just wanted to give that information for those who were out there thinking about their business and how to keep their employees compensated. And I know many businesses, even though they're shut down, are really attempting to keep their employees, continue to pay them as long as they possibly can. I want to thank Kim and all of the small business links that we've been getting. Those tools are really good, and they're all in one place and really easy for us as council offices to distribute. So we're doing what we can to help our small businesses survive in a really, really difficult time. So I didn't really have any questions on the small businesses. I just wanted to emphasize that those funds may not be as readily available as it sounded like. They may have been spoken for as well. I haven't made it all the way through the process, so I don't even know what the process looks like, other than we submitted an application, an online application, and then we're waiting for word, which could take a while. Does anyone know when those checks are going out to the individuals, the $1,200 checks? No.
I think they're
Lee?
working on it right
You
now,
sure?
and the news has been reporting that it will come out in the next few weeks. It is a massive amount of checks. There's some discussion about whether or not you have direct deposit with the, if you have direct deposit, the checks will come a little bit faster, but if they have to print you a check, it will take many more weeks.
Right. My understanding is that they're looking to those who file tax returns to issue the $1,200. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay. So if you haven't filed a tax return yet, not this year, it's not about this year's tax return. My understanding, it's previous tax returns. If you filed last year, you're eligible for $1,200. Does that sound right?
Yes, and I know there's a lot of discussion. I think they're trying to figure out how to handle this, and more information is coming out all the time about where do you go to update your address, etc. So I think there's a lot of confusion out there.
Yeah, there is. What I'm hearing as a small business owner, and then from other sources, is we get emails daily, maybe 4 or 5 times, from different human resources groups who are telling us this is how you apply for that loan, this is how you take care of that, and everything's changing. The federal government, they're trying to move quickly, but the documentation is really a work in progress. So anytime you get updates, please share them with us, because we do share them with our community. And then I had one final question for Michelle regarding the nonprofits as it relates to our medical leave policy, which we're set to adopt today. Have you heard any feedback from our nonprofits as it relates to the mandatory sick leave and how this might affect them?
That has not been an issue that's come up in our discussions with the nonprofits in the same way that the other issues have come up. We will, of course, educate them around whatever decision the council makes and ensure that they have that information. But no, it's not been, I think we've been hearing much more from the nonprofits about their existing contracts with the city and their inability to meet the criteria that was laid out in contracts that were approved earlier in the fiscal year, and their fear that they're not, that they would have to pay back money if they didn't hold an event or things like that. So that's a much more immediate concern that we're hearing from them.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. I was wondering if they weighed in at all. I haven't heard from any of them, but I wondered if you had through your network and you're working with them. Well, I really appreciate all that our staff has done and the leadership that has been displayed and continues to be. I'm very impressed by the organizational structure at the city level, and it's just amazing to watch and experience such a dedicated group of staff who are giving everything, including risking their health at times, to take care of our greater citizen population and that of the county. So I am eternally grateful as a resident and a city council member and as a mom. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Arenas?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know if we were going to have public comment first. No, we started with Councilmember Foley, but I'm willing to wait if we have public comment.
My understanding is we only have public comment on items in which we're voting. We have a lot of those today.
Got it.
Correct me if I'm wrong on that, but my understanding, this is simply for the city manager to inform the council. Is that right?
Yeah, I think the city manager's report is strictly that, and it isn't an action item. It's an information item.
So we'll hear a lot of public comment on all the items coming up.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, well, I just wanted to also echo what Councilmember Foley has just shared, and that is just the extent of the work that is being done by staff and administration to hold up our city going through these very difficult times. So I'm going to appreciate all the work that you're doing. And I know it probably takes twice as long because we're all working remotely. And I find myself in the same place where I thought being at home was going to be a little easier to stay and connected to my kids and have more balance. But that's not true. And I'm sure that is the same thing that many of our staff are going through as they have their own families and respective lives. And so I want to thank you for the dedication that you're displaying now through this crisis. And so I'm really proud of the city that we have here. Well, and with that, I do have some questions. And one of them is, I had reached out to our businesses, our small businesses, our residents in our schools. And I just wanted to share a little bit about one of our in-wall property management companies that's out here and manages one of the very few shopping centers on San Felipe and Yerba Buena where there's primarily more homes. And I was really happy to hear that they were going to not collect rent from their folks who were, like CVS and Pizza My Heart and Le Belange. There's just a lot of shops there that are really hurting right now. And so it was really nice to hear that this is happening all around our city, and this goodwill is spreading. And so I hope that with our efforts, with the federal efforts, our state efforts, and of course efforts of the folks who are invested in San Jose, that we can move forward. But I wanted to mention that because I just think that it doesn't happen every day where somebody out of their own says, this is what I'm going to do for my tenants. Anyways, so I also wanted to share that I had also connected just yesterday with about, I think, 8 or 10 families that were on Zoom. And we got connected through Evergreen College, excuse me. And these are families that live throughout all of our city. They're not just residents of District 8, but they participate in a STEM program. And this STEM program ends up providing about $500 in stipend for these families. And so we got on online, one, because they just needed the support and wanted to hear what we were up to in terms of our own resources. And also they wanted to change the reason for the scholarships, and we had contributed in the past, my office had. So instead of this going towards their college education, they were going to be flexible and offer these $500 for resources that our families may need now that they're not working. And so I thought that was a really good display of flexibility within our own systems, and our systems really responding to our families. But the truth is that none of our systems are going to address all of our families. And some of our families that typically haven't been addressed are families that are undocumented, or families, so say those who can't apply for unemployment, and maybe they weren't ever working, and relying on that one single income, and now they don't have any income, and one of those folks can't apply for unemployment. So there's so many different circumstances, and I know that one of the things that I heard from the school board members that submitted a letter, and I think all of you have received it, and that was that this certain population, this segment of our community, is feeling a lot of pain. And I certainly heard that in the voices and in the messages that I received from these families that were participating in the STEM program. That's why I mentioned them, is that they wanted, one of the kiddos who was in San Jose Unified School District, they didn't know where to pick up a device. And, and then the other folks wanted to know, what are some of the criteria, for if I apply for resources. Unfortunately, I had to share with them that right now, all the applications for Sacred Heart, we're all maxed out, and they could be added to a waiting list, but they're kind of late to the game, if you will. And so these folks who are slowly maybe getting laid off or finding themselves sick, and they were able to work at the beginning of all of this, now find themselves in a place where they need some cash. And I know that we've done this. We've done as much as we can here in the city, and I think I have to give acknowledge when we're having some really good moments of goodwill and in our leadership, and definitely, Mayor, you have shown the leadership that is going to make a difference for our city, that's going to make a difference for our families, that they're going to look back and be proud of what we've done. So with that, I didn't want to ignore what the school board members had brought to us, to all of us, not just me, and that is to really have an increased coordination to make sure that we contribute to the digital divide, distance learning, to have more financial support for those undocumented families, and the outreach or the resources to actually connect with those folks. And I made a commitment to the families that I spoke to yesterday to send them what I sent 22,000 of my own residents, which is it's a flyer that has all of the resources up to the date that we send them out, because I know that those are changing every minute. And I think Pam, Councilmember Foley, I think you received one by accident, and I think you were on our mailing list, and she said, "Oh, I really like your flyer there." So thank you for acknowledging that, and I hope it was helpful.
Actually, Councilmember, could I ask you, Councilmember, to share that with all of us? We all may benefit.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think my chief of staff, Patrick McGarity, is sharing it. Has already shared it with I think most of the council offices. And so yes, that's definitely happening. Yeah, why recreate the wheel? We do have some wonderful staff on board that speak Vietnamese and speak Spanish, and we've done the translation already for that, and we've kind of done all the setup for it, but it could always be improved and it could always be added to. So so I committed to sending that to these families. And I think this is just an example of how some of our systems, as well as we want, as well intended and as organized as we can be, we're always going to have some of these families that are going to need the most, right? And so that was really the intention behind this memo. also that I've been hearing the same questions over and over, I think, from my colleagues and from myself as well. And that is, what are we doing with the schools? How are we coordinating? I really appreciate some of the detailed work plans that all of the staff have outlined. I think it was Kip that did most of the presentation around how we connect with school districts. And the different systems, because it's really complex, right? And so I appreciate that. But I think there's still either lack of information or lack of coordination on all of us. And I think this is one of the reasons why, at least I'm not going to speak for my colleagues, but these COVID-19 updates last a really long time, and we ask so many questions. And I think it's because we understand, and Mayor, you acknowledged this earlier, we know our communities very well, and they're calling us. We're answering have a lot of constituent questions just around where do I go and apply, just all of those basic kind of questions that people need answered during this difficult time. And so for me, I wanted just to put this on paper and ask, what exactly are we doing? And then these school board members wrote a letter, and it was independent of me, as I know how it looks, but we did coordinate on this. They on themselves submitted this letter, and I thought, well, oh my gosh, I'm asking these same questions almost, I feel like, every week. And so I really appreciate the level of detail that you've presented today. And I really want to thank you, Dave, for having your staff present on this. But it's still, I think the need is still there. Bottom line, our families are not going to get all of the resources that are available. Some of our families are really going to hurt. And it just shows that we need to continue to work with one another. I'm more than happy to be part of that work and to do my part in this. But I think it needed to, what these school board members brought forward, I think it just needed to be amplified. And so that's the reason why we wrote this memo. And because I think that childcare and the digital divide and this financial support, all three of those things are the most important things that I've been hearing our residents talk about and be concerned about. And of course, we've also been very concerned of our undocumented families, or the families who are not going to qualify for unemployment or for these additional allotments from the federal government. So I want to make sure that there's some alignment in what we are already doing. And so, Mayor, you talked about the digital allocations that we approved a couple of months ago, but I don't know if we have the flexibility of maybe aligning some of what we've already granted to address our current state here, because I know that was slightly different.
Yeah, it's a good question. Let me ask if that might be a subject that Kip or Dolan could come back to talk to us about next week. Dave, would that make sense?
Yeah, I think that would be fine. And I also just want to take the opportunity to, when we're getting input from all of you, we are folding that input into the roadmap. I think Kip has done a good job of emphasizing that we are doing a lot of prioritization in that process, but I want to reassure you that we're not losing track of the input that we're getting, and we are making sure that the roadmap is our plan for execution over the many weeks ahead. And so in each one of these updates, we're trying to provide additional detail of kind of where we are at and where we're going. But I just want to reassure you that when you're giving us input and we're processing it, sometimes it means that we're doing something immediately. Sometimes it means we're putting it into the plan and we'll be looping back on it as we have capacity. But I just wanted to kind of make sure that you understood that we're not losing track of the input that we're getting.
Yeah, no, I never thought of that for sure. So I saw that graph and how complex it was in terms of the response and the color coding. So I appreciate all of what that you have as part of your responsibilities, the purpose here is really to augment what our school board members are saying. And what I said last week was, our superintendent didn't have enough money for the devices for Evergreen School District. And I know Evergreen School District fares very well and does better than most other school districts, but we still have a significant number of Title I schools, and we have the 95122 zip code in our school district that has the highest risk factors for our children. And so I want to make sure that even though I know we're having some of the schools participate, that there's this systematic way that is data driven, that is and that is not going to miss a district like mine. Now, I don't mind that our home, that the schools near the country clubs, don't get additional money because they probably have some additional income. But I'm really concerned about the families in and around Eastridge, the ones around Mount Pleasant, and really our middle class families. We have a really strong middle class families community off of Aborn Road and White. And these are the families that are hurting, right? They're not exactly essential service workers or service-oriented workers, but these are the folks who are probably staying home and not generating any income. So for me, it's important for us to maybe align some of that the digital money as well as prioritize in the next round that we have. And I know that we have a lot more families on the list than we have money to give, but that we at one point or another prioritize the families that aren't able to get unemployment or that aren't able to qualify for the $500 per child or $1,200 per person stipend that the federal government is providing. And I think they still are going to wait. I think I got a message saying that that was about going to be a 30 to 60 days to get those checks in the bank account. And so for 30, 60 days, our families, once you squeeze, something's going to happen. And I know that the city of San Francisco, though we are completely different in terms of money, I've heard they've also been giving some stipends directly to their families. Now I know that we've done this in giving to Destination Home and Silicon Valley Strong through that process. But I think that we need to really prioritize the families who can't qualify for unemployment, who can't get this additional federal stipend and are waiting in line and are probably not on the waiting list right now. And these are the families that are going to hurt the most. These are the families that we're going to see get squeezed. And when you get squeezed, the alternatives are very negative. So I'm hoping that some of that could also take place. I know this is just a report, but I really like for us to take that recommendation into heart. David, I appreciate you saying that you folded in a lot of what we've said in the past, and I hope that we can also take this into account. And I know that I'm not the only one who's thinking this. I'm just the second person to speak, but I know everybody's concerned about these families that are going to fall through the cracks of it.
Councilor Renz, thank you. I want to correct a mistake I made earlier. Jen Leving clarified with me that we are still taking the names of families on the interest list. Now that list is getting close to 13,000. So those names are still being taken, and the applications are still being accepted. That obviously that we don't have the resources now to address the needs of everyone on the list. I also wanted to clarify, I think, I know you've had conversations with many of the same folks I have, Pancho Guevara and Jen Leving and others who are really knee deep in the decision-making around allocations. And I know Pancho in particular is very aware that there are large numbers of families in our community that cannot qualify for unemployment insurance, perhaps because they're not documented for other reasons. And he is, I know, very focused on meeting that unmet need for those families who don't have other options. So we'd be happy to reach out maybe and ensure that everybody has a clear sense about how dollars are being allocated within that small fund. So people at least have some idea and to address any concerns you might have.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I really appreciate that, Mayor, because I think we've spoken directly to as a council a couple of weeks ago when Jennifer Loving was there and Poncho Guevara were there, and they said their system had the capacity to process residents or families that weren't documented or wouldn't have the appropriate documentation that others would, but we didn't say anything about prioritizing, right?
Right.
And so I think it's we have to take a look at, even though it's not passing the buck, but asking them to go through the unemployment process first before they can apply for these monies or show that there are no other alternatives, maybe because they simply weren't working and they were on disability or whatever it is, but giving priority to those that don't have any other options.
Yeah, understood. So since I am not in the middle of that, and I'd be happy to see if we can get some information to you and the rest of the council directly, because I'm only going off of what I'm hearing secondhand. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Esparza?
Thank you. So first off, shout out to the San Jose Public Library System for my background. This is the Tully Library. So hot off the presses, they just shared that with us today. So I thought it was great and wanted to jump on it.
For those of us who are Zoom challenged, could you describe your background?
So my background is one of the backgrounds that the San Jose Public Library just emailed us all, offering backgrounds from of photos, interior and exterior of all the libraries in San Jose. And so you click on the link and then just download one of the photos. So today's is the Tully Library. So
excellent.
Yeah, so shout out to the library folks for you know, it's a challenging time, but we can still have a little fun. So I wanted to start off and thank everybody for their hard work. The housing department, for example, undertook some heroic efforts in standing up Parkside Hall, partnering with the county. I understand that their work has been pretty seamless on the ground, and everyone's just working some really long days and trying to stand up a lot of work in a very short amount of time. And that's just one example of many. So I wanted to say thank you to all of our city folks who have been working really hard. We see you, so thank you. And then I also wanted to thank the mayor and Benna for sharing the legislative updates with all of us. I know that it's a moving target, and we're all frustrated, but I just wanted to give voice to the fact that as a city, we are where the rubber meets the road, right? And so when the federal administration does not give guidance, that's why banks aren't processing loans. It's been 11 days since the CARES Act was passed, and the banks don't have the guidance that they need to process those small business loans. And that's what it is. And that's just one example of the type of guidance that cities across the country, businesses and individuals are waiting for, and leaving local governments like us to try and fill those gaps. And so I also wanted to address some of the other things that have kind of been coming up in conversation. There's an enormous backlog in processing unemployment claims. If the EDD website has been changing regularly. I know I, like many of you, have been sending a lot of folks there. And first off, people are still waiting for checks. People are still waiting to get through. And I wanted to give a shout out to Santa Clara County CAN for standing up a partnership to help facilitate those claims. I think we all just got emails today with that information, and I look forward to sending that out because I've been inundated, as I'm sure you all have, with folks about questions, how to address different layoffs, whether I was approached by some hairdressers and salons, and so they all have really important questions on how to access help out there. Also, there's an area of concern about the fact that not everyone has bank accounts. So when those checks do come through, not everybody has a bank account. There are also minimums for direct deposits, and I haven't heard Wells Fargo or anybody else offer free direct deposit with free checking accounts to folks that are looking for that. So if you do, please let me know, because I would love to share that information with the community. Another issue that I wanted to bring up was, we talked about undocumented families, but families with mixed documentation are also a huge issue. And so that is leading to huge fear in the community. I think I've mentioned pre-COVID that in District 7, families are already not going to church, which I've never seen in my lifetime. Families were already afraid to get food, and in spite of those fears, they are trying to get help. And so before I wanted to talk about food, Kip, do you have an update on the Financial Assistance Fund and how that is moving forward, or is that what's going to come back next week?
Council member, that's part of what we'd like to bring back next week, not only the update on the fund itself, but also a more comprehensive approach to kind of, again, risk-based, needs-based, where the gaps are, what do we think can be filled by the federal legislation and state legislation, what are we going to do in the gap that even the part that is filled, people have that time between when they get the money and they get the check, and for people who are left out of that, how are we approaching them? So I can come back with a more complete update on that and your direct question next week.
Okay, and can you please address how families with no bank accounts are supposed to access some of those funds, in addition to mixed documentation, families with mixed documentation? I don't know if it's sort of COVID related, but I don't know how many folks have been following an individual that was left homeless at LAX for several weeks, and because he didn't have a bank account, hasn't been able to access funds. And I mean, the LA Times has been covering his story, but that's just one example of someone that can't get access to funds to have a roof over his head or to feed himself, because just how do you process that money? So that's something I'd also be interested in hearing back on.
Certainly, council member.
Okay, and then I wanted to talk a little bit and then ask a question about food. The need is growing and people are incredibly desperate. What I have seen in my district, because I have me and a lot of my team have been out at food distributions throughout District 7, we've seen examples where from week to week, the need is going up 50%, 30% from week to week. And so I wanted to bring that point that people are desperate. It is growing, and in spite of previous fears or fears that they may still have, they are lining up. And because much of food distribution now with social distancing is happening on a drive-through basis, you can just see long lines. We had an example at a school in my district recently where 100 people were left without food on a Friday afternoon. There were 100 families that were turned away and weren't given anywhere to go. And because it was drive-through, we couldn't reach, I didn't find out about it till late in the food distribution and people were already driving away. They couldn't, it's tough to get food over the weekend. And when you have no money in the bank, or you don't have a bank account and you have $3, where do you go to get food over the weekend? And how do you do that for your whole family? At least with the schools that are distributing meals, you can get a meal Monday through Friday. And I wanted to also add that in Franklin McKinley School District, we tried doing weekly distribution of 5 days worth of meals. But in Franklin McKinley School District, as I'm sure in parts across the city, that didn't work. They had to go back to daily distribution because people are living in conditions where they cannot store 5 days worth of meals. They cannot cook or heat 5 days worth of meals. They're living in conditions where they don't have a tap, right? They bring it, they buy bottles, big bottles of water. And so having that food supply distribution system is critical. So my question to you is, how are we logistically meeting this increased demand throughout San Jose?
It's a very good and extremely important question. We've got three parallel strategies really that are working on this. One is we are working to support the existing providers, Second Harvest and others, and helping them understand what their bottlenecks are to scale up. So contracts with folks like Revolution Food and others will help us assure a line of supply to the existing providers and the existing schools so that they can scale up within their capacity. We're also trying to understand where that scale up will break down, because at some point there's a limit to what you can increase. And so we are in parallel looking to see if we can stand up a support system based on some of the private sector resources that we can tap into, everything from some of the corporate kitchens to these larger contracts directly with suppliers to do both supplier to hub and supplier to residents direct provision. Because we believe that what you're seeing is two things. One, what you're seeing is correct across the board now and is indicator of what we think will be a long, very hard problem. A group of us spent much of the weekend diving down into some economic forecasting and modeling, which bears out the real world data which you described, which is the degree to which access to food is going to be a seminal issue for so many people in our community. And given the complexity of not only supplying food to them, but as you say, supplying to them on a daily basis, because they may not have the ability to store food or prepare their own meals, means that essentially we're looking at the capability of moving up to 3 million meals a week that we'd want to be able to provide prepared and ready for people to take. And so our plans that you saw on that roadmap envision us being able to scale between the existing system and essentially put into place new complementary systems up to that 3 million meals a week category. And at the same time, doing additional forecasting to see if we need to go even beyond that. So our first tranche of expansion is to expand the existing capacity. Second, behind that is to build new capacity with private sector agreements. And then the third piece behind that is to additionally do forecasting analysis. So if we need even more, that we've got a next level of planning. All of this is not easy, but this is why we've put such a strong team together on that, which includes people who know the community very well, like Neil Rufino and Angel Rios, and people who know business systems really well, like Dolan Beckel and others, and people who know both, like Andrea Flores Shelton, so that we have this comprehensive, very, very aggressive view. But I think, honestly, it is going to be one of the hardest things that we do, which is why I need to make sure that we maintain a focus on this with the best team that we can throw at it.
And so, Kip, you mentioned 3 million meals. So our current capacity is 1.6 million meals. So are you showing double as a cap, or is that a fast target? Because I'm telling you, what I'm seeing in my community week to week is 50% increase, 50% increase. And then similarly, after sort of the debacle on Friday, I had other leaders from other food distribution programs there who then wanted to go and order twice as much food for their sites. And I said, oh, well, let's assume we're going to have enough food if we can, because then we're just going to have sites kind of hoard food, which we don't want either. So one, is a 3 million a cap, and then I'll talk about something else related to food. So is the 3 million a cap, is that a short-term target?
Yeah, it's a medium-term target. Short-term for now is just getting the existing system stood up, and short-term means the next 7 days. The medium-term target is in the next 2 weeks, and that's getting us to 3 million meals a day. And then what we're doing at the same time is not suggesting that that's a cap, but that is what we need. We know we need to scale to that level. And the question that we're trying to figure out is what is the likely next step up that we'll need to scale to, and what are the best mechanisms of doing that. So that's in both the future forecasting and planning function right now, but we have concrete plans in place to be able to meet that 3 million meals target in the medium term, being the next couple of weeks.
And so that 3 million meal target is April 21st, at which point we'll still have, what, a week and a half of the existing order after that. And so I'm assuming next week we'll get more of an update regarding food and how those logistics are looking.
Yes, and we also make assumptions that that order may still need to continue out even beyond.
Correct.
And even if it does not, that does not necessarily immediately turn the light switch back on and alleviate people's concerns or needs around hunger. So all of what the perspective that you're providing, the data that you're providing, is super helpful, because it's both confirming and also putting some a human face on what we're trying to do with our approach. But I'm taking it in, and we'll make sure that as we come back, we're doing two things: answering your questions and also using your context to guide the way that we're doing our work.
And then what are we doing at food distribution? So in the example of Friday afternoon, 100 families left with nothing. My office is actually making up physical cards with food distribution information on them. And I know that that's what the hotlines are meant to avoid, but the reality is on a Friday afternoon, you don't have a lot of options to go get food. What are we doing so that we can provide some piece of information to families who in similar situations, because this is what happened Friday was not the only one, where we see families coming and then not being able to get food because the site has run out.
Yeah, and I think part of I'm going to take that back as an action item. We have a stream of work that is around sort of the essential rapid distribution and elevation of issues, and how do people kind of say, hey, I need help. And we've been pushing that out in a general way. What we don't have at this point is what happens when you run into a gap. What happens if I'm a feeding site and I'm running out of food? What happens if I'm got closed on the weekends and I've still got 150 families lined up? That's in the big complicated spreadsheet you saw. One of the work items that was in there and is prioritized is figuring out what the communication structure is, so that we can get those issues elevated and raised, and also that we can give very direct guidance to somebody. What would they do on a Friday if they showed up at one place and there's no food? At this point, I don't have a particularly good answer, but that is exactly part of what we need to figure out. And part of what's complicated about this, and I think you understand this pretty deeply, is that we have such a decentralized structure that part of what we're trying to figure out is is creating a back-end infrastructure that can immediately connect supply and demand, so that rather than it just being, oh, I happen to know somebody and so I'm going to call them and make it happen, it's, oh, we need 150 meals tomorrow. All right, well, these guys can supply 150 meals. We make that connection. And so we've been working with Google in particular on some of that supply demand connection between the existing network. And the idea would be that we would be able to take a situation like you've raised. Oh, we have 150 families that aren't getting weekend feeding. And ideally, while they were still in line, get an information on where they could go in that weekend or what we could do to follow up with them. But that's, again, sort of 2 to 3 weeks out in terms of some of the work that we need to do.
Well, with all due respect to Google, how are we working with the food bank, who has 300 food distribution sites spread out, with a network that can give us information on what's happening?
Yeah, and part of what we want to do is connect into that in real time. Part of what we don't have is a completely automatic way of sharing who has capacity, who doesn't, who's open, who's closed, who can make 300 meals. And some of that is known information, and some of that is shared within subsets of the network, but there's not a single kind of comprehensive county-wide dashboard that anyone could look at and say, oh, here it is here, here it is there. And so part of what we're asking some of our partners to help us is understand how we could make that more transparent. So it's not just about having the insider knowledge that that the system could respond more real time to supply and demand changes.
And going back to sort of the logistics system, are you working to get to a point where if one site is, so for example, at the Vietnamese American Cultural Center saw huge increases in food need. And actually, I think it was last week, sort of ran out before the food distribution was over. In that case, there were not families left. There wasn't a line of families in that case, but the increases have been growing again every week at that site. So would the logistics systems be set up so that when the people on the ground see a long line of folks, can they contact someone to say, hey, this is looking like we have more need than the food that we have on site? Are you kind of setting up sort of that system to backfill that in, well, essentially real time?
Yes, the idea is to create a marketplace where we can have real-time information on supply and demand. And so if somebody says, I need 150 meals, who else is able to supply that in real time and near real time? I'm going to turn it over to Lee, who I think has a little bit of data and details that maybe Angel and others have shared with him.
Yeah, thanks, Kip. So, I mean, I think to Kip's point, we need to come up, given the 3 million meals a week and the need, the centralized system and logistics around that needs to be very robust for us to be able to have something that can be countywide and meet the different needs of our community. While we're doing that, Angel and team, specifically with the council member Esparza, with what you mentioned on last Friday, volunteers over the weekend were trained to start doing redirection where appropriate. And we've had 2 or 3 sites towards the end of last week that were falling short. Some of the meals have been able to be redirected there. So that is, again, very tactical and kind of a short term. Here's how we fill the gap with our training of our volunteers and kind of moving some of the meals around to those sites that were falling short. But again, to Kip's point, for us to achieve the numbers we want to achieve, we need much more of a sophisticated system that we're planning in the long term to try and hit.
And the good news is Second Harvest Food Bank can actually at this point handle a lot of those requests and flexibility. And so as we bring them in as a continuing lead and partner and making sure that they're able to fill some of those gaps.
Thank you. I just can't stress enough, first off, I haven't been able to get those 100 families out of my mind. But the need is really huge and it's going to increase. It is increasing every week. And it's just not going to stop for a while. And so we need to do everything that we can as a city to meet that. I had one more question. The community wireless, is that coming back next week?
You mean in the Overfelt area, that piece?
NYB.
Yeah, NYB, sorry.
Right, so
yes.
Okay.
We've reviewed that, and the determination has been made that can be classified as essential infrastructure, and that can proceed to go forward with the deployment, both because it's ready to go and also because it's needed to meet the demands of connectivity for the schools in that area in order for them to be able to do the distance learning work that they need. So we've classified that as essential infrastructure, and it is ready to move forward.
And this is to complete Overfelt and also YB?
Yes, I believe both of those areas are classified as such and ready to start moving. I don't have the exact deployment timeline, so I don't want to overpromise, but we are ready to begin moving with those.
And a big shout out to Dolan Beckel, who I know has been working really hard on a few fronts, including this one. And I wanted to point out something that school board member Lorena Chavez wanted to remind all of us, which is the impact of that would be huge. I know the city has been helping some of the school districts on mobile devices to use those as hotspots, and we've had like a few hundred here and there. But with the community wireless system, this could actually help 80,000 students across the east side. So would have a huge impact for the effort. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I also want to just clarify. I thought, and Kip, correct me if I'm wrong, I know Chris Funk reached out to me about the Overfelt project in particular, and I thought that our city attorney weighed in very early saying that that was essential. Was there some additional confusion after that?
I wouldn't necessarily characterize it as confusion. I just wanted to we took the time to clarify that and make sure that that was the case, just because there are a lot of implications for a lot of different projects. So as Matt Kano, our public works director, put together the list of non-essential and essential projects, we just made sure that that one fit, and we agreed that it did.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just add though, I think with the updated orders, Mayor, it kind of did some redefining that we needed to reevaluate. And so that's, I think, the process we've been through the last couple of days.
You're referring to the second order of the counties, is that right, David?
I am.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Councilmember Perales?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor, and for the presentation. My colleagues have asked some good questions. I appreciate the memo in regards to the school districts. I just had one question, and maybe really it's for yourself, Mayor, in regards to check-ins you may have with the county, but it would be around consistency and equity in the schools and how they're operating. I had a conversation with staff at San Jose Unified and was concerned in regards to what I'd seen happen at some of the other school districts in schools and what was happening at San Jose Unified, actually hearing from a number of parents that were reaching out to my office. One of the biggest things was just that there was no easy means to contact somebody either at the schools or at the district itself. And so if there's any great answer on this from staff, I'll take it. But otherwise, maybe just ensure that there's some level of clarity and consistency on what the schools can maybe be doing with the county order other than just the food distribution, and some equity on what they should be doing. I know that we're talking about the technology and different efforts, so I don't want to cover any of that again, but just those 2 points. And so if there is anybody from staff that want to respond, great. If not, I'll move on to my next question. So the next one is in regards to the grocery workers. And I believe that is a moot point at the moment. Maybe I can just get clarification, Rick, that the actions that the state took over the weekend will incorporate what I was essentially asking for, then, correct?
That's my understanding of the state's actions taking care of it, but, and I see Lee shaking his head up and down, yes, so I think it is moot.
Okay, I'll leave it at that then. I appreciate the state taking action on that. I know that I'd seen the city of San Francisco take that action a couple weeks back, and in fact, I think some of these actions that we take may seem redundant or may seem as though they should be done at the state or federal level, but actually a lot of them that we take at the local level then help trigger the state and the federal level to take some action. And so I appreciate though the state taking that action. In regards to the emergency shelter that we've now been providing, we're now able to provide in regards to hotels. It's the latest update I have from Kim Walesh was that I think we now have sufficient rooms to be able to house any of our essential service workers that are either presumptive positive or come in contact with someone that was presumptive positive or tested positive. And I think that will satisfy the interest that I had at the moment, which was for our emergency personnel that are concerned, right, about going back home if they think that they're just going to be contaminating their family members, and we didn't really have a resource for them. So if I can just get confirmation from either Dave or Lee that is the case, and we think we have sufficient space now.
Yeah, thank you, Council Member. We do, and I think it's important to note that we haven't really differentiated between first responders and other staff that are out there doing work. They're all designated as essential work, and so we've wanted to be really fair about how we look at all of our workforce that are out there. So certainly, if if they've got a work-related test positive scenario and they don't have a way of isolating themselves, then we're going to help them. And then if we have other employees that have been in contact with them and they don't have a way of isolating themselves, then we're going to help them as well.
Great. Thank you. And the last one is in regards to what Councilmember Esparza was talking about. Obviously, we know that the food insecurity is really the biggest issue that we have at the moment, or biggest growing issue. I think we've done a good job focusing on priority needs around housing. Certainly don't have that totally under control, but the one that is growing rapidly is this food insecurity. And I believe, Councilmember Esparza, maybe you can give a nod, but the one you're talking about is the one that was also co-sponsored, sponsored somehow by Hunger at Home. Is that correct? Is that the one that, no, not that one. So I had seen some images from one that they were working at also, where they had sort of too many people that were lined up for food. And so I don't know how many places this may be happening at where there's this lack of food. I know that I heard over the weekend from Martha's Kitchen, which has been serving a lot of our both homeless and just food insecure residents in the District 3 area. And they're struggling with the efforts to feed everybody as well. One is just the food resources not getting enough, and the growing number of individuals that are needing support. But the other one is volunteers, a lack of adequate volunteers to help them actually run such maybe a larger food distribution system, one that they're not, that they wouldn't have been equipped with on a regular basis. But now, in this instance, more people, but to feed less people to help do that. And so I was curious from staff, maybe Kip, you can answer this. Are we also trying to fill that void in regards to the volunteer needs throughout all of the different food distribution sites? Because it seems like that's also a major challenge.
Yes, we've been able to, with the Silicon Valley Strong help, we've been able to source, I think, about 2,600 volunteers to needed food distribution sites. We've also made sure that all those volunteers are able to follow the safety protocols that we've set out, the same kinds of ones we would have for our employees. As you know, we've also requested and received activation of the National Guard, and they've continued to stand up to provide feeding activities. So that's another form of volunteerism. And then we are also reassigning staff who were previously assigned to what we are now considered non-essential services into the larger food distribution effort, both at the management and strategic level, and if needed at the actual frontline feeding level. So all three kind of labor resources, volunteers, National Guard, and city staff are on tap and available to respond. So if there's a community-based organization or a feeding part of the organization that has a need, we'd love to understand that and try to be able to support them through one of those mechanisms.
Yeah, great, thank you. And I think I already had forwarded them on to Neil. And anytime we get that interest, we'll make sure to pass that on to the right contacts in the EOC to ensure that everybody is looped in to the resources that we may be able to have available. Lastly, just wanted to end with some kudos to some of our community members out there. At the Hunger at Home distribution site, there were teamed up with a brand new nonprofit that's lifted up, started by Gary Dillabal, who many of you recognize as a new developer in the downtown core. Started an organization called San Jose Ship Kits, and it's really just these sort of kits put together of a food and essential materials, toilet paper, puzzles, games for kids, interactive things for kids, but also hand sanitizer in a partnership with Gordon Biersch, Dan Gordon at Gordon Biersch, that they've managed to take larger quantities and then bottle them down into smaller hand sanitizers, sprays, and then put those in the kits as well. And the assembly line of packaging all these is a volunteer effort led by Tim Lee, who owns and operates SP2, and was initially utilizing SP2 when they had shut down for the first couple of weeks Fortunately, they're up and running in a delivery curbside pickup manner, so they're running that, but they're utilizing the Armory, which some of you may recall Gary Dillabaugh had picked up and was working with Connie Martinez. And as he creates and then an opportunity with a number of arts venues to take over that space. But in the meantime, we're going to be just utilizing it for larger venues. And so being it's such a nice large indoor space, big open warehouse, that's where they've been assembling these kits and then partnered up with Hunger at Home and going out to the different sites that are distributing food and providing these kits and just a great partnership of these different local businesses and manufacturers, and developer partners, people that are on their own wanting to chip in, and all of that really helps. So just a shout out to some of that. I know the mayor gave a shout out as well to another local distillery making hand sanitizer, which is the 10th Street Distillery. And so it's just great to see our partners here do that. South Bay Spirits as well, another distillery here locally that is doing that. So it's great to see our partners and businesses in the city step up to help us as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember. And I believe that effort you mentioned with Gary Dillabaugh, is that the one that Frank Nguyen and Academic Copy are also involved in?
Yeah, you know what? I'm sorry, I didn't mention Frank. Frank with Academic Copy. There's actually so many partners.
Yeah, it's a great
involved
thing.
in. Yeah, it's so many local businesses and partners, manufacturers that are involved in that. Thank you for mentioning Frank.
No, thank you, and thanks to all those folks who are working so hard for the community. I believe Councilmember Diab.
Yes, thank you. I want to thank staff for actually. Well, it surprised me that to get follow-ups very soon after last week's meeting with some of the questions I raised and the action items I asked if I requested. I got follow-up on both of my asks, so thank you, Dave. Thank you to the city staff for following up. I want to use my time to kind of call on my colleagues to make this push with me. I've been thinking about this sitting at home a lot and just kind of reading stuff and, going through the motions like everybody else. I think in terms of communications, we in San Jose should take the lead to call the county and really reinforce this notion that we should maybe stop using the term social distancing. We need to still stay 6 meters apart or 6 feet apart, 2 meters apart, but what we're really trying to do is physically distancing from each other, but I think in this time, especially when we're all being isolated, we shouldn't reinforce this notion that we shouldn't be social. If anything, we should be doing the complete opposite and encouraging people to be as social as possible, to be as close together socially over the internet, over Zoom, over FaceTime, as much as possible. So to kind of combat this notion that we should be more isolated than we are. And that's really not what we're driving at. We need to be physically apart from each other, but not in the least emotionally apart or socially apart. So I'm going to start saying and encouraging people to be physically distant from each other, but not socially. So I think that's a good pivot. And I would encourage my colleagues in the city to kind of adopt that as well, because I think this is the extreme of it. But this kind of notion of socially distancing has been the trajectory of our society for a while now, with dating online or buying things off Amazon and having it delivered, saving us a trip to interact with the store clerks that we interact with. And there was that book in 2000, Bowling Alone. Anyways, that's kind of a tangent. But so let's physically distance and not socially distance ourselves. I wanted to talk more about the website and the communications aspect that we have. What Rosario was saying earlier. I was looking at the COVID-19 resource page we have, and it's kind of an archive of all our daily updates, which is great. But I think if we have somebody, unless there's some sort of historical value to capturing that moment in time, I think the resource page should really just have somebody curating it every day, once in the morning or once in the afternoon. So when you log into it, you see the most relevant information. Like, what does it matter that 3 weeks ago, there was an order by the county that is no longer relevant? So we want the most updated information there as possible. And I also realized that I think I know housing department has their own COVID resource information. And I suspect, planning and other departments do as well. it should all be kind of on the same landing page. I don't know that if I'm just a member of the public and I'm going to the city website to look for it, and I see the updates, I kind of scroll through them. I don't know to be looking for, you know, oh, there's more information on the housing website about specifically housing opportunities for the homeless, or the rental moratorium, et cetera, et cetera. So just making it easier for people to process and digest, I think is good. Because I think over 5 weeks, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, the archive kind of seems overwhelming, at least to me. And so I think that's something to keep an eye on. I wanted to ask Kip, I might have missed it, but when you were talking about cooperating with the schools, I think you didn't mention Eastside, right? And I was just wondering what, if anything, we're going to do for Eastside Union beyond, you know, I think I heard San Jose Unified, but I didn't hear Eastside. I might have missed it, but I just wanted to know that. And then my final question is really about direct services. I think that's a great idea, but I'm curious in terms of what the kind of overall vision is. Is it kind of to sit passively by and hear, you take questions, to be prepared to ask questions passively, or are we going to kind of do the outreach needed to kind of find the individuals and the families who are propagating misinformation and trying to stop that? Because I before I was on council, I came from direct services, and I know it's a lot of legwork, and we can't do legwork now. We can't table at libraries. We can't be out there mingling with folks. So there has to be a concerted effort to find people who are in need of the information that we have, to make sure that we have good information, and to be able to disseminate it in multiple languages to the community that needs it. So I've already told people that I'm willing to help in terms of unemployment claims, and even look at SBA loan applications, even though that's not my area. This is being live streamed right now. Last week when I said that, somebody called me during the meeting. So that was kind of funny. But I think that we should try to figure that out, because it's resource intensive, and we need the proper either training or a place where people can go if we're going to pursue that, or if we're going to partner with a nonprofit organization or multiple ones, the Law Foundation. What I heard earlier in the presentation was that nonprofits are hurting right now too, and we don't have enough funding to support them, as we're trying to support small businesses as well as renters. So if we're going to take this upon ourselves in some limited capacity, we should have boundary, like a clear delineation of what are the exact services we can do, make sure that staffers and whoever's willing to pitch in on that is working from the same playbook. Personally, I've been telling people just information, doing these videos and these emails and putting it out there. But even when you tell them the right information, people can interpret it incorrectly. So like I told people that there's going to be a federal assistance program where people making under $75,000 in income get a $1,200 check. I told them that the feds have boosted unemployment in California from 26 weeks to 39 weeks, and the top rate used to be $450, now it's $1,050. These are all facts. But then people misinterpret, or they don't understand it, and there's this notion out there among some people that I'm going to be able to get $1,050 per week on unemployment for 39 weeks. And that's simply not the case. It's a percentage of what you used to make. It's, it depends on what you used to make. And I didn't go into that detail, but people hear the fact and they think, oh, well, it might be better for me to be unemployed right now because I'm only making $800 a week, and now the government's going to give me $1,050. So I might as well take unemployment. And it's, well, at least in the Vietnamese community, some people have called me with that misconception. I'm trying to stamp it out now as we speak. But I just want to share all that, and good intentions, trying to help folks. It's not always as easy as just putting the facts out there. So with that, I will yield. Thank you.
Just two things real quickly, I would say, Council Member. One is we are definitely working with Eastside Union High School District. They're one of our partners. So it probably was just an omission on my part, but I just confirmed that right now that we are in coordination with them, obviously on the Wi-Fi stuff, but also on the feeding as well. And then I think your perspective on assistance is warranted. What we realize is that there's a I would say there's a whole different range of things that we can do, and some of them can be done by staff members. Some of them need to be done by professional social workers. Some of them need to be done by organizations that have deep expertise in the language and the culture that's appropriate. So part of what we're doing is not trying to have everybody do everything. It's trying to figure out what are the partner organizations who can do this, what contracts do we need in place with them that are FEMA reimbursable ideally, and how do we put that infrastructure in place so that we can meet the needs of a wide range of people and focus. I think the one thing we want to try to understand is what is the most kind of cost-effective ways that we can help people. So for example, with this change in legislation around unemployment insurance, which I don't think most people really understand, getting as many people as possible to fill out and successfully complete unemployment is essentially a universal basic income, at least for the next 13 weeks, in a way that it has never been before. And so, part of what we always want to look at is, given our limited resources, what is the short list of things that we could do that could move the needle the most for the most people, and then who are the right people to do that? So if I'll pick on myself, I'm not going to be very successful necessarily working with a monolingual Vietnamese speaker, helping them understand how to do unemployment insurance. We're going to look to both staffers and nonprofits and organizations that have those expertise, and we'll need to figure out what are the contracts we put in place so that we can be working as one team on that. And so that's why it is a very complicated piece, but it's also one where we want to optimize our solution, focusing on the short list of things that have the biggest impact. But I think your perspective is right on point, and we'll take that into consideration.
And Councilor Jeff, if I could, just about the city website. I know obviously it's not something we control or anything, but I don't think there was an intention that be the go-to place in the same way that, because obviously it is archiving a series of flash reports. There is a website that we've been working on together, which is SiliconValleyStrong.org. And I'll just show you a quick view of the face. Is meant to be more intuitive for folks who are just looking to give or get help. And we want to encourage folks to go there. And obviously within the city, we very much are interested in your ideas about how to improve it, make it more user-friendly, more intuitive for folks. It's currently available in Spanish, Vietnamese, and English. And I appreciate Rosario's suggestions. We'll certainly incorporate those. There's going to probably be a bit of a revamp to make it a bit more intuitive than it is even today. But I think that's where we want to steer folks about a good first place to go to be able to get information. Obviously, as we're able to stand up, perhaps a phone number that we're able to give out to folks to help with, unemployment insurance and a host of other challenges, that would be another source.
Sure. So I guess what I'm hearing today is it's a clearinghouse. Even me, my perception of Silicon Valley Strong was a place to go to donate your time, your money, your resources, or to seek help if you are in need of help. So I guess I didn't think of it as a clearinghouse, a one-stop shop, but I'll readjust that in my mind and start directing people accordingly.
Well, and certainly if there are parts that are missing, and we know we don't have it all here, but let us know what we can add. And as you know, there's always a limited amount of space, but we try to create an interactive map. I think a lot of folks did great work on this in the city staff side to try to create an interactive map. People would know exactly where to go to for food, a whole host of things like that.
Yeah, cool.
Great. Thanks, Councilman. Councilmember Camus.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, staff. I just wanted to, Lund just said that he heard that staff was working with San Jose Unified School District. I did not hear that point, and I know that there's a lot of schools in my district, like Pioneer High School, Almaden Elementary, that are in need as well. There's very low income areas in some parts of my district, and other parts of San Jose Unified School District as well. Is there outreach being done to how are we assessing which schools need most help? I know that San Jose Unified School District actually has had a whole lot of trouble getting up and running to help the kids stay on track and graduate. So I'm wondering what's being done with that effort.
Sure. Let me repeat this part and extend a little bit. So we have a pilot partnership with San Jose Unified School District using an existing emergency premise use agreement. And that what that has allowed us to do is to test the larger kitchen production capacity, their centralized kitchen production, to further distribution points. We've tested a system of delivering that food using buses, where we are preparing with them now. San Jose Unified is preparing now 20,000 meals a day, and distributing to 23 sites. It used to be 10 sites beforehand. They're actually going to be scaling that up to 33 sites, and that means 33 school sites within San Jose
Sorry,
Unified.
Kip, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted to say, I did hear that part. I'm talking about other efforts like working with them on making sure that they have Chromebooks or whatever it is, a computer IT needs that they need. I know that there's Washington, there's other places that are in need of technology as well.
Yeah, our main effort on that has been the Digital Inclusion Fund 23 grants that were approved by the City Council before this all happened. And all of those are focused on areas of need and continue to be in effect and in place. We, early on, just to be very clear, we had some conversations about expanding our efforts in distributing devices or having our staff help with a greater device distribution. We passed on that opportunity and told our partner, at the Technology Fund, to continue with their work. We passed on that opportunity because we redeployed all of the staff that would have been working on that to our food distribution effort. And so all of the innovation staff that would normally be leading in things like thinking about device distribution is completely redeployed to the food distribution work and scaling that up. But we have encouraged our partner, who we fund through the Digital Inclusion Fund, to continue their work through those grants that they've received. We made sure to get the first disbursement up of the first $250,000 out so that they could begin doing that. And we can get you a list of those grant approvals so you'll know what site those are. I don't recall all of them offhand, but I think there are 23 different agencies that you all approved grants to.
Yeah, I remember being part of that ceremony, and I was wondering, a lot of them were just, nonprofits. But in any case, I wanted to ask you, the mayor was making a plea here for older computers. Are we looking at our own inventory of older computers that can be donated from the city?
Mostly we've been trying to get our entire workforce to be remote. So we really haven't had the cycle yet to look and see if there's some that are in line of donation. We've been trying to get every single mobile device that we have up and functioning so that our force can comply with the shelter-in-place orders and that we can work remotely. We'll certainly add a look around to see if there are ones that are potentially available for schools. I have to say, however, knowing how we're using our equipment, that there's probably anything that we're done with is probably not in great shape, but we will take a look and see if there is an inventory available.
Thank you, Kip. I have another a concern. I've been getting a lot of emails and texts about crime going up for businesses, especially in the Almaden Ranch area. And Vista Park area, and there's quite a bit of burglaries. And I can tell you, even on Kirtner, people think that people are just getting these businesses that are already hurting are also being robbed. And I don't know what's being done about that. I've heard that the prison system is releasing hundreds of new prisoners. I don't know what's going on, but is there an effort to, since burglaries are going down, maybe we refocus our effort towards patrolling businesses?
Could I suggest maybe, Dave, could we have the chief come back next week? So maybe we could, it'd probably be unfair for Kip to have to respond to an awful lot of questions in that space.
That would be wonderful. I'd love to hear from the expert too.
Yeah, we can have Eddie come in and give an update from where we're at now. That's not a problem.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'd love to see what's happening. I know that, like I said, I've heard that the prison system is releasing hundreds, maybe thousands of prisoners early, and I'm wondering what's being done to monitor them or their activities because I'm getting a lot of increases in crime, and I'm wondering about domestic violence and how that's being affected as well. I'd love to hear from the chief on that. I don't want to, you know, ask any more questions, but I really want to thank you for your efforts. And if he wants to answer, if the chief wants to answer me in an email and maybe send it to the rest of us, I'd love that answer. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Councilmember. And let me just say, I have been involved in some conversations about the local jail population. I can't speak to the prisons, but there was about 3 weeks ago an effort to reduce the population in the jail, to reduce the density. It was a very modest number of inmates who were released. And by that, I mean every single individual was reviewed by the district attorney's office, by the sheriff, and by a judge before release. And these were folks who were typically at the very end of their terms and not serious offenders, at least not as serious, obviously, as others. So I don't want anyone to believe that, at least locally, that there is a big flood of inmates being pushed out the door. Now, again, I don't know exactly what's happening in the state prison system, and that's a separate question, but I want to assure you that at least locally, there has been a lot of attention paid to making sure the jails are safe so they're appropriately thinned out, but with a very small number of inmates actually released.
I appreciate your work on that, Mayor. I am getting a rise in robberies and burglaries in my district, in District 9. A lot of people think that the Almaden Ranch is actually in my district. So I get a lot of those phone calls as well. So I appreciate hearing back from the chief on this. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Councilmember Jimenez?
Thank you, Mayor. Let me just first begin by just saying my perspective on the work that the staff's doing. I think you guys are doing an awesome job. The thing that comes to mind for me is really your ability to bend without breaking. That's what comes to mind as I think about all the things you guys are doing. I very much appreciate the work. I know these are very difficult times, and on behalf of the residents of District 2, I just want to say thank you for everything you're doing. Really appreciate it. The other thing I was going to mention, Mayor, and I know Lun's the chair of the Smart Cities Committee, and I know on occasion we have updates on the Smart City Roadmap, and a part of that update sometimes the community Wi-Fi strategy and how that applies to James Lick and some of the other work that's been done. I wonder if you guys think it'd be of value to provide just a quick update to the council next time around, so that, because I think we're talking about two different things, right? Providing, say, Chromebooks and such to the residents, or to the kids that go to the schools, I should say. But we're also, I think, what was captured in the letter that we received by some of the school board members is really their willingness to step up and help move some of these other projects forward. And I think that would probably help to educate some of the folks as to where those are, because I think that was what some of the letter was talking about as well. They touched on various things, but I'll leave that up to certainly Dolan and Kip. If you guys think it's a worthwhile way to update the council, is just to bring back just a very generic, if I may say, update on that. I think it'd be helpful. The other thing that I was wondering is, and this is for Kip, I guess, is that all these different locations that are giving out food and such, are we capturing sort of where folks are coming from, say zip codes or things of that nature? And I ask that because I think it'd be beneficial, at least for me, and I suspect for the city as a whole, to know where a lot of the folks that are seeking assistance, really where they're concentrated. So for example, if there were a good chunk of those folks coming from particular neighborhoods in District 2, I'd like to know that so I can better reach out to them and get them more, better connected to some of the resources that are out there, whether it be the state or things the cities are doing. So does that exist, Kip?
It depends on how they access the food. And part of the difficulty that we found, we agree to have that sort of understanding from a data perspective. We also don't want to discourage people from seeking food. So for example, at the school feeding sites, now that they've been expanded to be allow adults to come in and get food and allow children who are non-school children to get food, we haven't, for example, been saying, hey, where are you from, and that kind of stuff. not because we don't want to know, but because we don't want to necessarily discourage people who might feel stigmatized or might be concerned about sharing the information. So there's a tension with us between wanting to know the data to be able to better serve and then wanting to not create a user experience that discourages folks. So part of what we're doing with our forecasting is trying to use other non-invasive ways to understand where people are, where the needs are, where people are coming from, what they're seeing. And I realize that's an incomplete answer, but your question is really important. Where is the need? Where are people coming from? And our struggle is how to do that in a way that respects people's privacy and doesn't discourage them from accessing the resources.
Yeah, and one of the reasons I ask is certainly there are certain parts of the city that have more folks that, let's just say, are needing more of these services. But my district is very, it's unique in the sense that we certainly have areas of high income areas that I suspect some of those folks aren't seeking out some of the resources. But I also have areas that abut against District 7, where the population is very is likely of being in a lot of need during these times, right? A lot of monolingual Spanish speakers, Vietnamese speakers, folks that don't always or aren't always connected to some of the city services and some of the things that we're actively doing, maybe aren't on our newsletters and such. And so part of the challenge for me, and I suspect for all of us, is really trying to reach out to all of them. And I suspect that a lot of the good work that Mayor, I appreciate everything you're doing, that a lot of the stuff, whether it be on media, social media, the videos, the telethon, all that is really reaching audiences that otherwise wouldn't be really captivated by some of the stuff we put in our newsletters. So I very much appreciate that. I think that's good. But to the extent we can formulate some way to capture some of that information, I think it can be very helpful for us in order to refine some of the ways that we help and reach out to some of the folks. So again, thank you so much for the work. We very much appreciate it. And I think the residents of the city are well served by a lot of the great work that you're doing. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. And I believe those are all of the questions we have from the council. I just want to confirm that. Okay. All right. Thank you all. And again, thanks to the hardworking city staff and all the partners who have been jumping in to do so much at a time of great need. I believe the next item is the consent agenda. Or do we go to 3. No, I'm sorry. We're going to 3.3 first. I understand we've got an unusual sequence here. So let's start with 3.3, the estimated budgetary impacts of COVID. There is a presentation, I'm told.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'll start this off, and Jim Shannon will be joining, and probably Jennifer McGuire. So we appreciate this opportunity as well to give a little bit of an update on the budget. Certainly, we're just got through talking about the public health crisis, and we're all facing this economic challenge at the same time, and which is creating a fiscal crisis for us as a city. And so the impacts to our residents, the businesses, nonprofits, and to the city organization alike. So what we have shared in the staff report is an updated forecast. Also a forecast of really our current year and the shortfalls that we're anticipating also for next year. And so this is a fiscal reality that we cannot ignore. And we just need to prepare ourselves for significantly less revenue. And so we'll need to be strategic in how we address this, and equitable and responsible in terms of how we balance the current year and next year. And certainly be focused, I think, on as our decision making goes on our core priorities. And I will tell you, the actions that we're going to need to take will be painful, and painful to our community and painful to our organization. But we will get through it. I've always been very proud of this organization that I've worked in for 33 years. We are an organization that is powered by people, and our staff of 6,600 do the work to serve our community, and they are the strength of our organization. And they are that strength, whether it's in good times or bad times. We will never forget that. I'm personally committed to keeping the workforce informed through this process. I have a lot of experience doing that, as I was a department head and an assistant director during the fiscal crisis that we had years ago. I will be personally conducting a series of virtual town hall meetings with our staff as we go through this process, so that they can hear from me, and more importantly, so that I can hear from all of them. So I'm going to ask Jim to jump into the presentation, and then we will be available for questions.
Thank you very much, Dave. Again, hello, everybody. Jim Shannon, the city's budget director. I want to talk with you through today about what some of the revenue impacts we're currently looking at and attempting to estimate, kind of given this unprecedented situation, and then how that would affect our budget process over the next few weeks. Now it's radically going to change what our original approach was going to be. And so just to remind folks where we were, we released the forecast at the very beginning of March. In those last few days of February, we started to see some of those impacts from COVID coming in, with the steep drop in the market, local events being canceled. The mayor's March message was released just a few days later, and things had changed even dramatically in those few days. And of course, here we are now, with a lot of the basic economic activity suspended in some form or another. And so we're at a point now where we need to figure out, even though it's really, really hard to do, trying to figure out where we are as an organization from a budgetary perspective, and how we can manage through that as we kind of work to solve what's going to happen in 1920 and in 2021. So just a little bit of high-level impacts to the economy that everybody really knows, but the shelter in place really has resulted in a lot of halting of some of the economic activity, or a dramatic reduction in it. We know that demand for unemployment benefits has soared and is anticipated to increase. It's likely that the recession has already began, but we don't know how deep and how long it will be. And even the return to business as usual, we might not even know what that looks like, given the length of the potential of how we need to make sure that we keep protecting public health, even when a shelter in place is ultimately lifted. So a lot of different things to consider. And there are no models that we can really use at the moment to accurately forecast where we're going. We've historically been very good in the past about knowing really well our own data and marrying that to proven economic models. And we can come out with some pretty accurate forecasts of where the revenue is. But we don't have either of those things. So the revenue that we have to date is really through February, and it's certainly not indicative of where we're going to go in the future. And those models that we've used in the past, even reaching out to a variety of economists and other jurisdictions, those models are really untested. So we kind of had to sort of almost start from scratch. So we are assuming that we have a steep economic decline in activity that continues generally through the end of the fiscal year. In 2021, we are going to continue to experience or begin to experience recessionary conditions, even as we come out of some of the sheltering activities at some point. But we're still going to, even when those are lifted, we'll be in recessionary conditions. Preliminarily, and where we are right at this moment, or as of when we released the memo, is we have about expecting $45 million decline in revenue for this fiscal year, and then $65 million in 2021. It could be a little bit better. It could also be millions, tens of millions of dollars worse. And so we need to prepare for that eventuality as we go through our budget process. So we have to pick a number. We have been thinking in ranges about it could be okay, it could be X number, or it could be Y number. But to balance a budget, we have to get to at least a starting point of a number that we think it could be. So here's where we're sort of staking our flag for the moment. But we're going to continue to look at every available information source that we have to adjust that and fine tune it over time. So this is our number now. It's $110 million over 2 years, which is a big number. But we recognize that it could be bigger. And even for 2021, there's a bullet there at the end where it says, that would be an 8.6% drop from what our revised estimate is in 1920. As a comparison, our Great Recession, we dropped 2.9%, and our dot-com bust, we dropped 2.6%. So this is a pretty steep decline that we're looking at here. And just for a realm of context as we consider where we are from a budgetary position. So stepping through a few of the major economically sensitive revenue categories and what they might be doing to us here. The good news, if there is any, is that property tax impact likely won't be substantially impacted in 2021. There will be no impacts this year that's anticipated. In 2021, it would likely be limited because most of the property tax estimated revenues is from the calendar year that ends 2019. So most of those taxable bases are set. We will probably anticipate to experience a little bit of decline in the ERAF funding, which is more variable and could certainly take a hit. And we've already had assumed for 2021 a pretty big reduction in that anyway. So anticipating potentially a net decrease of about $3.5 million for property tax. Sales tax is the big guy, and it's the one that's both the hardest to estimate and the revenue category that we will know the least about for the longest amount of time. So right now we've got the first 2 quarters have received, through December, we received really solid growth. January and February, we're anticipating that to be also strong. March is where we obviously started to have the shelter in place order. And so we're anticipating the overall quarter for January through March to drop 10% and a fourth quarter drop of about 45% from where we had originally anticipated. That'd be about $27 million there. That low level of activity persists in low levels of activity persist in 2021, not to the degree that we're experiencing now, but some lower levels of activity due to the continued COVID response as well as the recessionary conditions. And so we have negative year-over-year growth of 14%. When you compare the first 3 quarters of the fiscal year in our analysis to the previous 3 quarters, it's an average decline of about 14%. And the fourth quarter, we do have a little bit of growth because our fourth quarter this year is going to be so terrible that we are expecting to grow from where we are currently. So that would be about a $41 million hit. And then we have overall, when we're kind of looking at where we think the sales tax decline is when we compare it to the Great Recession, we're currently estimating 5 quarters of negative growth, overall averaging 17%. The Great Recession, for just a comparison, had about 7 quarters averaging an 11% decline as overall category. The estimate that we probably come out a little bit sooner than the recession is, again, likely due to the low levels that we're going to experience in this current year. The good news is that because of the Wayfair decision of the Supreme Court back in last spring, the city will be receiving revenue from internet sales. And so that's a little bit of a bright spot, which will help a little bit as a lot of folks are shopping online. But just to note that the eBay revenue, we are keeping track of sort of separately, and it's not part of this estimate yet. For TOT tax, do you have that yet? Does my slide show TOT tax?
Yes, it does, Jim.
Okay, great. Okay. So for the TOT tax, this is one where our data is a little bit better here because we do have hotel surveys. And so we're assuming a 15% occupancy rate for the remainder of the fiscal year, which would drop us $7.2 million from where we thought we would be. And we would have just slight growth over that in 2021, but down $6 million from where we thought we would be. Business taxes, the good news for business taxes, we have 75% already received in 1920. And we're assuming a last quarter drop of about $6 million and a 10% reduction overall in 2021. Utility taxes is a pretty large revenue category that isn't as economically sensitive as some of the other ones, which is sort of a nice little balance for us. 70% of that is already received. We're assuming a last quarter drop of about $2 million. Which is kind of, roughly a 10% decline for a lot of the different categories like electricity, gas. And that's pretty much in line with where community energy, their data that they are currently showing. We're a little bit more conservative than what they currently have. And then we're assuming another 3% drop in 2021. All right, so now that we have these large revenue shortfalls, what is our approach to handling this? And so the first thing we need to do is get a handle on how things are going for 1920. And so our plan is to return at the end of April to reduce some existing expenditure appropriations to sort of gather together some money in the ending fund balance to buoy us through 1920. So there will be some personal services savings as will be realized through the implementation of the hiring freeze that took effect a couple weeks ago. We're going to take reductions where feasible for non-COVID non-personal equipment related expenditures, and looking to suspend those departmental and citywide and general fund projects that hadn't yet started to freeze those and gather those savings to help solve that anticipated shortfall in 1920. The city's execution of the revenue capture agreement with eBay is going to be really helpful and a little bit of a bright spot for us. So we had always been saying that we want to wait until we see the data before we put any of that revenue on the table for budget balancing purposes. The good news is that that revenue has come in. So we've received the revenue from the state of California, totaled about $7.3 million for the period of October to December. We're still trying to figure out what that annualized basis is going to, or what that will be for this current fiscal year. We're estimating somewhere between $15 and $20 million, and we'll try to nail that down over the next couple of weeks. And as well, we're still evaluating what the annualized amount looks like. But hopefully that will be in assistance as we try to balance the budget for 2021. We'll probably will also have to look at the use of existing reserves, such as the budget stabilization reserve, to help get us through. We're hoping to minimize that as much as possible because we're definitely going to need that for 2021. And so those are things that we will look at, but we'll try to minimize that to the extent possible. Of course, if things are worse than the 45 million, then we will definitely need to dip into those reserves. For 2021, the approach that we will need to utilize will be several different factors. The first is still leveraging the pay down of debt. As the finance team goes to look to restructure some of the outstanding City Hall debt, there's an ability to use some of the existing reserves that was set aside as part of those bonds that can be released. And we want to leverage those to pay down other debt to give us some ongoing savings that we'll definitely need, that will by that amount reduce the amount of other service cuts we would have to take. But it also, by kind of directing that toward hopefully the pay down of golf course debt and some of the debt instruments for our street light replacement LED project, will take out some of the highest interest debt that we have, as well as reposition the city to use to have more flexible use of those golf course areas. As I mentioned before, the revenue capture agreement will be a key component, and we'll consider that on an ongoing basis, although the revenues were still under evaluation. And unfortunately, when we're going to be dealing with the size of deficits that we have, we're going to have to look really critically and include some ongoing service level reductions as part of our budget balancing strategy. We'll be looking to reduce, eliminate, and reprioritize services. Our effort will be to minimize layoffs, but we will have to acknowledge that positions will need to be eliminated. And as the memo had talked about, some ongoing implementations now and a cost containment package that could be executed later. And I think as our thinking evolved on that over the weekend, especially with mindful that there are going to be potentially bigger shortfalls than what we're currently looking at, is to bundle the reduction in a couple of tiers. So tier one would be reductions that we would implement with the adoption of the budget, and tier two reductions would be identified as part of the budget process, but would be implemented late in the fiscal year, say maybe late summer, early fall, if fiscal conditions worsen. So we need to do the work now to make sure that we're ready for when that happens. But there may be some portions of the reductions that we will defer to just a little bit later after the start of the fiscal year. In 1920, we had an unusually high number of one-time money available for the adopted budget. So that level of one-time activity will not be available in 2021. So we want to be clear about that, but also recognize that we've been funding a decent number of programs and services on a one-time basis, only because they would otherwise have been considered ongoing, but just the ongoing funding was limited. And so we need to look at that critically and see if how those may need to be prioritized with other city services that are considered ongoing. So it's going to be a real critical look for us about how that long-time, one-time activity really should be incorporated when we think about our ongoing reductions. We will need to use, we will likely need to use a portion of the budget stabilization reserve. We do have our future deficit reserve available. We'll also look at other one-time sources. We would probably be trying to solve a portion of this with ongoing reductions in sources and a portion of it on a one-time basis to bridge the gap. So we'll look critically at those different strategies as we put the budget together over the next month. These decisions will be difficult. They will take a lot of thought, and they will take a lot of reflection about how we can best prioritize our city services for those who need it the most. So assessing the equity of our service impacts is going to be really, really critical. It's always been critical for us as we've been, when we think back to the really bad years of having to cut the budget. Those decisions always weighed very heavily on us as an organization about what those service impacts meant to our community. And so that will continue to be the case as we go forward here. There are going to be impacts to some other funds that aren't the general fund, and we talk a lot about the general fund because that's so important to our community, but there are some other funds that are definitely going to be impacted as well. So in the airport, they're anticipating very significant revenue reductions. The variable is not available yet, but have already instituted some cost containment measures and are planning to defer about 19% of their capital program expenditures until the next fiscal year. The good news for the federal stimulus package for CARES is that it does include $10 billion to prevent, prepare for, and respond to COVID. And so the hope there is that that's a little bit broader use, which the airport sector definitely needs. Just as an aside, all of the federal and state packages out there so far do not directly address the shortfall in revenues that we're going to see. We're still going to be dealing with that, even if some of those packages, are very helpful in terms of offsetting direct COVID response costs. We haven't seen anything yet that will relieve some of the revenue impacts. And I know that's a focus of our teams in the next few days here as we continue our lobbying. The transient occupancy tax special fund. So of the 10% TOT in the city that's levied, 40% of that goes to the general fund, 60% of that goes to the TOT fund, which then is allocated out again to support Team San Jose operations or the convention facilities, is allocated for cultural grants, and is also allocated for our Convention and Visitors Bureau. And so those are going to take a pretty substantial drop, $10.5 million this year, another $8.6 million next year. We've been working really closely with Team San Jose and our cultural grant team so that we can understand and deal with those impacts as we go forward. We had been setting aside some reserves in some of those funds to help us through these times. I just don't think we had anticipated the level of drop in a quarter for what happened to the TOT tax, but we do have some reserves in place to help with that shortfall. Development fee program, we're still trying to understand what that's going to mean, but we're predicting at least a 30% drop in next year from what was originally being forecasted. We're looking at reserve levels, cost, and fee revenue to reevaluate the potential impacts to those programs. Construction and conveyance tax, the CNC tax, which is a real estate transfer tax. We're going to anticipate a pretty significant reduction of those in the coming year. Revenues were strong enough this year. We think we're going to be okay for this year's budget, but for 1920, but over the next 5 years, we're anticipating about a $20 million shortfall. And similarly for the construction excise tax fund, which helps fund our traffic capital program, falling a little bit short this year and with another $20 million drop over the next 5 years. Community engagement is really going to be important, as well as communicating with our employees. As Dave said, he plans to conduct a series of virtual town hall style meetings with all of our staff members. But our traditional process of community engagement will also be a little bit difficult, as well as our budget study sessions, because of our logistical challenges and the timing that we're going to have. So We're going to be working through that, and we'll bring forward more information as soon as we have it. We are anticipating, though, at least a week delay of our operating budget release. So instead of May 1st, we're looking at May 8th. And we will be putting out a new budget calendar with some of the more interim dates as part of our budget development process in the next week or so. We do have an employee suggestion form that's available on the intranet site of the city manager's budget page for submittal of individual ideas, which could be anonymous if desired. We really rely on our departments and employees working together to put forward those thoughtful budget proposals that help us get through these tough times. But we also want to make sure that there's space for some of those individual ideas that may not have otherwise risen up. And if I'm just going to jump in here too and just kind of finish up, if you don't mind. The items B through D are also talking about putting budgetary actions in place just to facilitate the response to COVID. And so what we're looking at here is establishing some initial funding of $14.4 million in the Emergency Reserve Fund, which is a fund specifically set aside to deal with emergencies. We will plan to recognize a grant of $3.9 million from the state of California, which was really great. As soon as that state stimulus bill came out, it wasn't just for a few days later where we got notification from the state of this $3.9 million, which will absolutely help some of the homeless sheltering support services. We will be recommend transferring $10 million from the general fund's 1920 ending fund balance reserve, which we expect and hope to be replenished prior to June 30. And then reallocating $500,000 that was already sitting in the emergency reserve fund balance to total up to that $14.4 million. It is, important to note that this gives us the capacity to execute a lot of the contracts and facilitate the work that was talked about in 3.1. The cost here and the estimations are still evolving, as are some of the contracts that we're putting in place. So we expect in the coming weeks to bring forward additional budgetary true-ups, hopefully to recognize additional revenue from our county, state, and federal partners, as well as bring forward for ratification those contracts that were executed under emergency authority because of as authorized by our local proclamation. And so I think with that, I will pause there for questions.
Great, thank you, Jim. Thanks for that thorough presentation. Given the fact that this is a moving target and you are really doing the best you can in a very fluid, very dynamic situation, I appreciate that you're giving us as clear a picture as you possibly can in this challenging time. I want to first speak to the many folks who are listening. I know we've got more than 200 folks who are following us right now, or attending on the Zoom call. And I want to indicate for those of you who have raised your hand, we are only calling on folks who want to speak on this item. But if I see your hand raised, I'm going to assume that you would like to speak on this particular item. So if you wanted to speak, for example, on the item relating to rent or tenants or anything like that, then please don't raise your hand now. Please raise your hand later, because I'm going to be calling you just to speak on this item. So I just want to make sure I clarify that. And while folks are sorting that out, I'll also note that as I call on folks, if you have only a phone number as your identification, I'm going to be calling the last 4 digits of your phone number. So you'll be aware that you're being called on. And then I think Tony will be unmuting you so you can speak to us. While folks are sorting that out, I just wanted to point attention to, we've got a couple memos. I know Councilmember Arenas will speak to hers, I believe, shortly. And I appreciate that memorandum. The memorandum that I submitted really focuses on a couple basic issues. One is the fact that our employees are so very close to the challenges in our organization and our community, and often have the best ideas for how it is we might be able to save a few dollars and still continue to deliver critical services and hang on to our most important resource, which is the time and energy and effort of our own employees. And so we know these are going to be very tough decisions ahead. they will be made easier if we have good ideas from our employees about how we can trim the sails in ways that keep everybody on board. And so I appreciate the last part of your presentation, Jim. I assume it was in some way a response to the memorandum I had submitted. The city manager has worked very hard. Dave has worked very hard to establish a strong employee suggestion program. In fact, with even some monetary reward, I think it's attached as well. And what we really want to do is build on that and focus that as much as possible in the next couple months on the budgetary realities that we all face, and the hope that with the best ideas, we'll have the best opportunity to continue to deliver the critical services with as little pain as we possibly need to endure. We know there's going to be pain, and obviously we want the best ideas. We will also be tomorrow announcing some of the work we're going to be doing in partnership, obviously, with the Budget Office and Jim around community outreach and reaching out to residents in as challenging as it is. And we know that there's a significant digital divide in this city, as there is everywhere. We would appreciate the creative ideas, certainly from the council and your teams, about how we can reach out about budgetary issues, given the fact we're going to be primarily doing that virtually. To the extent that you can help, we would be very appreciative, ensuring that we are hearing clearly from your own communities about what they value. We know there'll be hard conversations with the public. That's the way it works in recessions when we have cuts to make, but it's really important more than ever for us to be hearing our community clearly. And so those recommendations are reflected in my memorandum. I appreciate also the memorandum of Councilmember Reyes. I'll ask her to describe those in just a moment. And I also want to mention that the memorandum calls for us to share the pain that is to include all the appointee offices, the council offices, and the mayor's office in the reduction strategies that are articulated from the city manager's office. That way we will be absorbing this as one organization. Okay, so let's go to the public comment, and then we'll come right back to council. First, I'll call on, and let me also say, we've got a very long agenda, and I think it's uncertain whether we'll make it by midnight tonight, given the weightiness of the issues that we're considering, everything from the renters item, as well as the homelessness item and other issues related to spending. So I'm going to be limiting all public comment to 1 minute. I thank you for your patience with that, and I apologize, but I know we're going to have many, many people wanting to speak on all of these items. So we'll begin with the individual who has a phone number that ends in the digits 1693. Again, 1693. Welcome.
Hi, how are you? Good afternoon, everybody.
Welcome.
Yes, my name is Miguel Lopez Huerta. I am a member of the San Jose Convention Center. I work as a warehouse supervisor. I've been living in this country for almost 25 years. And then during those years, I never see something like this, so critical, so bad with everything that's been happening. And I really, really appreciate everything, everybody, all the council members, you, Mayor, with all my respect. I really, really and truly appreciate all you guys' hard work, everything you guys are doing for the community. But I really, really want to ask you, Mayor, with all my respect, to prioritize the people that they don't have any income right now in these days. People that they don't have good social security to claim unemployment, and also to help people with who's not being able to pay rent as well.
Thank you, sir.
I know the federal government has been helping banks and then other business, but we need to also count on all these individuals who are not able to get any income.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry the time's expired, but thank you. Janice Lee? Janice, are you able to hear us right now? Welcome. I believe you should not be muted. Okay. All right, Janice, we may come back to you. I'm going to keep calling and then we'll come back to you. David Mang, welcome. David Mang, M-E-N-G.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes, welcome.
Okay, so I'm here to against the suspending the rent.
No, it's not. I'm sorry, Mr. Mang. That's a couple items from now. We're just speaking about the budget, the city budget. So we'll be happy to call on you if you raise your hand when that item comes up.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mang. Herman Vasquez, would you like to speak on the budget? Mr. Vasquez? Mr. Vasquez, hopefully you're unmuted at this time. And we can't hear you, so I'm going to move on and come back to you in just a moment. Blair Beekman, welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
Not very well, Mr. Beekman.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Much better, thank you. Yeah, please proceed. Welcome, Mr. Beekman. Mr. Beekman, please proceed. Okay, I think we may be having problems with the transmission there. We'll come back to you, Mr. Beekman. I'll keep calling on other folks and come back to those who may have had difficulty with the connection. The phone number ending 5297, welcome. Okay. If you have the phone number ending 5297, we're listening to you now if you'd like to speak. All right, we may have to go back and figure out if we are connecting folks. We'll take this offline and make sure that public comment is getting through. It's obvious several folks are either not able to hear us or we're not able to hear them.
Hello?
Yes, welcome. Hello?
Is this Blair? This is Blair Beekman.
Mr. Beekman, please proceed. Thank you. Mr. Beekman? Sir, this is your time for public comment if you'd like to speak. Okay, we're not able to hear Mr. Beekman. We'll come back to you. Christina Arismith? Ms. Arismith?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, welcome.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor Liccardo, Vice Mayor Jones, and honorable City Council members. My name is Christina Arismith, and I'm a third grade bilingual teacher in the San Jose Unified School District, and I serve on the board as a trustee at the Campbell Union High School District. Firstly, I would love to thank you for all the hard work I've just heard about in this meeting, navigating our city through this crisis, and also extending gratitude to Council members Arenas, Esparza, Carrasco, and Foley for including us in the memo from the school board members that we sent. I'm pleased to hear about the work that's being done, but very shortly, I just want to urge us again to be planning for the long term as we see how much this digital divide is such an equity issue, not just in pockets, like we do have some good examples going on, like in the Yerba Buena and the James Lick neighborhoods, but we need to be working at a systems level to be ensuring universal high quality internet access for all of our families, for their safety and for them to be able to access their education. I have students that cannot access their education, and that's just going to continue to be an increasing problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Janice Lee, can you hear us? Okay. We'll keep trying and we'll go down the list and we'll try everybody again as we're all trying to make this adjustment. I have Maimona Afzal Berta.
Yes, can you hear me?
Hi, welcome.
Hi. Hello, Mayor, council members, and community. My name is Maymona Afzal-Berta. I'm a special education teacher in District 5 and board vice president of the Franklin-McKinley School District, which is in District 7. I'm following up to a letter I wrote with some of my educator elected official colleagues, and specifically would like to elevate the need and accounting for, budgeting for universal high-speed internet access for our communities. Currently, there's thousands of families without internet access in their home, and those that do have internet access are sharing it with multiple members of their family, causing networks to be slow with limited productivity. And as a teacher, I know that that's very difficult to be able to deliver essential education and individualized services to some of our most vulnerable students. In this moment of history, inequities are being exacerbated by this crisis, and so projects like the Community Wireless Project are a great start, but we need to continue planning expediently for more coordinated long-term efforts across the city rather than just here and there. And I also want to thank council members Esparza, Arenas, Carrasco, and Foley for the memo. Really appreciate it and hope to see these efforts continue to be prioritized. Thanks.
Thank you. I next have Miguel Flores. Mr. Flores, welcome. Miguel Flores?
Yeah, this is Miguel Flores.
Yes.
You hear me?
Welcome. Yes.
Yeah,
Welcome.
okay, this is Miguel. Yeah, thank you for this time to give it to me. So only the thing I want to ask you about, don't forget the community Latino. A lot of peoples we are, they don't have security numbers to get unemployment for this situation. So it's very hard for our community to pay the rents and all those things. So, but this budget, please don't forget us too, and really appreciate it. We live in from San Jose like 35 years already, and my kids are went to university. So it's very hard for us because we don't have to work. We don't have no job right now, and we cannot survive with the rents and all those bills. So please, we really appreciate it. You help us, and thank you for this time to put it on my attention.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. Our next speaker is someone who's identified as guest one. That's GUEST 1. I'm not sure if that person knows that that's how they're labeled on a Zoom call, but that's how they're labeled. So if you happen to be guest one, you're free to speak. I would encourage you to look at your Zoom screen to see if that's how you are labeled. Okay. We're going to keep going down the list, and we'll keep coming back to see if folks can, again, check the bottom of your screen to see how Zoom identifies you. Richard Shao, S-H-A-O, Richard Shao, welcome.
Yes, I am. Can you hear me, Mayor?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
This is Richard Shaw. I'm a self-employed. I'm living in San Jose for more than 15 or 20 years, 15 years. And I understand this is a very difficult time, and then a lot of places, a lot of expected need monies to help the community, help the person. I have a couple of questions regarding, okay, is the time for city to connect with those large companies who have a major expansion in the city of San Jose to do something to help the city to balance the budget or help even the community, so the community can more welcome for them to come to the city and even help the city to balance the budget. So let's say, for example, there's a large expansion project for Google, some expansion for Samsung, all those things. Does the city plan to do anything on this side and have those step forward to help the entire city, the community? Is any planning for that?
Thank you, Mr. Shao. This is just the time for us to hear from you. So we won't be responding directly, but you can be assured, yes, we're working on that. Okay, Daisy is next. Daisy, welcome.
Hi, my name is Daisy. I am a resident from San Jose, California. I am speaking on behalf of small business startups. Again, thank you for all that you guys have been doing, but also in this budget, if you guys can also make sure to include us, especially small business owners who don't qualify for these loans. I know a lot of businesses in San Jose who are in the Latino community, and we are struggling right now with, you know, not being able to qualify for these loans that are being given, and we have to pay rent because there's nothing that our insurance can help us with. And yeah, just to please keep us in mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, I have Richard Sanchez. Richard Sanchez, if you can hear us. Welcome. Okay, Mr. Sanchez, we may move on to the next one and come back to you in just a moment. There may be a problem with your device. We're not able to hear you right now. The next member of the public I'd like to speak is someone identified as Chung, either Mr. Chung, C-H-U-N-G.
Yes, I'm here. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Yes, okay, great, thank you. Thank you, Mayor, thank you, Council. Just want to make a comment about the budget. That when I look at the numbers that you have for income they expect from real estate transactions and property tax, it strikes me as a bit optimistic potentially. I'll give you a couple of data points. Boston Federal Reserve Bank President Eric Rosengren said last week that the coronavirus is likely going to cut home and office prices. And UBS in fourth quarter of last year identified San Francisco Bay Area as one of the US regions most at risk of a housing crash. And some other data that I've seen that is that foreclosure is already up in some of the other states, 28% in Texas, 63% in Nevada, 49% in Oregon, and so on. So I think you need to be a bit careful in your projections. Thank you.
Thank you for the suggestion. Our next speaker is someone on a phone line with the last four digits, 3400. Again, 3400. Welcome.
Hi, my name's Mark Rokovich. I'm a San Jose resident. Thank you for having me. I've sold apartment buildings in the area for 35 years. I own some buildings in downtown San Jose. And I think the idea of giving free rent and taking away our ability for due process of law.
Mark, I'm sorry, this is not the item. That's not what we're debating right now. That item will be coming up in a moment.
Well,
Say in a moment,
it's not
actually
clear
two
how your
items.
system is working, sir. It's not clear how you're comporting the way that people can call in.
Yeah, so let me make it clear again. This item we've been discussing is on the budget. That's all we're discussing is the budget. And if anyone would like to speak on the budget, you're certainly welcome to speak. The issue relating to rent and apartments is coming up later in the agenda at item, I believe, 8.3. All right. Would you like to say anything on the budget, sir? Okay. And now let me go back through the folks who we tried to reach before may have had problems with their devices. First, Janice Lee. Janice Lee, are you available? Okay. If you're trying to talk, your device may be muted. Herman Vasquez. Mr. Vasquez. Oh, Mr. Vasquez, we're hearing something, but not your voice, unfortunately. So again, we ask if you could check to see if your device may be muted. All right, and Richard Sanchez. Richard Sanchez. Okay, Mr. Beekman. Mr. Beekman, would you like to speak? Okay, I see that others are raising their hands, and I'm not going to take any new speakers because we've already announced and we've run through the list. I just want to confirm that everyone who wanted to speak on this specific item tried, is given that chance. Mr. Beekman, are you able to hear us? Okay. All right, we're going to move on, and my apologies to those who may be very frustrated right now trying to speak, either because of a challenge with the connection or with the device. Obviously, we've got work to do on our end as well to make sure we can more clearly communicate how everyone can participate. And so we would invite your feedback about whatever frustration you had and being able to offer public comment so that we can work out the bugs in the days and weeks ahead. And again, my apologies, and thank you everyone for your patience. All right, we're gonna move on then to the next item because I don't believe there's any, oh wait, forgive me, there's not, we have to go to the council now.
No, Mayor Liccardo, this is Tony. This is Tony, the city clerk. I have 2 to read into the record.
Okay, thank you, Tony.
Okay, the first one is public comment from Roma Dawson. She writes, please delay adoption of the city budget to allow for sufficient public input during this trying time. The second public comment is from Hillary Thorson. She writes, I understand that the city will be greatly impacted financially by COVID-19 in ways that are currently immeasurable. During these uncertain times, I would like to request that the city, at the very least, maintain the San Jose Public Library's budget. I would also argue that an increase is justified to provide library services 7 days a week at more branches, as well as making the fine-free program permanent for all library materials. The library is an integral part of the community in San Jose, and library services are essential during this time of crisis and will continue to be essential during the recovery. The current fine-free program for juvenile materials has allowed for unprecedented partnerships with school districts to provide students with library cards, especially helpful during this time of sheltering in place for keeping students connected to educational resources. Parents, educators, and childcare workers all relying on the library for distance learning tools, resources, and virtual programming. With possible 20% unemployment as a result of the pandemic, the library's resources like San Jose Public Library Works are also essential for helping people re-enter the workforce and acquire new skills while they are sheltering in place. Public libraries support the most vulnerable, and we need to make sure the library continues to be fully funded so it can provide the essential services for all San Jose residents during this greatest time of need. That's the last one.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Tony. We'll now go to the council. Councilmember Arenas?
Thank you so much, Mayor. I also want to start out by saying that today the YWCA has sexual assault awareness. And I apologize, I didn't mention this at the beginning of our meeting, and I hope that you can, one point, wear teal, take a picture, and use the hashtag, hashtag Believe Survivors to share the crisis. And hotline and resource, safe chat resources that are over the phone. So, which kind of leads me to my segue in terms of what we're prioritizing, how we're prioritizing items, and some of the social issues that we know that are coming our way, like that increase of sexual assaults. The city of LA has already seen those. And domestic violence. We know we're going to have more child abuse cases simply because we're confined to a very small area of living. And these times where you don't have enough money to put food on the table or continue to pay car payments are going to just create an enormous stress on our families. And, you know, that really worries me. And so that I want to make sure that we have, well, first of all, I want to thank you for your memo, and I appreciate that you've included an equity screen as part of the decision making that we're looking at. One of the things so I'm asking for in my memo is to have an equity screen and for the staff to come back with an informational memo, and then also format the council and committee memos from here on to have an equity screen question as part of that. I know that part of the message from the city manager's office was that a lot of one-time programs were going to be reduced. And my concern there is that there have been those one-time programs, like the ones I'm thinking about in my respective district, are things that we wanted to right that were wronged during the last recession, and that's the shutdown on some of the community centers. So I reopened a community center that's Welch Community Park, and it's in the 95122. We all know what that zip code entails. It has multiple risk factors, and that's the zip code that I think Councilmember Esparza and Carrasco and I share in common. And so a lot of the one-time funding that we have, especially programs and services like the Welch Community Center, like my teen center at Eastridge, all of these items are really supporting our families in ways that they weren't supported in the past. And I'm afraid that that strategy of targeting one-time funding is kind of a prime area for cuts that affect the same communities that we're so concerned about. And so I wanted us to reconsider that and overall really ask the question about what strategies are we using to reduce our budget that align with an equity screen. It might be one-time programs and services are just that. It might be looking at strategies that have more effective or efficient services. It might be, and as you, I think, suggested in your memorandum, Mayor, you took a look at looking at the kind of like a bottom-up approach for employees to tell us how they think things should be, any efficiency ideas or effective ideas or reduction ideas. I think that all comes, that's all in line with what I'm saying. And that's really let's determine which of those strategies are the most effective and also are aligned with an equity screen. And so I don't know that we've done that, and maybe Dave, if you can correct me, maybe we have taken some of the strategies that we're implementing in our budget from the playbook of equity and some of what Seattle is already doing with their city. And so I guess that's my first question for Dave.
I certainly appreciate the comments and the place from which they're coming. A couple of things, and I think how you characterize it is fair. We're not going to come at this from a place that one-time funding is and the services that it provides are necessarily less important than certain things that are in the base. What we'll need to do is come forward with a proposed budget that obviously addresses the revenue shortfall, but also places first and foremost the needs of the community. And so, equity will be very much part of that analysis that we bring forward. So I hope that kind of helps answer your question. Certainly on the one-time funds, we're not going to necessarily just jump to one time and assume that that's going to be the right place to start. I do want to just mention though that when we're talking about addressing the shortfall that Jim went over, that's going to go deep into the organization. So even if we were to look at the one-times as a solution, they won't go deep enough. So we're going to have, as I said, an approach that is strategic, that is equitable, and that does take into effect, what are our core services to the community and how do we provide those?
I appreciate that, Dave. I know that, I wasn't part of the last recession in terms of city government. I was had already left the city, but I did hear a lot of my friends who I stayed connected with, that they were let go some years later when the recession hit. And so I know that there's very difficult times ahead, very difficult decisions to make for all of us, including yourself as our city manager. And so I know that none of this is going to be easy. But I know that there's a lot of different public administration strategies that cope with fiscal stress. And, you know, we have to, I know that you're already building into your recommendations, whatever, if it's cost effective or if there's a cost benefit analysis there, or if we're just cutting across the board, which it sounds like that's not what you're saying, right? Or inviting innovation, which is part of what the mayor is proposing with pulling in our employees as our resources. So my question, I mean, you know, I just want to make sure that the strategies that we're using are also strategies that are going to, of course, are going to put us in a better place to weather the storm, but at the same time that are in line with some equity screening that we haven't had an opportunity to implement just yet. I mean, you know, we were barely in the beginning discussion of equity, and so we've not, I don't know that we've gotten to that part where we were going to talk about how equity was going to get built into the budget. Now we're making decisions about how we're going to reduce the budget. And so I just want to make sure that, you know, that in this cutback management approach that we're going to just have to do, because that, you know, we just don't have the revenue, as we've heard from Jim, that we just make sure that what we're doing and the strategies that we're choosing align with equity. And as you've heard some of the speakers, not only in, but probably you're not going to hear just in this item, but the rest of the items remaining, they're all telling us it's difficult to pay the rent. Some folks are not going to meet qualifications for some of the resources that are out there, and it's going to be left to us. And we're going to have to either prevent some of the dire needs of these families by making sure that there's programs still there to support them, or we're going to have to clean up what we are not able to do at this point. So I want to move my memo that includes moving the mayor's memo.
Second.
Thank you.
I heard that, I couldn't hear the second, forgive me, who is that?
This is Maya Esparza, second.
Great, thank you, Councilmember Esparza. And Councilmember Reyes, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, no. Basically, it's that I just want to move the memo, and I hope that the city manager doesn't take it as being critical of what you've already released, because it's not. I just want to make sure that we're still aligning all of these strategies to cut back on resources or budget, that they align to the equity framework. And so that's really my main point here, as we've heard how difficult our community is already feeling this crisis, and not only just health-wise, but economically. So I can't imagine where we're going to be in a month or two.
Yeah, if I could, I just want to, so yes, very much appreciate that, Council Member. And I do want to just share with everyone, you know, kind of how this will work, because I do think, you know, our values and you know, meeting the needs of the community are really the utmost importance. We're going to need to, though, take somewhat of a systematic approach to this. And so what we'll end up doing is identifying targets, dollar targets for the departments to generate reduction strategies. I will tell you, it's somewhat formulaic in that it's, you know, it doesn't necessarily kind of capture that everything that we just talked about. That will generate proposals from the departments on where we can make certain reductions, and absolutely the departments will be factoring in, you know, equity and community service, and also engagement with the employees as they generate those proposals. We, as the administration, will be looking at those proposals and doing our analysis on them, once again factoring in those things that we just talked about as Jim and the team prepare the proposed budget. That and ultimately comes to council, to once again, where the mayor and the council have the opportunity to evaluate and put those values into what is ultimately the approved budget, you know, later on in June. So I just want to reassure everyone that there are these opportunities, and you know, although at times it seems a little systematic, ultimately I do think we get to a place where we are doing the best we can to preserve important services to the community that's depending on those services.
I appreciate that. The point I was bringing is part of what your response and your approach was to balancing the budget for next year for 2021, in which you say that there's a couple of ways that you'll do that: either paying down the debt, revenue capture agreement, implement ongoing service level reductions, implement cost containment plans to achieve ongoing savings, and then eliminating most 2019-2020 one-time funded items. And so since it's part of your approach, I just wanted to make sure that any of these strategies or all of the strategies that you're asking your department heads to then make decisions on, that those are aligned with an equity screen, so that when they come back with those recommendations, that we know that they're not just looking at one-time funded items without considering everything else that we've just discussed.
Councilmember Hernandez, I very much appreciate the memo. I know the first two items clearly focus on equity screen and how it's applied to the budget. The third item relates to format of all council committee memos. And I know it says bring back to council proposed changes. I assume you don't mean that needs to come back immediately, because an awful lot of the folks who would be involved in all that are currently in the EOC and elsewhere. Is that fair to assume?
That's fair. I think the intention here is to include an equity lens, and like I said, in our cutback strategies. So whether it happens on a memo or not, I think, you know, we can play that, and we can see how that plays out in time. I don't want to certainly don't want to pull staff to do this instead of the real work of hands-on. So and what they're doing now. So yeah, sure, we can with time have that just come back to council. Although the recommendations that are going to be made by directors, I would like for those to have an equity screen. And so you know, I'm leaving it up to the city manager to decide what of those strategies fall in line with an equity screen.
Thank you. Councilmember Jimenez?
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciated your memo as well as Councilmember Rodriguez's memo. Your memo specifically calling out the employees to really come forward with some ideas. I think that was great. I'm not sure to what extent that was done last time. It seems like there was more we could have done last time around when we had a budgetary situation. So I appreciated that. I just have a few questions. I had more than a few, but I'm gonna reserve those to off the record. But one of the first questions I had is
Can I make a quick suggestion? Sir, I have a feeling that your feed is not coming through clearly, and it may be because you've got some capacity issues on the data. If you could turn off the video, that may help us all hear you a little more clearly.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Yeah, I apologize for that. The first question is regarding the revenue capture agreement. It seems like given the budgetary situation, we're now acknowledging that we're going to continue to receive that and continue and consider it now ongoing. I vaguely remember when we discussed this some time back that we weren't sure if there were going to be a legal challenge.
Sorry.
Someone's going to the restroom. But Rick, I'm not sure if you recall or maybe you, Dave, if there was some discussion about potential legal challenges, whether it be from League of California Cities or other entities. Do we expect that? Or are we just truly now considering that ongoing and recognizing that as a potential revenue source?
I'll let Rick kind of weigh in. You know, what we believe is that we've gotten far enough along and haven't seen that challenge, and we're now, obviously, because of the situation we're in, we are recommending that we recognize that revenue and factor it into our balancing strategy.
Yeah, and council member, let me echo that. We had raised that concern initially, sort of a wait and see approach to make sure it was sort of safe to count the money. And we're comfortable that it's been sufficiently long enough and there hasn't been any issues raised by the league or any other city at this point. And certainly there haven't been any lawsuit filings.
Okay, thank you for that. I guess that's good in one sense that we're recognizing, but that also does worry me, just given the fact that we put that issue out there at some point and wonder if we begin to recognize it as ongoing. And that's going into the calculation to pump out these numbers. And then what if there happens to be some sort of challenge? And so anyway, just to put that out there, I think it's, I'm not sure how we balance that, but I think right now the situation seems to call for us to bring in any sort of revenue we may have, right?
That's right, council member. I think, you know, if we don't recognize that revenue, the cuts that we're going to have to make will go just that much deeper. And so we're trying to not do that.
Okay, thank you, thank you. You know, the other thing I wanted to say, Dave, is that I think I saw an email that you sent to essentially the employees of the city recently. I think it was sort of telling them some of what you mentioned in this estimated budget impacts of COVID-19 and also encouraging them to tune into this meeting. And so I wanted to just express to you that I very much appreciated that. I think it's, and I suspect there's probably some employees on the line listening. And I think we would all agree that the last thing we want to do is start cutting positions. And so I'll let that premise my next question. Just with this is that what I'm curious about and what I suspect is you're going to give some target numbers to all the departments, I suspect. And so what I imagine, just thinking this through, is that some departments naturally carry some vacancies with them, some open positions that they haven't filled, that they're using some of that money to backfill other things with, I suppose. And so should we expect that those vacant positions are going to be the first ones eliminated, assuming it comes to that? Is that? I mean,
Yeah, well, I think vacancy reduction it will be a big part of the strategy, and Jim can probably fill in some details. I just will say that vacancies aren't always where we want them to be, and that's just channeling Jennifer McGuire there. And remember, you know, we've got a massive general fund issue, and then we have some special fund issues. And so we're going to have strategies within each one of those fund sources. You are right. We will be giving departments targets in the general fund. And I'm sure many of you can appreciate this. You know, some departments are almost entirely funded by the general fund, and some departments have almost no general fund. And so it won't be kind of an equal type of impact across all of our departments. And so there's certainly a strategy that we'll need to use to get to the reduction targets that we need. Jim, is there any additional information you want to provide there?
Not really, no. I mean, that is one of the little bit of silver linings of having a currently high vacancy rate is that'll be a tool that we can use and departments can use as one of our strategies.
And if I also may chime in here, Jennifer McGuire, former budget director and took us through some of the worst times. Your point's very well taken, council member. We do look at vacancies, and again, as Dave says, they're not always where they need to be, and it could have just become vacant, and it'd be a very critical position for one reason or another to our service delivery system. But we also are very mindful, along with making sure we're addressing city council priorities and doing the equity work that's been discussed, and making sure we're looking at the high performing programs and the low performing programs. There's a multitude of things that we're looking at. One of the big things is organizational disruption and bumping people and layoffs. And I think we did a pretty darn good job, if I do say myself, over the 10-year period where we had the decade of deficits of really trying to minimize layoffs, because we are powered by people, as our city manager always reminds us. And so that will be yet another component of what we're looking at as we try to resolve this this large shortfall.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. I agree with the city manager in that the staff of this wonderful city really are the backbone and what makes things work. And so I do hope that as we move forward in this, that we use a scalpel as we're sort of peeling off what positions are necessary or not necessary. Because the employees are really what drive everything good about the city. And so thank you for that. Just one last question, Dave. Again, I have others, but I'll reach out to you offline. But so on page 9 of your report, it talks about the city council budget study sessions whose formats will need to change. And I'm curious if you can just touch on how the study sessions are going to change and how you envision them changing, or Jim.
Yeah, I'll let Jim kind of weigh in a little more. You know, as you remember, we typically have a series of budget study sessions for both the general fund operating and for the capital, and we have them set up typically by CSA. You know, I think we're going to need to condense that. I don't think we have it all figured out. We'll be working with you all on that. You know, I think Jim anticipates that the budget that we put out will be a condensed version of the normal budget. And so I think those study sessions will not necessarily be condensed in such a way that they're not meaningful. I think we'll still want to have that meaningful discussion with you all, and so that the public can participate in that process as well, because it's, as many of us know that have been around, you know, the community process is super important, especially when we're talking about reducing services to the community. So we'll need to work with you all on what that looks like.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. These are certainly sober numbers, but I look forward to learning more about how we're going to sort of approach this. But thank you so much for all the work. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilmember Camus?
Thank you, Mayor. I also I concur with your memo as well. I think I brought up some of these ideas long ago when we wanted to have the employee program come back. This is the greatest way to find where the money is to ask our employees, how can we be more efficient? And I'm glad we're going down that direction. So I do want to ask a couple of questions in regards to, have we paid off the golf courses already, or have we? I wasn't clear exactly how that discussion was had.
No, we did a large pay down in 1920 to reduce the amount of debt that would be outstanding. But there is still a portion that we would be able to pay off in 2021 if we move forward with the budget strategy as outlined. That would then free all obligations. So I think Rancho, I think, was the golf course that we had paid off. And I think the Los Lagos still has the debt attached to it.
And will that free us up to maybe bring down the cost of running the operation? Is that what your thinking is?
Well, it would for sure, it would lower the amount of debt service currently paid by the municipal golf course fund, which is subsidized by the general fund. So it's going to reduce that general fund transfer. But not only will it reduce those debt service costs, it will free up the ability, the type of management agreement we can have with the operator to have more incentives in it, or that are otherwise currently restricted because of the tax exempt nature of the bonds that are the debt that was currently used for that golf course.
Okay, great. And Mayor, in your memo, you had mentioned taking a look at adjustments in mayor and council member budgets. I think it's, are we going to take into consideration, you know, like, for example, some council members, and I know the mayor didn't take an increase commensurate with the last recommendation, so we actually lost that out of our budget. Is that going to be taken into consideration, Mayor, in your thinking?
Good question. I haven't thought that far. I think that the application of reductions is just applied on a gross level across all the council offices and the departments. So happy to take that offline, but my assumption is we'd all just get the same target to shoot for.
Okay, well, you know, you had brought this up before. We've actually talked about this when looking at council budgets. If, you know, if we look at the rollovers, we could set a, you know, maximum, let's say $100,000 rollover. And I think if we did that today, we'd actually roll over more than $2 million into next year's budget if we allowed council offices not to roll over more than 100,000, or, you know, we could pick a number that is comfortable with all the council members. And if that, you know, if you know, I don't know if we're willing to look at that, or if you want to make that part of the motion, but it's something that we talked about several times. And I don't know if this is the time to actually go forward with that action.
Well, I think that's a worthwhile conversation to have. I can't say I'd give it any specific thought because I think we're still pretty early in this process. But again, I'm happy to have the conversation in the weeks ahead, and you know, let's figure out where you and your colleagues are comfortable, where we draw that line.
Yeah, and yeah, again, I've you know, the thing that I brought up earlier, my budget's already been reduced by the salary reduction that I chose not to take, and so you know, in any case, my budget
You mean
already
the salary increase that you chose not to take?
No, my budget decreased by $25,000 because I did not take the $25,000 increase.
Right. I think we're saying the same thing. I just want to make sure you said salary reduction, and I know you were not declining.
Right. Sorry, not salary
Yeah.
reduction. The salary increase that I chose not to take. Right. Yeah. Anyway, those are ideas, and I don't know. So I don't think that we're actually passing anything right now, but I want that to be part of the conversation. And I don't know if that needs to be in the motion or not, but I'd like to consider rollovers as part of what we're looking at to close our budget deficits.
Why don't we ask the budget office to come back with some suggestions for us, some alternatives for us to consider based on whatever numbers they see, and then we can choose some options. That makes sense?
And like I said, I don't know whether that needs to be in the motion. If it is, I'm willing to ask the maker of the motion if she would accept that.
Councilmember Johnny, I think that the mayor already provided that direction, so I don't think it needs to be part of the motion.
The other thing I could, sorry,
Jim, go ahead.
Yeah, the other thing I could offer too is that, you know, as part of, I think the direction that's currently in your memo, Mayor, kind of has us treating the appointees and mayor and council similar to other departments, and there will be a limit of amount of rebudgets that would be available also as part of our normal budget process. And so we can try to provide some guidelines there.
Okay, so you'll consider some options along the lines of what Councilmember Camus just suggested and bring those back to us.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Thank you very much. And Mayor, I know that I've always said this. I've never actually been in office while we had budget deficits, and this is my first time, and I'm kind of scared. I don't want to lose our hardworking employees either. Thank you all for what you do and for serving our community.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Perales? And Councilmember, before you speak, let me just note where we're at right now. We're at 5:47. Typically, we would have taken a dinner break by now. Why don't I ask, I think we've got three more colleagues to speak, and then we'll vote, and then we're going to take a dinner break to give everyone a chance to get some food and get back online. So just so everyone's aware of sort of what the schedule is ahead. Sorry, Councilmember.
Thanks, Mayor. My wife was actually asking if we were going to take a dinner break at some point, so I appreciate the update. I told her I didn't know, depending on the fact that we're doing virtual, but I appreciate that. So in regards to the slides, I want to see if we can go back to slide, I believe it's 3 from Jim's presentation. I don't know if there's a way to share that. If it's too difficult, don't worry about it. But
no, I think we can manage that.
Okay.
So this is slides. You switch my settings, and it was slide what now?
3.
3. Come on now. Well, you think it would be easy. You think I'd be savvier than that. Let's just stay with
I will
this. How about
start
that?
talking about it as you're finding it. So,
Yeah.
So it's oh, sorry, I'm looking at it myself on another page. Yes, that's the one. So two items here. One, 2019-2020, $45 million there. Is that including the potential revenues that we will now account for eBay, or that's not including it? And so the potential, 7 to 20 million or so, I think is what you were saying, would reduce that dollar amount.
The 45 million does not include any of the eBay money, and so the 15 to 25 million dollars would help make that lower.
Okay, and you said there's already 7 collected, correct?
Seven collected.
Okay, and the assumption could then potentially cut that not exactly in half, but close. Could be a good dent there, and I appreciate it, and I'm obviously really excited that it looks like that money is something we can count on. I would echo a little bit of Councilmember Jimenez's concerns that I guess we were going to be hesitant in totally counting that in, and I do recognize though the urgency, and it looks like at least the signs are pointed in the right direction. So then for 2020 and 2021, do we have an idea on what those revenues may be for eBay? And then would that already be included in that assumption of the drop in the 65 million, or would that help us to reduce that 65 million drop?
It would help us to reduce that 65 million as well. So we're not quite sure what the ongoing amount for eBay would be, but whatever amount will be added will definitely help solve that shortfall.
Okay, and I think, right, one positive, as you did in your stated in your presentation, was online sales certainly are boosting. My guess would be eBay is a benefactor of that. I know I was looking online for some stuff for eBay, as well as as other sites were getting backed up, and so my hope is that we see at least the revenues that we were expecting to see, and then that could put a big dent into that deficit, which, as you pointed out, would be maybe one of the only bright sides of these future budgets. Now, looking at the same slide, you said the Great Recession, we dropped 2.9%, and the dot-com bust 2.6%, and then your estimated drop here is 8.6%. So that 2.9 in the Great Recession, that was from the prior year, correct?
Correct, yes.
And so this is significantly more of a drop from one year over the next, correct?
This is significantly more of a drop. It is because the great unknown and the potential, how economic activity is happening day to day and could happen day to day in the early part of this fiscal year is probably going to look very different from the economic day-to-day activity even in the Great Recession. That's our working theory.
And I recognize that's a rough estimate that you have at the moment. But again, as you said, it could get a little better, it could get a lot worse. But I just, on having been a city employee on the receiving end of some of the cuts, a pink slip notice, it certainly lived through that last recession in a different perspective, and now have the opportunity as a council member. So I echo some of the comments that are already made in regards to just thanking our city employees, right, for all of their efforts as we're going through this crisis, but more importantly, the fact that we want to continue to appreciate them as we're going to be making some of these tough decisions and bringing them into those decisions. I know that was one of the biggest factors that frustrated me and a lot of my colleagues at the time, was some of the unnecessary divide that existed. And so I think certainly we want to set a different tone in this regard, because if indeed this significant drop is going to be, or this drop is going to be that significant and much more significant than we saw last time, what we went through were significant across the board pay cuts. Certainly, again, as I said, not only pink slips notices, but also layoffs, cutbacks. And so is it safe to say that's the same sort of strategy that we're going to be looking at in regards to what you presented here?
Well, both me and Dave touched on, the level that we're looking at here, we're going to have to go deep into the organization to try to identify the types of savings, and that will result in some service cuts. The intent will be to minimize layoffs, but we will need to look at some likely position reductions. We also want to make sure that we're being thoughtful about how much we can really get at the apple this time around because of how pressed our timing is. So we are going to look at having the two different tiers, so a tier 1 and a tier 2 look to see if that might be able to help. We also, by default need to be balancing some of this ongoing shortfall with ongoing cuts and some with one-time savings too. So it'll be a combination of ongoing and one time to get us across the goal line here.
Thank you. And just based on the last comment you made, I know it was in the slide as well on the different tiers. Right away, my mind goes to the tiered of our pension plan. So tier 1, tier 2. I know that that's not what we talk about when we're talking about the different tiers of potential cuts. So maybe we look at rewording that so that our city employees also don't read it the way that I did and call it phase 1 and phase 2 or something like that. So just a note as we move into some of that. So, and otherwise, thank you.
Fair point. Thank you.
Good suggestion. All right. Councilmember Yep.
Yes. All right. Thank you. Wow. So I've heard stories about from other council members. I remember having discussions with Councilmember Rocha about how unpleasant going through the previous session was, and I see this these numbers 8.6 projected drop relative to a 2.9 drop in the Great Recession or 2.6 drop for the .com bust. And it's sobering. And to think that we in San Jose are going through this multiplied by every city in the Bay Area, every city in California, and all cities in the 50 states and even around the world, we're in for quite a ride. So I think to me this drives home the importance of the symbiotic relationship we have between consumers and small businesses. I think often people come on any given issue before this council and pit certain interests against one another. But I do think that you need the small businesses and the big businesses to keep people employed, and you need people employed so they have discretionary spending to keep spending and keep the economy humming. All of the revenue, or most of the revenue that we're saying that we're going to be declining in, is because people are not going to spend anymore. And even in a Great Recession, people are going to still need to feel good and go to the movies and splurge on something. But here we're telling people to not even go outside. And right now we can't even let people get a haircut. So this is a completely uncharted territory for any government official. And even the lessons we learned in the last recession, whatever they may be, may not even be applicable to this one. With that, I guess my question is for Jim. Can you just, I think it bears explaining or repeating one more time for the people on this Zoom video, especially the public, how cities budget. At the federal government, they can deficit spend. States and cities, we cannot. And can you explain how that works? When I was first a council member, I looked at the budget books you guys brought. There's that number that, we have projected deficit. That's a shortfall that we have to prepare for in this current fiscal cycle to have that shortfall happen and have money to actually spend it. So we never actually go through a budget where we're actually short because we can only spend what we project to have. So can you walk us through that?
Correct. Yes, I'd be happy to. Yeah. So we have to have all municipalities in California, and California itself has to have a balanced budget, which means we've got to make sure that the amount we're going to spend is matched by the sources or the revenues that we have. In San Jose, we're also very particular to make sure that when we're thinking about our ongoing revenues, we make sure those are not less than our ongoing costs. We're always trying to match our ongoing revenues to our ongoing expenses, because if we don't do that, if we just try to assume there's a lot of one-time money out there to fund ongoing services, we'll have a structural imbalance to our budget. So it's been very important to us, even through the worst of times, to really maintain a focus on balancing and aligning the one-time revenue, the ongoing revenues with the ongoing expenses, which is what we're going to do here. Now, when we have shortfalls that are large and also creep up on us so quickly, it may be too difficult for us to pivot as an organization to match all of the ongoing revenue reductions with ongoing reductions in costs, but we're going to do our responsible best to get there. The other thing that's, a couple of things to keep in mind is that there are, the city's budget is about $4.7 billion. The general fund is $1.3 billion of that. So the city's budget is larger than just the general fund, but as many folks probably know, most of the other funding sources are restricted by law for specific things. Either they're paid by rates or they are specific fees. And so even though our budget is quite big, the general fund is one of the few sources that can be varied in its use to pay for the things that most folks think of as city services for parks, libraries, police, fire. And so those are some of the things. The other thing to think about is, the cities are probably poorly positioned to be counter-cyclical, which is the role that we need the federal government to play, is that when we have we have to tighten our belts, we need the federal government to not have a tightened belt and to spend. For this emergency in particular, we should be looking at having some stopgaps for our revenue shortfall directly to municipalities. More broadly, we'll need that stimulus whenever we come out of the immediate emergency of COVID. We're going to be in a recession most likely, and that's going to take federal government to help plug the hole of the shortfall in demand that will inevitably result.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's important for us to the public to hear and understand the kind of decisions that we have to make. Whenever we get out of this, however long the shelter at home stuff happens, people are going to be in debt. They're not going to want to spend as much. It's going to take a while to ramp up the economy again, to even, many years to get back to where we were a few months ago, forget, moving to even, more prosperous times. So thank you, Jim. That was my only question. Thanks for explaining it.
Thank you. Councilmember Carrasco?
Thank you. Well, that was a difficult presentation to to process, but I don't think it was completely surprising. I'm going to make it quick only because I know that everybody's interested in going and having dinner more than in my comments. A couple of things, in Sylvia, Councilmember Arenas touched on some of the families that we've been serving and some of the families that I fear are really going to be impacted by the cuts that are inevitable if all of this comes to fruition. And when I came on council, and Mayor, when you became our mayor, we were coming out of that recession, and so it was all good times. And so we got to see some great opportunities to restore programs and really become very creative and really enjoy those opportunities. I didn't get to make the decisions, the very painful decisions that all of you made before I came on board. But when we were restoring them, I saw what the consequences had been. And those are the biggest fears that I have now, because it's not just what the consequences are as a result of cuts. It's what the consequences are of a pandemic complicated by suddenly a lack of resources on communities that are already very vulnerable. And so I don't think that I need to necessarily go into greater depth than that, because I think we have a really great staff and a council that already understands that, because we've been already talking about that. But I just wanted to reiterate some of the things that Councilmember Arenas had said. And I think that poverty and vulnerability exist throughout the whole city. I think some of us have greater pockets and density, but they're throughout an entire city. And when you have a city like San Jose, where it's over 1 million, you can't escape it. And I think especially now as we're dealing with the pandemic, we're suddenly thrown into a situation where we realize how interconnected we are and how suddenly the face of vulnerability looks very different. And so we thought it looked one way, and suddenly it's much more expanded than we ever thought. And so it's suddenly the 60-year-old Caucasian man. It's not just the 9-year-old Hispanic little girl whose parents are undocumented. It's suddenly the diabetic 14-year-old Caucasian, very wealthy little girl who lives in Almaden Valley. It's not just the children who live on the east side. We're suddenly very connected because of this pandemic. And so what I'm going to ask is that as we're looking at how we're going to reassess our priorities, is that we do consider one thing, is that last time when the cuts were made, it was just kind of a blanket cut. And I like what Councilmember Jimenez said, that we become very strategic. And I think you said we use a scalpel, I think you said, Sergio. Because I don't think that we can just cut across equally. Some communities don't have the same resources. They don't have access equally like others do. And so if we truly are going to have limited resources, we need to see how we leverage those limited resources with our partners. We need to become a lot more creative and think outside of the box in ways that we've never. But I don't have a lack of faith. I have a lot more faith now, believe it or not, with this pandemic. I've seen humanity rise in a way that I hadn't seen it before. People who are risking their lives for their neighbors by going out and shopping for seniors or for people who are sick instead of staying home and caring for themselves. I've seen generosity of the human spirit, which to me says that I think that we're willing to really reach out in ways that we didn't think that we'd be willing to do it until we were put to the test. So I think that as we look at this, we need to think of where are our resources best spent, how we leverage it so that we can maximize it and reach those who have not been reached. For example, distant learning. I have 3 children, and all 3 are in ideal situations where they've been able to be connected from day one. Day one, they've been able to get connected. One was just about to transfer schools. Had she transferred, she'd be completely disconnected. And so that means that we have an entire side of town that still is not or had not been learning. And so we need to really work systems to make sure that our kids are not falling behind. And so those are just some of the ideas that I'm thinking out loud. But the other is, and I'll just leave it with I'll leave it with this thought. The county and the state issued a directive. And the directive was for us to shelter at home, to shelter in place. And it was the right thing to do because it was meant to save lives. But in doing so, we in essence shut down businesses. We fired people from their jobs. We cut people's hours. We left people without incomes. And there's data that shows that those who are at the higher income levels have been able to shelter in place. And we know why. Because like most of us here, we can do our job from a little screen. The whole world comes through this screen and we can stay home. And we're very lucky because we have direct deposit. We don't get impacted. How blessed are we? I'm almost embarrassed to say it. But our fast food workers or those who are allowing us to shelter in place, Door Dashers, Amazon folks who deliver right to our doors, who allow us to stay in place, who are risking their lives, have to leave their home and have to deliver for us. So I just want to keep that in mind because I'm sure that at the end of the day, when all is said and done, I don't know if this is a cautionary tale or if this is a prediction. I'm almost positive that when we tally it all up, those who have lost their lives will most likely be people of color. Low wage earners who had to keep working and who kept door dashing and dropping things off at our door so that I could stay home and shelter in place. So I believe that we have a responsibility as a city to provide services to those families who have been able to put their lives at risk, kept the grocery stores open, kept the drive-through at Jack in the Box open, and our essential workers who have been awesome and have allowed San Jose to be at the forefront of the country. We've been leading the country in most of our decisions. So I'll leave it at that so that everyone can enjoy their dinner.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Esparza?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll keep it brief, especially with so many eloquent comments that we just heard. I wanted to thank you, Mayor, for your leadership and the memo on this item that incorporates feedback from the city's employees, the people who know this work and know the impacts of what we do and the impacts of what we don't do if when those cuts are made. And so with that spirit, that we include the GARE cohorts to provide their feedback and the lessons that we have learned in the past, what is it, 2 or 3 years that the GARE cohorts have been working on equity. And so, Dave, that we include that in the equity screening, that we get their feedback moving forward on the equity impacts of the decisions that we make in the coming months. We are fortunately ahead of the curve compared to other cities because we do have GARE cohorts and we have done some work on this. And so I think we are primed to incorporate their feedback moving forward. That's all.
Thank you. I just had, I'll cut out all my questions except for one, Jim. I just wanted to get at the property tax projections. Sorry to get into the nitty gritty here, but since this is the largest source of revenue, I think it's just important for us for me to really understand clearly what you're seeing. I see an estimated revenue shortfall for the remainder of this fiscal year of nothing, so that there's actually an increase from property tax last year. That seems really good news to me based on everything we know. And what I'm particularly concerned about is, I know I just paid my property tax, but an awful lot of folks are not earning paychecks like I am and cannot pay that property tax. And given what we expect in terms of non-payment, do we really believe that shortfall is going to be zero? Or have we factored that in already to that projection?
We haven't factored that in. I think there's a couple elements there. That is, the city participates in the teeter program, which will help with some of that. I think also, so I guess, Mayor, to answer the question, that's certainly a risk that hasn't yet been factored in. But we do know that a lot of folks who are paying taxes are paying it through their mortgage, so that will help offset that to some degree. We don't know enough quite yet to estimate what that impact would be. So that could adjust things for sure.
Okay.
I think the important thing is that that still stays within this fiscal year. So there was some talk earlier in the media about extending that deadline quite a bit. So that, as you know, is one of the major revenue sources that we have. And so it's essential for municipalities to receive that property tax payment.
I agree. I understand we need to keep the wheels on and enable fire trucks to get where they need to get to and everything else. That also on the property tax, of course, we would expect, as with the last recession, that there will be Prop 8 adjustments and that the assessor will be taking a close look at assessments in the year ahead. Is that factored into the forecast as well?
So for 2021, that won't be the issue. The impact from property tax is going to come the following year. In 2022, that's going to be based on the calendar year 2020. And so we expect, when we put together that forecast for next year, that property tax payments will be down from what was in the past forecast. And so that's where we're going to see that hit too. And likely what we haven't talked about yet also in 21-22 would probably be any impacts related to retirement contributions. That would probably rear its head then.
Okay.
As well.
And
Thanks,
Mayor Jennifer McGuire again. I just want to make sure the council knows what the teeter plan is. It was an agreement with many cities in our county, with the county of Santa Clara years ago, where we get all of our taxes, the gross amount of our taxes up front, but for people that do pay late, we forgo any penalties and interest on that. So we basically get the full value of the property taxes, and in exchange, the county gets any penalty and interest on that. That was a deal we made in the 90s. So I think to your point, right now we're not anticipating any going backwards on the teeter plan right now, but I think it's something that I know Jim and the team are constantly monitoring to make sure there is no reversal of that agreement. Because if that was the case, I think, and we don't know, we're monitoring how much property taxes are on mortgage statements and are impounded versus being paid like you just described. So that's something that I know the budget office is monitoring very regularly and have regular calls with the county just to monitor property tax altogether. And you're absolutely right. When the Prop 8 reductions come, if they do come, they can come hard and fast. And you might remember during your time as a council member, we got a Prop 8 adjustment like middle of April that took our entire budget down by 16 million like overnight. And so it's something that I know we've had that experience, and we will be vigilant about monitoring and making adjustments if need be.
Thanks, Jennifer. Well, thanks to both of you, because I know you guys have been through this before. It's good to have experienced folks at the helm. Thank you to my colleagues for their comments and members of the community. Obviously, this is just the beginning of what will be many difficult conversations, but I think we're on the right path in terms of our orientation. And I look forward to working with everyone to ensure that we can do this in a way that keeps everybody on board. Okay, let's vote. I think, Tony, that probably requires a roll.
Yes. Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Yes.
Dieppe,
Aye.
Carrasco, Carrasco. I'll move on and come back. Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jones,
Aye.
Mayor Licardo.
Aye.
Going back to Councilmember Carrasco.
Okay, I know she must have just stepped out. I know she just spoke, so.
Yeah.
On that note, I know that we are a bit over time here. I would like to recommend, given now the time is 6:20, that we return in 30 minutes at 6:50 to resume the rest of our meeting, with apologies to members of the community and public who have been waiting. We just want to give everyone a chance, particularly city staff that have been here glued to their screens, a chance to actually get dinner. So we'll take a recess at this time and resume at 6:50.
6:50.
Okay, so just so you know, the Zoom meeting will stay open. So please mute your video if you're on video and mute your audio. We do not want to kick any attendees out. So I'm going to keep it open and I'm going to share a screen showing the return time.
Okay, everyone, we'll resume the afternoon calendar, and we're now on to, believe it or not, the consent calendar. Tony, should I be taking roll here, or rather, should we be taking roll?
Well, I'm actually not sure. We probably should make sure we have a quorum.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I'm kind of looking at the screen. I just see two of you.
Okay.
But you talking will probably call some more people back to the computer.
Okay, figure out how we can have everyone. Why don't we run a quick roll call just to see who's here, make sure we have a quorum before we proceed. Would you mind starting, Tony?
Sure. Jimenez. Perales.
Here. Perales is here.
Yep. Carrasco.
Here.
We also need to register that Carrasco voted on the last vote with a yes. She just couldn't get her audio working.
Okay.
Back to roll call. Davis. Esparza. Arenas. Pam Foley.
Here.
Johnny Camus.
Here.
Vice Mayor Jones.
Here.
Mayor Licardo.
Present. I also saw Councilmember Jimenez weigh in as well.
Okay, so we have a quorum.
Welcome, yes. Okay, welcome, everyone. Welcome back. We're on the consent calendar. Councilmember Camus has indicated he'd like to recuse himself from items 2.7 and 2.16. Let me ask, are there any other items that any member of the council would like to pull? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands. So let me ask if there are members of the community who would like to speak specifically on the consent calendar. I see 4 hands that are up. Let me tell each of you who'd like to speak that we are only accepting public comment on items that are on the consent calendar. That does not include, for example, the rent item that's coming up shortly, as well as other items. Okay, so Mr. Sichow or Miss, oh no, okay. Marty Garduge, did you want to speak on the consent calendar specific? Hey,
You should be talking.
Marty Garduke, are you able to hear us now? Okay, I'm not hearing you, Marty, so we're going to come right back to you. I'm next going to go to Richard Sanchez. Did you want to speak on the consent calendar? Mr. Sanchez? All right, we are able to hear something. We're just not, it's not clear that we're able to hear you. Mr. Sanchez? Appreciate the tunes, Mr. Sanchez. However, we couldn't actually hear your voice. All right, and all right, again, Marty Garduque, would you like to speak? Okay. Either members of the public may be having challenges with their devices or transmission. Again, please send us information about whatever challenges you're having. If you want to speak on the consent calendar, I'm sorry for any difficulties you might be having or that we're having. We're going to try to get all this ironed out. But typically, okay, I'm not seeing any other hands. So let's proceed then with a vote on the consent calendar. And Councilmember Camus, did you want to state your recusal for the record?
Yes, I motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception of item 2.7 and 2.16. And then you guys can vote on that later.
Okay. Is there a second?
Sorry.
All right, I heard a second. Who was that seconding?
Sergio.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Yes.
Dieppe,
Aye.
Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Aye.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Mayor Licardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
And now a motion on 2.7 and 2.6.
So moved.
Second.
There was a motion from the Vice Mayor and I believe a second from Councilor Jimenez.
Yes. Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Yes.
Dieppe,
Aye.
Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus, Vice Mayor Jones, sorry,
Aye.
Mayor Licardo.
Aye. And for the
Forgot he
record,
was recused.
recused himself.
Yes.
Okay, great. Then we'll jump forward then to 10.1, which is land use consent calendar, which is only has one item relating to rezoning and site development permit for Metro Drive. I am looking now to see if any member of the public would like to speak on this item. And I'm not seeing that anyone, I take that back. There's one hand up. Again, we're only speaking on the issue relating to rezoning and site development permit of real property on Metro Drive. So if you would like to speak on this item only, you can speak. I see one person whose phone number ends in 3251. Again, 3251. Ma'am or sir, would you like to speak? Okay, to the person whose phone number ends in 3251, we're not able to hear you. Would you like to speak?
They're unmuted now.
Okay. Welcome. To the person with phone number 3251, we'd like to hear your public comment now, if you're available. Okay, we're not able to hear any human voice. There's only music in the background. Robert Aguirre, would you like to speak on this item?
I'd like to address the removal of 14 ordinance-sized trees. I understand that that might be necessary for building whatever they're planning on building on this property, but I think we've been doing a terrible job of removing trees and not replacing them. And I think that's one of the things that's necessary for us to provide good clean air, especially for our community. And by reducing the number of trees, we're actually putting ourselves at a detriment, because those trees are the things that help us remove the pollution that builds up in our city. And I truly believe that whenever a tree is removed for such purposes as this, that the developer plant twice as many trees, because it's going to take them a long time and not all the trees are going to survive. And I would suggest that that be adopted as a practice going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aguirre. Richard Sanchez, you also have your hand up. Would you like to speak on this item relating to the rezoning on Metro Drive? Okay, I'm not hearing anything. Mr. Sanchez, are you able to speak on this item now? Okay, Mr. Sanchez, I know, has put his hand up several times, and I believe each time we've been unable to get a comment. So I hope whatever device challenges there might be, we can work those out. All right, on item 10.1, was there a motion?
Not yet.
So moved. Second.
All right, motion, I believe from Councilmember Foley, second from Councilmember Jimenez. Let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Yes.
Yep,
Aye.
Crosco,
Yes.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Aye.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Jones,
Aye.
Mayor Licardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, that passes unanimously. Our next item is item 3.4, which is a paid sick leave ordinance. I just want to remind everyone, including members of the public, that this is an item that has been very substantially discussed already last week. What's coming to us now is the ordinance itself. I know that there are some potential modifications to be made, and so we certainly want to consider those, but we would just ask if everyone could refrain from making broad arguments for or against, because it's clear that the council's made that decision. Just let's focus on the specific changes that we'd like to make in the ordinance that's proposed. I know there are some options here. I'm sorry, there are not. The recommendation of the city attorney is very straightforward. Either Rick or anybody on Dave's team, did you want to be heard on this in terms of presentation?
Mayor, this is Rick. I have, if Glenn Schwarzbach or Suzanne Hutchins are on the line? Either of them? Well, they should be, but in any event, this is coming back from the special meeting.
I'm here, Rick.
Okay, Glenn.
Me too.
And Suzanne, yeah. And I want to, at the outset, I want to thank them for getting this done in a very timely manner and getting the ordinance back to council fairly quickly. This has come back since as a result of the special meeting last week. It comports with council's direction. What's before you is an urgency ordinance and a regular ordinance. So the urgency ordinance would take effect, the way it's drafted currently is it would take effect immediately. And the existing and the other ordinance would have to come back for a second reading. We do it this way, so we're covering both. You've got the urgency covered and then a regular ordinance, which has to go through the normal process. Glenn, Suzanne, if you have anything to add, I'll let you chime in.
This is Suzanne. I just wanted to add that the memo that we posted relating to the small business exemption under the federal law, at the time it was posted, it was a temporary rule, and it's now final. So that is now what the final rules are relating to the small business exemption under the Federal Emergency Paid Sick Leave Act.
And for Suzanne, for clarification, that exemption isn't really an exemption. It sounds like the way it was described last week.
Yeah, it's just an exemption for one of the reasons under the Emergency Paid Sick Leave Act, and that is where a small employer can be exempt from providing its employees leave for the reason for childcare and school closures.
Okay, but otherwise, small businesses are still required to comply with the federal act.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. Rick or Glenn or Suzanne, any other clarifications?
This is Glenn. I have nothing else to add to it.
Okay, great, thank you. I know several members of the council would like to speak. I'm just looking first at the public list. I have two individuals who'd like to speak specifically on this item, sick leave pay. First, a person with a phone number ending 3251. Again, 3251. Welcome. Hi, you're on the line. All right, we're only hearing music and we're not hearing a voice. So I'm going to go to our next, actually two speakers, and ask anyone who'd like to speak specifically on the sick leave pay issue to please put up your hand now. So I have two speakers left to identify. First, Jeffrey Buchanan.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. You know, we're largely in support of the draft ordinance. Just wanted to raise two quick issues. One, while we appreciate the changes to the definition of employee, the definition of employer referencing the business license tax still raises questions. There's a number of companies, DoorDash, TaskRabbit, Instacart, Grubhub, Bees, Lyft, that currently don't have a business license in San Jose. Interested in what the city attorney's thought on is whether they should have a business license and so should be covered, or perhaps if there's a gap there. Other issue, while the small business exemption is only for the one use, it could create some potential issues where employees of small business will have to go for some uses if there's a violation to the federal government, and for other uses if there's a violation to the city. Worth thinking about if it's worth the city just covering the entirety of those small businesses to reduce the confusion. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. And then Joe Cafaro. Welcome. Hi, Joe.
Thanks for the City Council for bringing this forward. Wanted to go ahead and say that we are pleased with this ordinance. Actually, all the hospitals already cover their employees this way. However, we're hoping that for hospitals themselves and healthcare facilities and other folks who are in healthcare, that you'd be willing to put a little bit of a caveat for us, that we'd be willing to not have it happen immediately. There's administrative situations that we have to work with our employees who are represented, and we hope that you'd give us some time to be able to put this into action. So we're hoping that there will be something written for the administrative process of making it come to reality. And I believe you all have received a letter from Kaiser, and those 3 points that they had in their letter are things we'd like you to make some type of modification on. Thank you.
Joe, if you could stay on for just a moment, because we have spoken directly with Kaiser. I want to make sure what we would suggest will specifically address the concerns from Kaiser, since they're such a critically important provider of medical services at a time like this. We were going to suggest a modification that would enable employers privately offering 80+ hours of COVID-related relief, that is for sick leave, within 2 weeks of enactment will be exempted. That is, if they are able to offer that within 2 weeks of enactment, they'll be exempted until that time, or essentially the application to those employers will be deferred. Would that essentially address the concerns?
That would.
Okay. All right. Then thank you. We'll take that back to the council and to our city attorney as well. Let's come back to the council. Rick, I think the issue, I think that Kaiser's encountering is that they're in negotiations now, and it's anticipated that sick leave benefit will be one that the parties mutually support. They just like to have it in place so they're not subjected to something that would saddle them with additional obligations that they obviously didn't negotiate for at the table.
And I think that's an easy fix. If you take a look at page 6 of the draft urgency ordinance, section 11B.
Yeah.
Where it reads, the ordinance does not apply to any employer that provides employees. And rather than on the effective date of this ordinance, within 2 weeks of the effective date of the ordinance, because the ordinance is an urgency ordinance, it takes effect today, once adopted, but within 2 weeks of the ordinance, have some kind of paid personal leave, at least equivalent to the paid sick time required by the ordinance, which is the 80 hours. So I think that gets you there with that simple fix. Glenn, you're the draftsman. Does that do it?
Yes, I think that does it.
Great, thanks, Glenn. Thanks, Rick. All right, so I just asked the maker of the motion if they could consider that modification, since Kaiser is obviously such a critically important provider of medical services at this time. Councilmember Esparza?
Thank you, Mayor. Before I get to that, the Kaiser issue is, first I'd like to thank the city staff for their quick work on drafting the ordinance. I knew we moved very quickly on this, and I'm so proud of the work that the city has done to protect lives. I do have a few questions on some technical details that I wanted to get some clarity on before we approve the final ordinance. And so one is some clarity around the small business aspect. So as you just mentioned earlier, the federal regulations create a small business carve out, and our ordinance would only cover small businesses in that particular case. How would that work as far as enforcement in terms of coordinating between OEA and federal enforcement?
Glenn, this is actually it's an OEA issue, and I don't know if anybody from Public Works is there. I would assume that we would enforce our ordinance to the extent that somebody has a defense or saying that the federal rules or that they're in compliance. I think there just needs to be that, I don't know if there's any direct coordination is what I'm saying. Glenn, I don't know if you can shed any more light on that.
No, not really. I mean, I think what you said is correct. There wouldn't be any direct coordination. Our ordinance would only apply to a limited extent, and our enforcement would only be to the extent. OEA would only be enforcing it to the extent that it actually applies.
Okay, thank you. And then I have another question that the draft ordinance uses the minimum wage ordinance definition requiring an employer to be either subjects to the business license tax or to maintain a facility in the city. But as we talked about last week, we have companies like DoorDash, Instacart, and others that my own family, my mother, I think I mentioned last week, is dependent on and getting food delivered to them. But we did cover that for the employee portion. So how can we make that whole?
Well, my take on that is they're doing business in the city of San Jose, and they're subject to the tax. Whether they're paying the tax is something else. But DoorDash, I'm not sure all the businesses that might be mentioned, but DoorDash for sure is doing sufficient business in the city of San Jose under a minimum contact analysis, and is subject to the business tax. Again, it would be something that we need to go after them to make sure that they're paying the tax, but that's separate from are they subject to the business tax.
So what I wanted to do then was suggest some clarity on that this does include companies such as DoorDash. I mean, I don't want somebody coughing all over my mom's food and delivering it to her. I mean, that's the whole purpose of this sick leave ordinance is it's a public health concern. We're trying to save lives here. And so how can we add some more clarity? You know, I get the business tax is an issue and we as a council can discuss that as at another time, which I'm happy to do, but I just want to make sure that this has a certain level of clarity, which it does on the employee.
Let me ask Suzanne to add, does this implicate this gig economy issue that
Yes, so that's
been tossing around?
yes. So that's another issue is like for the ordinance to apply, it has to be a covered employer and it has to be an employee as defined under the labor code, which the new section basically presumes that all workers are employees, and then the hiring entity can rebut that with evidence that the worker is actually an independent contractor. So for some of these places, DoorDash, Uber, from my understanding is the workers are, quote, independent contractors. And if they did meet that test, and they were in fact independent contractors, they wouldn't be covered by this ordinance because they're not employees.
Let me add on that though, the Uber, under the labor code as it's been amended, it's intended to cover, or the state has taken the position that Uber and Lyft at least are covered by the law. But that battle I think is got to play out in the courts. And so
Correct.
Ultimately the courts are going to rule as to whether or not the people that are driving the cars for Uber and Lyft are independent contractors or employees. Again, we only cover employees, and that's something that is a state law issue to the extent that it falls within state law under the labor code. As an employee, they're covered.
So what is the impact of AB5 on that? So they are covered.
Well, that's the issue. That's the issue. AB5 is being challenged. So, you know, we're gonna, you know, I think it's the jury's still out, so to speak.
But the labor code covers this.
Well, the labor code change essentially prior to the labor code, employers could say this person isn't an employee, they're an independent contractor. And it was presumed that the person was an independent contractor and all the factors where you had to prove they were an employee. What AB5 did is flipped it. And now the law presumes the worker is an employee, and it's on the hiring entity to prove they're not and that they're an independent contractor. So the initial presumption is they're employees, and from there, the hiring entities can go to court and try to claim that no, they're not. They're actually independent contractors. But the burden is now on them.
Okay, I just want us to be as explicit as we can that this does include everybody because it is a public health order. And so just to make sure that we can address that as much as possible. I wanted to go back. Wait, yes. And then in regards to the city attorney's concerns about the sunset provisions, so we had a pretty robust discussion about that last week, that the federal government set this law for the rest of the year, sort of expecting some uncertainty, and they're trying to give employers as well as workers some certainty. And that is why we voted last week to add the December 31st date so that we would since we're filling the gaps for the Families First Act, that we correspond that.
Yeah, that's fine. I think the question was whether or not, assuming the emergency orders go out of play, go away before December 31st, The intent was to cover those employees that are covered by this ordinance and not go beyond that. And that's all we raised in our memo, because that discussion wasn't had.
Correct. And we voted to set that discussion as part of the policy priority setting so that we could focus on essential workers to address the public health
Right.
concern. Okay. Okay. I just wanted that to be clear. And then I wanted to go back to Kaiser. I did read the letter. It's been kind of a hectic day, and I did read the letter, but I'm having a tough time understanding why a hospital system wants to wait 2 weeks to offer sick leave to workers who might be exposed to germs. And that 2 weeks corresponds with a potential incubation period. So I'm missing that, why we would be doing a carve out for that when we're not for any.
I'm going to ask Joe Cafaro to jump on and perhaps she can offer some insights, but my understanding is they're at the negotiating table now to increase sick leave. And that agreement, I understand, will take time to ratify. So Joe, did you want to jump in?
Yes. Hi, thank you. So at this time, it is a very fluid and dynamic time for hospitals right now. We're spending a lot of a lot of time on staff time to make sure that we're ready for the surge that we're talking about. We're not asking to be, it's not a carve out that we're asking for. We're asking for some time to be able to administrate this in a correct manner and make sure that we're able to cover all folks in it. Because we already do this, it's just we have to do some administrative paperwork. So
Doesn't everybody though? I mean, doesn't any business have to do some paperwork?
Well,
That's what I'm getting.
Well, not all businesses are hospitals. This is a healthcare urgent issue. So,
and we don't want sick people going to work, right?
Yes. So I guess if you could go ahead and carve everybody out if you want to do that way too. You give them administrative time too. Because if they're essential workers too, then maybe they'd be able to have that time frame to be able to do that.
So the point of this is that it's an urgency ordinance, and
we already go ahead and we already provide the 80 hours that you're asking about.
So then it's not a problem to offer. So then it's not a problem to offer sick leave to your workers.
No, it isn't. It's an administrative process that we have to go through. It's not the problem of providing it because we already do. It's just we have to do some administrative work to be able to finalize it.
Okay, I'm still missing that, because if you already offer sick leave to your workers, I'm missing where this requires what is the equivalent of an incubation period to offer sick leave. Like, why is, I mean, and we don't want sick people going to work, especially in a healthcare setting where we're seeing, especially in New York, so many healthcare workers. I believe 20% of the COVID deaths are healthcare workers. I don't want that happening in San Jose. I don't think anybody does.
Correct. There are some administrative processes that we have to do. And maybe we should get some of our HR lawyers out here to be able to explain that, because that's a little bit above my pay grade. But I do know that there is a process that we have to implement to get agreements with all of our different employees. Even though we're already doing this, we still have to finalize it. And with doing that, there is an administrative burden. And so we're asking just to give us that time to be able to implement.
And so this is a question for the city attorney. I mean, as an urgency ordinance, doesn't this apply to everyone under an urgency ordinance?
It does. And the way it's drafted now is that it would have to be provided on the effective date of the ordinance. What's the request is to, rather than the effective date of the ordinance, it applies to an employer who can, within 2 weeks of the effective date, which is today, the 80 hours. So it gives an employer, any employer, not just a hospital, 2 weeks to come into compliance to be exempt from this
ordinance.
Yeah, I mean, I'm having a hard time as to, at the 11th hour, why we would provide an extra 2 weeks, provided the current order goes through May 3rd, right? So today, we're at April 7th. I mean, we just should not be incentivizing sick hospital employees to go to work. So I'm going to disagree with that point, and I'm going to make the motion to move forward with the ordinance as written.
Second.
All right, for the record, I'm not going to support something that goes forward that is making it more difficult for, I believe, the second largest provider of medical care in our county be able to manage what they're doing. I appreciate the concerns of Councilmember Esparza, but it's not an 11th hour concern. It was raised because we've rushed this to council and for approval, unlike any other measure that we've ever brought with such a broad sweeping impact on employers. And we have done virtually no outreach whatsoever to understand how it impacts folks. I can't say I understand completely or know exactly how it's going to Kaiser or why it's uniquely problematic for Kaiser. But what appears to be the case based on the information I'm being provided is that they are in the middle of negotiations for higher sick leave provisions now. There does not seem to be a disagreement about the fact that they're going to be providing them. And last thing I'd like them to be doing is thinking about complying with our ordinance when they critically need to be focused on saving lives. And so I am concerned with the motion. I just want to say clearly why I'm concerned. And we'll now hear from colleagues, Councilmember.
Well,
Yes.
actually, and I apologize, I was losing power, and so I had to move. And so that's why you saw some jostling. So I am still not clear as to why they need 2 weeks to administer something that they're telling us they're already administering. So, all right, well, we'll move forward and disagree.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Neither one of us can understand it because we literally are approving this about 6 days after we told the attorneys to draft it with no input whatsoever from the business community or employers to help us understand how it can get implemented. So that's why I believe in this case, we probably need to give a major provider of healthcare in our county the benefit of the doubt when they're saying they just need a little time and they're willing to comply. Councilor Jimenez.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate those comments. You know, Kaiser's being the largest employer in my district and one of the largest purveyors of healthcare in the city. I agree with everything you've said. I don't, to be honest with you, in my discussions with some of the folks from Kaiser, I don't fully understand this. It seems to me that, and actually before I go on, just for full transparency, my wife works there, and I think, and I don't know if, you know, certainly anyone from Kaiser listening can correct me, but it seems to me that the vast majority, if not all the employees, already receive a healthy amount of paid sick leave, upward, you know, more than the 80. And so that's one of the things I don't fully understand. I think that it seems to me that they're already doing it. And so that's why initially I wasn't sure why the 2 weeks was necessary, and I still don't fully understand it, but I trust that that whatever time they're asking for in 2 weeks to me seems reasonable. I would say that if we have issues with it, even drawing it back to 1 week, but to giving them a little time to adjust things however they think they need to do. The other thing that struck me is it seems to me, based on exemption section 11B on the exemptions, that there, the language, this ordinance does not apply to any employer that provides employees. It goes on with some combination of paid personal leave, at least equivalent to the paid sick time required by the ordinance. It seems like that would already cover them if they're providing that to, you know, that exemption would apply to them if they're already covering vast majority of their employees. But again, they seem to indicate that they need a little bit of time to provide whatever administrative sort of things that need to be done to get this on the books. And so that's why I'm not going to be supporting it. I think it's important to support our healthcare providers, and not to suggest we're not by doing this, but I think it's important to give them enough time. And I'm not sure if it would be, as it was suggested by one of the folks on the calls, if this would be a carve out, right? If we want to explicitly say healthcare providers, so that way it doesn't apply to everyone in the city or everyone else. I'd be okay with that as well, but I would make a substitute motion to grant them 2 weeks to abide by this. I'll leave it just, very broad based and essentially bringing forward the language that Rick stated. So that would essentially be changing section 11B, the exemption section, to essentially say within 2 weeks of effective date, and striking out on the effective date of the ordinance.
Second.
All right, that was a motion from Councilmember Jimenez, second from Councilmember Davis. Councilmember Camus?
Well, I concur with Councilmember Jimenez, and businesses take a while to get this done. And I know that we think that because we pass a law that everybody can implement it super quickly. That's not the case in many businesses, and I'm willing to go along with the motion on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Arenas?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question about how long would it take us if we needed to give our employees an extra 80 hours? Dave, how quickly could we get that up and going?
Well, I actually think even when we are giving benefits, it's a meet and confer issue. So we would have to go through that process, short of any desire to impose, I suppose, on the workforce. So it would take us a while to go through that process.
Definitely 2 weeks, I'm guessing. Probably past the 2 weeks.
Yeah, to go through that process, I think it would take longer than 2 weeks. Yes.
Well, we are local government, so it does take us a while. But I'm also in line with what Councilmember Esparza was saying. I've shared with you in the past about my own visit to a medical office, not in San Jose, it was in Mountain View, because it was the only location. I usually go to the doctors here in San Jose, everything in San Jose. But knowing that that provider didn't have their employees, didn't provide employees with sick leave, an accrual of sick leave, even during this crisis time, really made me think twice about going back, and I haven't gone back. I've only done over the phone appointments. And so I understand the reason why, and I obviously seconded the motion from Councilmember Esparza. I don't understand why an employer who already is doing what we're asking them to do would have would need a 2-week extension or a 2-week time frame to get this completed. So that's that. I also wanted to ask, who's the contact or liaison that could answer any questions for some of our companies that want to know whether they are exempted or not? I had a call with Postmates yesterday, and even though they're a gig employer, they currently put together a sick leave that is equivalent to what we have, an 80-hour option for anybody any of the workers who become sick or need to take time off because of COVID can access. So I just want, I said, it sounds like you would be part of this exemption under Section 11B, the same section that that Councilmember Jimenez just read. for us out loud. But I don't want to be the end all, say all for that. I want to make sure that they get that check off from somebody. So who should we send these questions to when organizations or companies ask us?
Well, it's going to be the Office of Quality Insurance that enforces it. So they're the ones that are going to be most expert in terms of does it apply or it doesn't apply. So that anything would be referred to that office.
Great.
Dave, I don't think we have anybody from that office on the line, do we?
No, we don't, Mayor. We have Kim and Jeff Ruster on there, but yeah, this has moved so quickly. I think, what we'll do, we will operationalize this as soon as it's official. But Rick is right. Where this will be home is in our Office of Quality Assurance in the Public Works Department.
Wonderful. I think that I think it was Kim Walsh at one point had said, oh no, I'm sorry, I'm confusing this for our small business rental moratorium. But I know that there was an effort to send out notices to some of the businesses that are paying a business license tax to let them know of what the ordinance is so that they can comply. Is there anything like that going to happen with this paid leave?
This is Kim. We will have ongoing communication with our small business and business community, so we can certainly include this.
Wonderful. It's just even a large company like Postmates. This is not even a small business, right? I mean, I think they're sophisticated because they have this very complex system of delivery and pickups, and yet they're still asking that question. And so I think a question and answer category online could be really helpful for some, and just taking some of what we have in our ordinance and just posting that. So let me know how I can be helpful and how we can disseminate information. I know for my office, we are focusing on a weekly update that is focused on different themes. And this week we're focused on small businesses. And so we're going to put together we've put together something that's going to go out at the end of this week to let businesses know what we're up to and what they need to comply with, so that they are also keeping all of us safe. And so those were my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Foley?
Whoops. Technology. Fingers get in the way. Thank you. I really am impressed with how quickly these ordinances came to us after all of the input we had last week. So I am going to support it and support the 2 weeks for based on what we are hearing from one of our largest medical providers. But I did have a question for you, Rick, regarding the 2 ordinances. I don't quite understand that. Can you explain why we have 2 ordinances? I know I've asked this before, and obviously I didn't understand it because I still have the same question.
It's a long history. It's a belt and suspenders approach. The urgency ordinance is adopted based on a finding that there's a need to take urgent action, immediately. But just in case, we have the council adopt the regular ordinance too. So in the event we're challenged on the need for an urgency ordinance, you have a regular ordinance in place, which is, not subject to any kind of challenge like that. So it is a belt and suspenders approach. It's something that I inherited and I've followed from my predecessor, the practice of take both to council, both the urgency and the regular ordinance.
Let me ask you about the regular ordinance. Does it imply in any way that this is a permanent ordinance that we will be requiring of all employers going forward as of after December 31st?
No, it sunsets December 31st.
Okay. Great, thank you. Then I did just want to make a comment about DoorDash drivers and the gig economy. It's very possible that a DoorDash driver also is an Uber driver and a Lyft driver. And if we require medical benefits from each of their employers, then they get 3 times the medical leave, or potentially could be the medical leave. So they have to prove, given AB5 and the gig economy, that they are independent contractors, and having a brother who's an Uber driver now and knowing lots of people who are DoorDash drivers, I know they believe themselves to be independent contractors and are doing what they can to maintain their 1099 status. Although I know that's all being challenged in court too. So that's more of a legal matter than I'm able to resolve. But I will be supporting this. It's important we support our employees going forward.
Councilmember, I just, for the record, I got notice that DoorDash has paid its business tax in San Jose.
Oh, good. We're going to need those dollars, Rick. All right. Councilmember, yep. Councilmember, yep, I think you want to take your mute off. Okay, we may come back to you. Councilmember.
I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Go ahead.
All right. I'm going to support the motion on the floor. I agree with what's been said. We should support this ordinance, but also the requester of the ordinance of the amendment is not opposing what we're trying to accomplish. They're just asking for some time for implementation. But just as an aside, this is to Rick, because I was following the discussion prior to what Councilmember Esparza was talking about in terms of DoorDash drivers and Lyft drivers, and then the bigger areas around AB5. If the responsibility is the presumption, because we're dealing with presumptions here, if the presumption is that everyone is an employee and is the responsibility of the employer, Lyft or Uber or whoever, to demonstrate that these are not employees, they're in fact independent contractors. I know that in California, Lyft has changed their kind of system where, it used to be that you would just be directed to pick up somebody no matter what. And because there's just like that test, they've decided to let the Lyft drivers have the decision to whether or not to accept the ride. And that's caused some issues in some neighborhoods where drivers are not, going into more lower income neighborhoods perhaps, or for whatever biases they may have. But the question is, if that's the presumption and the presumption is rebutted, but in the interim, because of this urgency ordinance, the benefits are given, is there like a clawback possibility from the employee or the independent contractor who's already benefited from that?
The ordinance doesn't address that. Suzanne, you have any thoughts on that?
No, I don't, other than if they wanted to try to get reimbursement from the independent contractor, if that's what it's later determined, but nothing else.
That's between the individual and the employer.
Okay, so I'm just saying, I'm supporting what's on the floor, but just as a thought exercise, if we make it overly broad and just kind of insist on things that we're unsure about at the state level in terms of courts, we may in fact be putting the worker, independent contractor or not, in harm's way, because once they get the benefit, eventually if the presumption is refuted, then they may have to pay back the vacation time or whatever that they technically didn't earn. So anyways, I'm just putting it out there. I'll yield.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I support the substitute motion. I seconded it because I really, as you pointed out, Mayor, I want all our medical providers to be focused on providing care for our sick residents. I think that's the most important thing. I have gotten assurance from Kaiser that any of their employees who have a physician saying that they are sick are staying home and are not going to work right now. So I don't think they have sick people coming into work, but they do have a meet and confer issue that they just need to finalize, is what I have been told. So that's the information that I have. And just like it would be for the city, it's taking time to get that ratified, but that's what they have worked out with them. I think it just needs to get finalized. So that's why I'm supporting the 2-week delay for that.
Thank you. Councilmember Perales?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, sorry, my question was answered. Thanks.
Okay. Councilmember Esparza?
There we go. Yes. So I just wanted to add,
My concern is I don't want to sick people going to work. This has been about saving lives. My mother's own caregiver was exposed and had to be quarantined. Yes, he's getting paid for the quarantine, but this is a huge issue. And I wanted to clarify with the maker of the substitute motion that this is on item 11B, that this is for Kaiser. Is that specific?
Well, I think the substitute motion was general, but I'd be willing to entertain a motion to narrow it to specific folks as opposed to broadly.
Would you accept a friendly amendment to make it specific to Kaiser?
I would.
Thank you.
Can I add that I'm a little concerned about naming a business specific? It's one thing to name an industry like hospitals, but to name a specific business is problematical. So we could carve out a exception for hospitals for the 2 weeks.
So this would be then hospital, people who work directly for a hospital in San Jose. My concern is
It only is, yeah, it covers San Jose.
so, and people that directly work for hospitals, that's the exemption. So for example, if I work for a company that does radiology with a private hospital or something like that, that would not be included in the carve out?
You have to be an employee of the employer, which would be the hospital. So a contracting out of a radiology service or some other service wouldn't seem to fit the employee definition.
Okay, all right. I'll be supporting the substitute motion as it's specific to hospitals. Thank you.
I'm okay with that amendment.
Okay, so the maker of the motion has agreed to amend to specify hospitals as the exempt for the deferral of application for 2 weeks. And with the seconder, Councilmember Davis?
Am I know this came from Kaiser and that Kaiser is not only a hospital provider. And we also have clinics that are open. Are we including any medical provider? Or are we just saying hospitals?
Rick, you want to weigh in as to whether that exemption will cover or the deferral will actually cover?
Healthcare provider. I mean, the definition. I mean, if
would
Joe
rather
is
use
on the
that
if
language.
Joe is on the line, it would probably help immensely as to what it is that the entity we're talking about, because it's Councilmember Davis is right. They're a healthcare provider, but that includes hospitals and what other services.
So that's a broad, it's a broad category to say all healthcare.
But the reason
is it concern clinicians? Is that clinical settings? Would that be more specific?
The reason I'm saying that is because as one large entity, I know that they likely have this meet and confer issue can go across all their different locations. And if we say hospital as opposed to just healthcare provider more generally, I don't know that how they would be in compliance or not in compliance based on the location. That's why I think the more general term is a better term.
Is it then, because I'm trying to get at, I think healthcare is very, very, very broad. And for example, cannabis dispensaries could arguably fall under that. And so would we say healthcare providers with meet and confer, who need the 2 weeks to meet and confer, would that be?
Could I offer a suggestion to try to see if we could get in the middle here? How about any employer that operates a hospital? Does that work, Rick?
Yeah, so it's not just limited to hospital workers.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
Is that-
we can make that work.
Yeah, that gets, I think, at the heart of it. Thank you, Mayor.
I'm okay with that amendment, yes.
And Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Jimenez, did you want to speak further?
No, sorry.
Okay.
Good.
And, okay, everyone's hand is down?
Yeah.
All right, then I think we have a motion. Tony?
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Yes.
Diep,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Yamas,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Mayor Licardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. On to 6.2, which are actions related to power procurement, carbon-free allocations, and integrated resource plan time change. Lori has a presentation. Welcome, Lori.
Sorry about that. Can you all hear me now?
Yes.
Great. So I know that there's still a lot of items, so I'll try to get through this quickly. So this item covers a number of things. It allows us to continue to buy power into the future. It also considers accepting some carbon-free allocations from PG&E, and then it modifies our integrated resource plan time change. But before we get to that, I thought I would provide some brief updates on how COVID is impacting our operations. So as Jim Shannon shared earlier, we have not seen significant impacts on our operations. So we have been tracking how our load is changing with the shelter-in-place impacts. In general, our load has declined about 6%, and the first week of the shelter-in-place was more moderate than the second. The worst day that we've seen so far is about a 9% drop. And as you might imagine, residential load is increasing as more people are working from home and schools are closed, and then our commercial load is decreasing. So we're continuing to monitor this and running additional scenarios. We do expect it could get slightly worse as the shelter in place continues. And then importantly, we're also looking at what a recession may do to our load. Typically for electric utilities, it's pretty mild. Typically recessions result in electrical load being reduced by about 5%, but of course we'll continue to monitor that. These graphs show an example of what the shape of our load looks like by hour of the day. So on the first chart, the green lines represent our residential customers, and the light green was the month on average before the shelter in place went into effect. And you can see during the middle of the day, our load was a lot smaller than it is now. So we're definitely seeing an increase in the residential consumption in the middle of the day that continues into the evening. And then the yellow line shows our large commercial customers. So you can think of those as the large office buildings. You can see a slight reduction in load from those buildings. So again, the light yellow was before the shelter in place went into effect, and the dark is what we're seeing now. And then the blue is our small commercial customers. So you can think of these as restaurants or salons. And we're seeing a slightly bigger drop in consumption from these businesses. And of course, that's as expected. The second graph shows what our load looks like in total. And although we are definitely seeing impacts and we think it's related to the pandemic, of course, it's important to note that weather alone can really result in much more dramatic changes than we're seeing. So this isn't anything too concerning to us right now. Probably more importantly, we wanted to just let you know that there are a number of resources for customers during the time that we are pushing out on social media, and we'll be providing council members toolkits. Probably the most important thing that hopefully everyone is aware of is that there's a moratorium on utility disconnections. So nobody is going to be disconnected for non-payment. They will continue to have electricity through the crisis. Another bit of good news is that customers will receive a $60 credit in April related to the California climate credit. This is something that was scheduled already and is not really reflective of the crisis, but it comes in a timely month when we know customers will likely see bigger bills because consumption is up. So customers will see that credit in April, and then there's a proposal to accelerate the credit that they would have seen in October. That's the normal time they get this, to have that apply to their May and their June bills, because we know customers continue to need relief. So that's ongoing, and the CPUC is set to decide that in the next few weeks. In addition to that, there's been some changes to the enrollment process for CARE and FARA customers. Just as a reminder, these are rates for low-income customers. And right now, what's really important to note, which is great, is that if customers want to enroll in the CARE program to take advantage of the lower rates, they can do so just by calling PG&E and having a verbal confirmation that they are currently unemployed and verifying their income status, and then they can follow up with the documentation needed later. So that's a very streamlined enrollment process. And then finally, the next tool that's available for customers during the crisis is PG&E has filed to extend bill payment plans for all customers. This is an existing program where people that get behind on their electricity bill payments can enter into a payment plan to catch up. They are allowing customers to extend payments up to 12 months, and this is something we're very supportive of and have been working a lot with PG&E. However, unfortunately, one issue where we're not in agreement with PG&E is just how it's going to be implemented in terms of our cash flows. So under the current rate tariff for these payment plans, how it works is that when a customer enters into the payment plan, PG&E gets paid first, and then our past due amounts get paid. So we're engaging at the CPUC to change this process. And the graph that you see here is just an example of a residential customer that maybe is behind on their bills and currently owes about $360. And so they call PG&E and they negotiate a payment plan where they agree to initially pay $72. So under the current rate tariff, how that would be applied to PG&E's bill and our charges is that $49 would go to PG&E and then $23 would go to us. And so that's the pro rata split on the first payment. Where the problem comes in is then on the second, or the first payment plan of what they agree to pay each month, which is in this example, $144, under the current rate tariff, this gets applied to PG&E's past due portion first. So they get all of that payment and we get nothing. Then on the second payment, PG&E would get $133 of that $144 payment and we would get $11. And then on the third payment, we would start to get a more equitable split as PG&E's past due portion is starts to go down. And so what we're proposing at the CPUC, and we're filing a protest with them, is just a pro rata split. So for that customer that is able to pay $144, PG&E would get 98 and we would get 46. And that would apply to our bills on a pro rata basis. So this is something that we thought was important to bring to your attention. It definitely could have cash flow impacts. As we know, for residential customers, there's about 20% that are currently on CARE rates, and then there's another 20% that don't qualify for CARE but are low income. So we do expect a number of customers to take advantage of this program, and we definitely support that, but we want to make sure it's implemented in an equitable way. So with that, I will move on to the item that you're currently considering. So this authorization is something that we expect to bring to council every spring, which allows us to continue to buy short and medium term power supply contracts. And so just as a reminder of what council has already approved, you can see that in the table. So for energy, it's $410 million. For resource adequacy, we have current authority for $462 million. And long-term renewables, that's the $1.1 billion, and that's over 25 years. We're recommending to increase our approval authority so that we can buy further out, and we are adhering to our risk management regulations and the coverage thresholds that are laid out on this slide. So for 2020 through 2043, what we're recommending in the memo is to add $393.3 million to buy energy, low carbon energy, renewables, and our CAISO costs. And then for resource adequacy, we have some new regulatory requirements from the Commission. So we are recommending that we add another $76.2 million of authority to buy resource adequacy. And this is how that looks going forward. So the light blue bars are what Council has already approved by year, and this is calendar year. And then the red outline is what we have entered into contracts for. And the blue is the addition, the dark blue is the additional authority we're requesting today. And one thing that's important to note, although we are requesting additional authority beyond what we expect we need for 2020 and 2021, we would not buy that forward, but it's important that we have that authority in case we see our load increase due to weather or other impacts. The next item in this memo is a recommendation regarding accepting PG&E's low carbon products. Those are resources in PG&E's portfolio, primarily hydro and nuclear energy. So just as a reminder, Council approved our power mix for 2020 to be 86% carbon free and 45% renewable. And then in 2021, our goal is to be 100% So currently, our customers pay for PG&E's excess carbon-free power, as well as carbon power in the PCIA. So all of their hydro and their nuclear and their gas plants that exceed what they can sell that excess for, customers are charged that on their PCIA. However, they don't get any credit for the environmental attributes associated with those resources. So we've been working on this issue for a number of years, and our original proposal and working with the other CCAs is that the utilities should sell these attributes into the market. That proposal ultimately was not accepted in the CPUC's phase 1 decision. So we continue to work on this, and how it has currently been resolved is that the utilities will not sell those attributes, but they will allocate them to CCAs on a pro rata basis. So CCAs now have the option to either accept them or to reject them. So that's the option before us. PG&E has filed their advice letter, and we expect in May and June we will either need to say to PG&E, yes, we will accept these attributes, or no, that we will not. One important thing to note is this does not change the ownership or the operation of the nuclear power plants or any of their resources. PG&E continues to own and operate. And then in particular for Diablo Canyon, their nuclear power plant, that is scheduled to close, and whether or not we accept these attributes, that will not change its planned decommissioning and closure in 2025 and 2026. That decision to decommission that nuclear power plant was made several years ago after the Fukushima disaster in Japan. And so the reason that we are recommending that we go ahead and accept these attributes is that it would save us money and that we would not have to buy additional carbon-free attributes to achieve our goals. So this year we expect it would save us $6.5 million, and in 2021 it could save us up to $12 million because we have not bought as much hydropower yet. And then finally, this memo requests authorization to change the timing of when we would bring our integrated resource plan to Council. So we had expected to bring this to Council in March. However, the CPUC has delayed many of the inputs required for our analysis. This was happening well before the current crisis, and as you may expect, things have gotten further delayed. So we're simply changing the recommendation that we will come to council before we submit it to the CPUC. It's unclear when that will be because the timeline is changing, but we expect that will be sometime in the fall of this year. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Great, thanks, Laurie. We'll first check to see if there are any members of the public that would like to speak specifically on this item. I see one hand, and that's Richard Sanchez, who I know has had some challenges speaking previously. Richard, did you want to speak on this item? Okay. All right, let's come back to the council.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion approved from Councilmember Camus, second from Councilmember Esparza. Any questions? I just want to say, Lori, thank you. I know this is a very uncertain time to be managing essentially a utility in a very wildly fluctuating market. So thank you for all that you're doing. And I really appreciate your effort in this case to really save a lot of money going forward in a time when I think we're going to really need that as we're trying to get to our goals in terms of building reserves and ultimately getting in a place where we can really invest in clean energy solutions here locally. Okay, let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Yes.
Dieppe,
Aye.
Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Aye.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Vice Mayor, or Mayor Liccardo.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We'll come back now to item 8.1, just the emergency order and shelter crisis declaration for COVID-19 emergency. I don't believe, Dave, is there a presentation on this one?
No, Mayor, we don't have a presentation. I'll just, the item that we originally were bringing forward was really to have the council ratify the shelter crisis declaration that we did, that I signed a while back, recognizing that we've got some memos that have been put forward on this in terms of kind of our emergency powers, in terms of being able to, what the rules we work under to deliver emergency housing, and maybe Rick can kind of clarify or respond to some of that. I know you and others have put forward a memo recommending using some of the funding for emergency housing, and we've put forward a memo that at least addresses kind of how we see the potential or lack of potential with FEMA funding, and kind of where we would look to move forward in terms of providing emergency housing to not only serve COVID, but beyond. So I'll leave it at that. I'm available for questions. I think we've got Jim Orball available for questions, and I think we've got Lee Wilcox available for questions.
Great,
And
thank you.
Mayor, let me just chime in
Yeah.
quickly. What this essentially does is that it's a various laws, the California Emergency Services Act, which gives the city the power to exercise emergency powers for the protection of life and property, and allows certain exemptions from certain statutes. You've got the governor's order out there that streamlines and exempts us from CEQA in many cases. We've got the Shelter Crisis Act, which, if we declare the shelter crisis, which the city manager has done, and this is seeking ratification of that, allows us to not have to comply strictly with all the building codes. So there's a whole host of things, everything from land use, planning, zoning, city policy, CEQA, and the bidding requirements in the charter. There are exceptions in the charter for urgencies and idle acts. And so we're able to avail ourselves, and the city manager is able to use his powers to move forward with a lot of these proposals in an expedited manner. There are some laws that we still have to comply with, ADA and stormwater, or Clean Water Act, NPDES permit, and those are things that staff will have to work with. But that, I just wanted to sort of give an overview that this is really allowing us, or would allow us, if the council adopts it, to move forward on a very, very expedited process that I don't think we've ever seen.
And Mayor, I just wanted to add, we also have Jackie online for questions as well.
Great. Thanks, Jackie. All right. Thank you, Dave. Jackie, did you want to weigh in before we jump into any of this?
No, it's not necessary.
Okay. We may come back to you for questions. I have 3 individuals in the community have raised their hands. So if you'd like to speak specifically on this item, the emergency order and shelter crisis declaration, then please raise your hand now. This is not the same, just so everyone's clear, this is not the same as the item relating to rent suspension or the moratorium on evictions for non-payment of rent. This is solely related to emergency order and shelter crisis declaration and issues related to funding of particular items relating to homelessness and in COVID. Okay, Jeffrey Buchanan.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. You know, at a time right now when we have so many unemployed construction workers here in San Jose, it's more important than ever that we ensure good quality jobs, particularly with a construction project of this magnitude. Certainly, you know, best practices in terms of use of HUD and other emergency dollars say that even in the event of emergency, you know, ensuring quality jobs and doing what you can to hire local workers are important factors, not just in response and doing quality work, but ensuring that we're adding up towards our recovery. And so would encourage the council, it wasn't clear from the memos attached, to ensure that these are prevailing wage jobs, while it's a sole source contract, to work with those prime contractors to make sure that the city isn't lowering any of its standards when it comes to job quality. Our folks need the work and they need the wages. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Linda? Linda, you have a hand raised. Would you like to speak?
I'm sorry, I hit that by mistake. I really don't have anything to say yet.
No problem. Well, I'm sure we'll hear from you shortly then. The person with the phone number ending 8794, would you like to speak? 8794.
Hello, this is Blair Beekman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Blair.
All right, great. So I found a way to make a good connection to the council meeting. So thank you. I just wanted to quickly offer a thank you to the County of Santa Clara for as long as there's shelter in place and orders in place, they've created a kind of a suspension of the of most building within Santa Clara County. I think the way to describe it is they have certain only under emergency circumstances they can allow you know, the construction of the city government to the construction of things. And you're working hard on issues, and I just think it's a respectable thing to do at this time, and I just wanted to mention that here. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Aguirre?
Yes, thank you. Robert Aguirre here. I'd just like to point out that it's great that we're still considering building more shelters for people, especially because of the this COVID that we're going through right now. I would like to say that I think this is the first time in modern history where we have had so many people faced with the possibility of eviction and becoming homeless if it weren't for such stopgap measures that are being put in place by the cities, the county, the state, and even across the nation. And what I would like to do is like to point out to the fact that most people that are out there have always believed that the people that are living in the streets are there because they don't want to pull themselves up by their bootstraps and don't want to improve their lives. But I would like to point out the fact that many of these people that are now sheltering in place, that are without a job, that are trying to get whatever benefits they can, are now in the same position that was not their own fault, like many of the people living in the streets. I just want to make that very clear.
Thank you. Miguel Flores? Miguel Flores?
Hello, you hear me?
Hi, welcome.
Hi, how are you, Mr. Consul? Thanks for giving me this time to talk about this happen. So only you're talking, don't forget the community. A lot of people, they don't work, we don't work, and especially the Latino community, they don't have opportunities to get any help for the federal government. So it's very hard for us to pay the rents because no jobs about this situation. And also we have big families or kids on school. So it's really hard. So really we appreciate it that you guys help us to support our families on this time. And this is the thing I want to say. And thank you for always put attention for the Latino community.
Thank you, sir. I have two more speakers, Catherine Hedges and then Jim. Catherine?
Hi, thank you, Mayor Liccardo and the council. I'm really glad that the city and the county are doing so much to help protect the unhoused community right now. I hope all the sweeps can stop from whatever government entity is still doing it if they haven't stopped yet. And I hope we can build more permanent housing, acquire more permanent or semi-permanent housing like motels. I think it'd be great if the city could acquire more of the motels. And I think we should approve the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim, welcome.
Hello, can you hear
Yeah.
me?
Hi, we
Okay,
can.
great. Okay, hi. I'm from San Jose, and I want to say, thank you very much for discussing this. And I'm a property owner. I own a fourplex. I worked hard through all my life, and hard work in this country. It's a American value. It's not a sin.
Jim, did you
right?
want to speak about the rent suspension? Is that what you're?
Right. And then I'm saying now, I'm retired. This is really my life saving. It's my 401k. I don't get any government assistance. Property ownership is not a sin.
Jim,
So
I'm sorry. Jim,
had
the item that wishing to speak on, I believe, is 8.3. That has
Yeah.
to do with the rent suspension on tenants.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's in two more items. I'm sorry,
that's
Jim.
two more item. Okay. All
Yeah.
right.
Okay. And just to clarify, we have other folks who have raised their hand now as well. Let me be very clear. We're not speaking now about the rent suspension or the tenant landlord issue. We're only speaking about this issue about everything from FEMA reimbursements to the allocation of HAP funds and the construction of emergency housing. I see a whole lot of new hands now, and I'm a little concerned now people are under the impression that we're speaking about a very different item. So I'm going to stop public comment after these next 5 hands, and because I have a feeling there is a bit of mistaken impression out there. Johnny's iPhone, did you want to speak specifically on this item?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
You're talking about the rehousing, emergency rehousing, right?
That's correct.
All right. So for my idea, I have like an idea constructed of it. What if we just put a bunch of like dildos in the ground and have the people sit on those?
Thank you, Johnny. We'll move on. Linnell Duarte. Linnell Duarte.
Hi, good evening. How are you? Thank you, Council, and thank you, Governor, for being here. So I personally think that there's a lot of people that do need rehousing, and even though we are looking for rate embedment and things like that, there are people that are in the streets and still need housing. I don't know if like tiny homes or little communities like that is an ability or a resource that we can tap into in order to utilize free space that we do have throughout the city without having to construct big buildings, which take a lot of time and resources.
Thank you, Linnell. The individual with the phone ending in the digit 0608. 0608. Welcome.
About the, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Oh, okay, sorry, I would like to talk about the 8.3, so I just jumped my finger, sorry.
Okay, no problem. We'll listen to you shortly then. The individual with the name DCINSUR, DC Insure. Welcome. Okay, I don't hear anything. We'll come back to you. Steve Pham, did you want to speak on this item, 8.1, emergency order and shelter crisis declaration?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for giving me this 1 minute. I just want to say that I want to thank you for what you're doing to the city. I'm a resident of San Jose for 30 years. I do see construction still working on my sidewalk for some of the work they're doing, which they completed, but they're going back and redoing it again and again. Really totally showing me unnecessary. I think we should prioritize our monetary money and set it for these urgent crises and not have it to use it for something that's not urgent. I really ask you to revisit, and I mean, for them to break up the concrete after they're done for the handicap stalls, sidewalk, and redoing it, to me, it's just a waste of our city money. That's all.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Antonio DeRudy. Welcome, Antonio. Mr. DeRudy, are you able to hear us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Oh, yep.
Okay, so I want to address the public actually, and I want to point out that you know, we were already in a health crisis with respect to the houseless people in our community. People were dying in the street regularly, and it took an economic crisis to get the federal government, the state government, and the local government to act on it. So, you know, a lot of people are jumping on here and patting themselves on the back and patting the city on the back, but I want to make that clear, okay? It wasn't a priority until it was an economic issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I want to thank staff for their quick turnaround on the memo relating to FEMA, as well as the city attorney's office as well. First, just a clarification. Maybe I should just introduce a couple of the memos, one that I signed and then one that signed by myself and several colleagues. As we look at this crisis, and we know we have more than one crisis here that we're facing, the COVID crisis is the most palpable, but the homelessness crisis has been with us for far longer and will continue to be with us well after this pandemic is gone. And we have a unique opportunity, it seems, to try to address both crises in some way. And that is, although we like to believe we are bending the curve, and I hope we are here in Santa Clara County, and we hope the numbers are continuing to show that, we can't know for sure what's going to happen in the weeks ahead, particularly if there's a second wave of infection, as there often is with pandemics. And so the need for housing that would be necessary for people who are COVID positive or exposed or highly vulnerable who need isolation or quarantine will be critical. And we're currently satisfying some of that need, as I understand it, in collaboration with the county, by moving hundreds of people into motels, into public facilities like Parkside Hall and the South Hall tent. And that we hope will address some of those needs, where we have cots spaced apart, hopefully with sufficient physical distance to ensure that we do not have additional infection. Obviously, given the nature of this pandemic, the need for non-congregate housing is greater than the need for congregate housing, which you would typically have with a disaster. After a flood, as we've encountered a couple years ago, you put a lot of folks in a gym because that's the quickest, easiest way to ensure that they're safe and they can be quickly served with food or other needs. It's a lot harder to do that in this context with a pandemic. And so the idea was, could we start to look at funding sources to build non-congregate housing, that is essentially dorm rooms, perhaps with bathrooms attached, in a way that is very fast, that would address the potential need for this housing for COVID positive individuals and others we need to get into isolation. And by the way, that includes both homeless individuals as well as people who are living in overcrowded housing, which is a huge percentage of our community after all. We have a lot of folks who are living in apartments with a dozen or more people, and we know if they're COVID positive, you're going to have a very high likelihood of a lot of other people getting infected. And so we suspect we're going to need a whole lot more of this housing, and particularly if we have bedrooms separated by walls rather than just throwing folks into a large South Hall tent or other kind of facility. So we have some opportunity that has emerged. Just 3 weeks ago, I believe the governor signed an emergency declaration that enabled us to use HAP funding and HEAP funding without any need for compliance with CEQA. And I think many of you are familiar on this council with the challenges we have with CEQA. Most recently, I think with our bridge housing communities, which we announced in 2017 would be something we'd be able to build faster, quicker, less expensively. Well, it took us about a year just to get through all kinds of issues with CEQA compliance and doing environmental review. That is obviously a huge obstacle to our ability to serve the neediest in our community. We also know that with the declaration of emergency, as I think we're hearing from Rick and from Dave, and certainly encourage them to weigh in at any point, there we have the opportunity to move past a lot of other procedures around procurement and permitting and zoning that also would add many months, if not years, to any development cycle. And of course, we know that if we are able to build something relatively quickly, it could serve us not merely in this crisis, but for many years to come, 10, 15 years in the future, and hopefully longer if it's built well, to address our housing crisis, our affordability crisis, and our homelessness crisis. So that was the motivation for this effort. This is something we began more than 3 weeks ago, reaching out to both city staff. We've had conversations with the county, with the housing authority as well, and with private sector partners who could help us sort through the various options for prefabricated and modular housing that could be constructed relatively quickly on site. In some cases, we may need to rely on temporary utilities. In other cases, we may have, depending on the site, utilities nearby that can be quickly hooked up. But this is an opportunity for us to build in weeks what would otherwise take us years. And hopefully building several hundred units of emergency or transitional housing that ultimately Jackie and her team would decide 6 months from now, when we're past COVID, exactly how we use it for what subpopulations in our homeless population, et cetera. I appreciate fully that the prospect for getting funding from FEMA for reimbursement for actual purchase and construction is slim under the current rules. Those rules have been liberalizing quickly, as we've seen just in the last few days, where FEMA has indicated they're willing now to reimburse not just for congregate housing, but for non-congregate housing. That's super important. And now a bipartisan push to expand FEMA reimbursement, not simply for the lease of motels, but also for the purchase of motels and the construction of housing. That is something that will be in focus of attention for us and many other mayors in this fourth stimulus bill that we are anticipating from Congress. So the hope is that we can get out there now with funding that we currently have from HAP. This is primarily funding that was dedicated for a navigation center, which is quite a ways off from being actually constructed or ready for use. because we have not even identified the site yet. This has been very challenging for us. And so we have an opportunity to get many hundreds. And if things go well, perhaps with additional funding, we're talking to several foundations and others, how this could be not just hundreds, but even thousands of units, assuming we're able to identify a sufficient number of sites. So I want to explain what's been going on. I want to thank many of the private sector and nonprofit partners who have been helping us. Louis Chacon from Abode, who is helping advise us about some of the site issues. John Ball is former executive from Hensel Phelps, who is volunteering his time, and Michael Block, forgive me, from Block Construction, also volunteering his time. And by time, I mean many dozens of hours, extensively studying various options for constructing emergency and transitional housing, how it can be done most cost effectively to the city in a way that satisfies the needs. And want to thank everybody on the city side who has been jumping in, Jim Morball and company, as well as on my team, Mackenzie Mossing, and Nathan Ho. So I know that there are going to be some questions about various allocation issues. This is something we've been working on for a while, so we can at least get the pieces in place and be able to pull triggers on moving forward on some of this construction. I know that there are proposals to move other dollars. I know Councilmember Esparza in particular. I would ask if we're going to be thinking about any new proposals that have just popped up. I think Councilmember Esparza filed her memo this morning, that we give city staff an opportunity to look at all the options for sources of funding, to be able to come back to us next week to enable us to look at all those sources. I think that we will conclude that HAP is probably not the best source for that particular funding, whereas is a uniquely good source for construction, given the CEQA waiver that it carries based on the governor's edict. And so I would just suggest that we would defer that item for a week, give the staff an opportunity to present to us all the information about the various emergency shelter grants and other federal funding that's coming down the pipeline, what we have and don't have, and that way we can make perhaps a decision that's better informed by all of the options. So thank you for everyone's patience and listening to my lengthy diatribe here. All right, Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your leadership on this. I think it was very wise to try and make an opportunity on something that we had wanted to do, which is why I voted on your first memo. I think it was unanimous. I actually had some questions for, I'm not sure if it's your office or the city manager's office. I have questions around who builds the units and what's the process that we would use around, I'm assuming it's an expedited bidding process. We wouldn't want to take a really long time, but we would also want an open process. What would that look like?
Let me
Jim,
just
I saw
describe
Jim.
a couple of things briefly, and I'll ask Dave to jump in.
Okay.
First, in terms of who builds, I know this maybe, I just want to also mention, I know Jeffrey Buchanan raised an important question about prevailing wage. My understanding is prevailing wage would apply. This is city money and it's being used for affordable housing. So we use prevailing wage, and I believe we're primarily looking at city sites. With regard to the process, ultimately the decision is with Dave, and particularly under this emergency declaration. So Dave, you want to jump in?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thanks for the question. I'll have Jim also
Yeah, I saw Jim pop up.
provide some of the details, but certainly, although we've indicated that the FEMA reimbursement is unlikely, we still don't want to completely close the door to that. And so for that reason, and probably others, we will be doing a kind of a very expedited, modified procurement process that very similar to what we've done in other emergency applications. So I'll let Jim kind of describe that a little bit.
Okay.
You're muted, Jim.
There we go.
I'm on now. Sorry about that. Yeah, good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Just following up what the city manager said. So we're looking at a variety of options to expedite kind of getting kind of modular units here into San Jose, and then preparing specific sites so they can take the units, get the utilities put in place, a variety of things. So we're looking at a number of different options. Whether we're just directly procuring the units from modular builders or combining that with a civil firm that would do the site work as well as the utilities. So a kind of expedited design build. So we're still in the process of looking at a couple of different options, figuring out what would be the most expedited and effective way to get a good project to match the site needs that we have at the different locations that we're looking at now. In terms of kind of who we would put it out to and ultimately who would kind of receive the work, that's something that we're working through now. We need to do it in an expedited way. We certainly want to get good quality, competitive price, and to be able to meet kind of the timelines that we're trying to accomplish given the current emergency shelter crisis as well as COVID. So that's kind of the current thinking on how we proceed if this is approved tonight.
And could you share that process to the council so that we can share it with businesses within San Jose as well? I was approached by a business in my district that makes these, and after they heard about it, and the city will do that, but I'm sure we as council members would also love to be able to share it with businesses to give them the same opportunity to apply.
I think when we have established kind of the process that we're going to use, we're happy to share that and put that out and let people know what it is. I think given the timeframes that we try to accomplish in this process, I think it would be putting the process out and then moving with that process at that point in time. I don't think if we're trying to achieve units operational during this crisis, we won't be in a position to have extensive kind of discussions about the details of what the process is, but we can certainly put out once we have that process established and let the council know and others know about it.
Can I make a suggestion, Councilor Esparza? If you can forward contact information for that person to Jim Ortball and any other council members, I think it's important for us to make sure. I mean, we've tried to be as comprehensive as possible, but I'm sure we missed somebody, so it'd be really helpful.
Yeah, great idea. I'll do that whenever we're done tonight to get that to you as soon as possible.
Thank you.
And thank you. And so I had a question for the city manager. So we just heard earlier today about the expected cuts to our city budget. And I am one of the districts, along with Councilmember Perales in District 3, that was chosen to have a tiny home site. And one of the commitments that was made to the community was that there would be enhanced services to neighborhoods. Yet we just heard that there's going to be some really difficult and challenging cuts to our budget and that level of service. And I bring this up because all of the tiny home sites, the 2 now and then the 4 proposed in the supplemental memo, are east of 87. So, so all 6 sites are east of 87. I have one site in the city's busiest police district, in an area where our anti-litter teams and other folks are already working really hard. And one of the sites, for example, I mean, I'm not being super site specific, but I'm giving you an example. One of the sites proposed is less than a mile from the site in District 7. So my question to you is, how can we provide that level of service, particularly given the equity issues involved to these neighborhoods?
So thanks, Council Member. So, and I know Lee is queued up to kind of help. I think as we look at this proposal, I think we acknowledge there's really two pieces for it. One is meeting the emergency need that we have right now with COVID. I don't anticipate, and we haven't been applying our kind of enhanced service model when it comes to, the deployment of our emergency shelters and emergency housing. So we would not be able to do something like that. As we've talked about this proposal, it has the potential of being of great use beyond the crisis. And you're absolutely right. The model that we've developed, that Lee and Jackie have developed, and Angel includes a enhanced service kind of model around these facilities, whether it's the owls and certainly tiny homes and some of the other things that we've contemplated. I think it is fair to say that we're going to be challenged to be able to support that enhanced service model, to the same degree that we have. I think that's a fair concern that you have. Now, I will say that that's down the road a bit. Right now, what we would be focused on is standing this up for the emergency. And then we would have to really think through, what is the right mix of occupants and what is our strategy for servicing those occupants and providing supportive services, and then, the service model we have for the surrounding area. So I don't know if Lee or Jackie want to kind of add any context to that.
Yeah, I can jump in a little bit, Dave, and you did a good job outlining that. I certainly think kind of the enhanced services model that, we were developing, say, 90 days ago around some of the owls and future sites that we had hoped to kind of put online, that will be different given the budget scenario. With that said, I think, what Angel and Jackie and myself and Jim Orpal, kind of the takeaway for us around the owls and, as we implemented enhanced services for the Mayberry bridge housing site, wasn't necessarily the money that went towards the additional services. It was the enhanced level of coordination between all the departments speaking to one another and kind of having one central voice, and how we had those discussions. So, it certainly won't be kind of enhanced services like we did talk about, but I do think we can still commit to kind of that enhanced level of coordination from the manager's office and from housing around those sites as we move forward.
And so I'm looking at the mayor's memo, and the mayor's memo did not specify sites, correct, Mayor?
That's right. There was no site specified. We assumed that the city had spent some time, city staff had spent time trying to identify sites for BHC. That seemed like a good place to start.
Right. And so before I make a motion, I wanted to ask, is Jackie still on the call?
I am.
So Councilmember Arenas submitted a memo that had two options. So one, do you have it in front of you, or I can read it, but I don't know.
I do have it.
Okay. So have you had a chance to look at those two options and have a recommendation at this point, or would that be coming back with the deferral of the additional funding sources in a week as well?
So we are contemplating how we can create opportunities for families in these new facilities. I think the challenge is that the McKinney-Vento data, as we reviewed it again, talks about kids who are homeless. It doesn't put them back into households. So it's really hard to compare the McKinney-Vento data with the homeless data. We do know that looking at our HMIS reports that last year, out of the 6,000 households that entered our homeless system, 10% of them were families. And we also know from the McKinney-Vento numbers, interestingly enough, they've been going down. So the last report in 2018 was more than half of a decrease than it was in 2016. We haven't gotten the 2019 count numbers. So, you know, I think we could, again, set aside a percentage for households, for families, as a way to best accommodate this request.
So could that come back next week with a little bit more thought? Because I'm also very interested in this, and this is something that NSE has talked about for quite a while in the time I've been on the council, which is not that long, but still. I think one of the reasons we have lost a lot of families, McKinney-Vento families, is because they've left the Valley. They've left San Jose and they've gone to other places and they've given up. But what I've heard from providers like Amigos de Guadalupe, as well as from some of the school district employees, is they're telling me that families are not getting into the HMIS system, and the challenges that the homeless system and the McKinney-Vento system use two different criteria. And so I would love to see if it's possible for one of the tiny home sites to be a family site, if that's possible. But I know that that would require some more work and planning. And so is that something that that could come back to us so that we could incorporate that in as we plan for the long term while using this short-term opportunity?
And someone, Councilmember Esparza, could also weigh in after Jackie's had a chance.
I think we can come back to let you know what we're doing on some of these, to let you know what kind of housing we are providing in the COVID-19 response, and the research that we've been doing regarding the domestic violence survivors, to check in with what their housing needs are. We are very concerned about the data that we've been seeing, that domestic violence victims at this point, because they're still in the households, are being challenged. So we can certainly come back with additional information next week. Okay. Mayor?
Yeah, Councilmember Esparza, I very much appreciate the concern raised by Councilmember Arenas and by you. And the intent of the memo is certainly spot on in terms of the needs. My understanding, and I could be mistaken about this, but I think the funding is primarily pulled from the Navigation Center. Is that right, Jackie? Which was not actually going to be family-focused asset. Is that right? That was primarily
That is correct.
Singles. Okay, for homeless individuals. And so, you know, my personal preference would be that we think about maybe option 2 in that memo of Councilmember Arenas, which just says, look, we're not going to take from families to execute this particular program, but what this particular program is going to require is a certain amount of cookie cutter purchasing and execution. And I know that from some of the models that they're looking at now, you know, those are basically prefabricated dorm rooms that were built for, you know, that would be built for oil rig workers, for example. They're going to have a bathroom attached and not much else. Obviously, there need to be congregate kitchens and other things built, but building out a family serving site is a very different endeavor. It requires quite a bit more thought and dedicated services. And I know that is not, that doesn't fit the cookie cutter model that we're trying to get to simply get a lot of stuff built quickly that will get a lot of people housed. And particularly to serve the COVID situation where you really want isolation of housing. And so I would just suggest that maybe it might be better if we just leave the family money untouched. So that can be used for whatever purposes council ultimately determines is best for families.
Yeah, I'd be comfortable with that. I just, again, it's a huge level of concern. As Jackie mentioned, I haven't seen the DV data. I've just heard anecdotal information, and it's a huge concern. So I'd be comfortable with moving forward with item number 2 as well. With that said, I wanted to put forward a motion to approve the mayor's memo, item number 2 from Councilmember Arenas' memo, and to defer my memo until presentation next week. And then I wanted to ensure a discussion as this comes back to council around discussion of services once we get to sites. Again, what we're doing tonight is not site specific, but all 6 of the tiny home sites are east of 87. And I think that that deserves some more discussion when that does eventually come to council.
Second.
Thank you. I think I heard a Councilmember Perales with the second. Just to clarify, Councilor Esparza, I believe of the 4 sites, 2 are public, 2 are private. One of the private sites, District 4, would be west of 87. Another site quite a bit south of 87. I just don't want, I think we may be looking at different lists. And so if Jim or Jackie or anyone wants to clarify, just to make sure I'm not mistaken.
Councilmember Esparza, but she's muted.
Oh, Councilor Esparza, I think you might be mute if you're trying to.
Sorry, and I
Yeah.
have my background, so I'm holding up a memo, but it's weird because of the library background.
Okay.
But I actually did look up the sites on a map, and so the Monterey at Bernal is east of 87, and I will say the site in District 4 is it's right at 87. But yeah, your
Okay.
point is well taken. I think that we still need to have some discussion. While tonight is not site specific, I think moving forward we need to have some discussion about what we've committed to the community and what those services will be like in the long term. Because again, what we're using right now tonight is we're using a situation that is needed in the short term. And I know it, I have trailers at Kelly Park and trailers at the fairgrounds. So I'm all in as well, but I do think we need to have an open discussion about what this means long-term once we reach the site, the point of discussing sites.
Okay, Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to clarify, Councilmember Esparza, before you put your mute back on, you moved to a mayor's memo. Was that the one from March 30th? And did you also, in your motion, will you also include the multi-signer memo with the mayor, the vice mayor, Councilmember Perales, and myself?
Yes, correct. And I actually, didn't we vote on the mayor's original memo, the March 30th memo? We already did that. So thank you for correcting me. The April 3rd multi-signatory memo.
Okay, great. Thank you. I wasn't sure, and I didn't remember that about the March 30th memo. So thank you.
We can
I'll be supporting the motion, of course. Our need for housing our homeless neighbors, not to mention our families who are in overcrowded housing and others who are in overcrowded housing, has never been greater and more important to get people into their own spaces. I think it's really smart for us to be redirecting our HAP dollars toward emergency housing. It's the right thing to do right now. There's not going to be a better time for us to do that because of all of the current relaxation of the state regulations that the mayor so nicely laid out, how long it has taken us to get other sites up and running and why we had so many delays when we thought we were going to be able to do things in 9 months and 12 months, and they ended up taking a year, 18 months, and 2 years. So I'm excited. I know the staff, when their regulations have been relaxed, they are able to move quickly, as they have done in increasing our shelter capacity so quickly at Parkside Hall, South Hall, and with the FEMA trailers that Councilmember Esparza mentioned. Staff can move quickly when we get things out of the way for them. So this is a good way for us to do that. And so I'm glad that we can do this today so that they can move quickly. And I think it's great that they're going to be able to get help from not only our local builders, from the private sector, but also the nonprofit sector. I think this is a good way to get everybody on the same page, and hopefully we can move quickly and not get too wrapped up in which sites go where and whatever, and just if there's a site, we all say, do it. Let's get it going.
Thank you,
Mayor, could I jump in for a second? I just want to kind of talk through the site item a bit. So we've put forward the attachment in the memo that really took the bridge housing site process through some refinement literally over the weekend that Jim and Jackie led. You know, at this point, we don't have other sites that we're looking at. And, you know, we are going to need to start site planning on these things so that we're not left in a situation where we've procured trailers and don't have a site to put them on. Also, just want to kind of go back to what Jim was mentioning in terms of the procurement. We are looking at one option where we might hire one entity to do the acquire trailers and install trailers. So I don't want to leave the council with the impression that there's, you know, we're going to loop back later and be able to have a kind of a long site discussion. You know, I think right now what you see on that attachment is what we have in front of us. And so, you know, our intention was to move forward really, I think, with the top four, you know, as soon as we possibly could.
Dave, I would add too that what we procure in terms of unit types and the number of units is very site specific. And given the four that we have, that's what we'd start doing site layout with. And so we need to be pretty specific. And so if we are going to contemplate other sites, we really can't figure out kind of unit types and unit sizes because it is so site specific. So if we don't have sites, it holds up the decisions on identifying unit types and unit numbers. So they're very interrelated.
Okay, thanks, Jim. All right, let's come back then to council. See, Councilmember Davis, you just finished speaking. Did you want to say anything further?
No, I'm good.
Okay, Councilmember Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. And I believe my first question was just answered, but I'll just reiterate. So looking at this site list on attachment B in the supplemental, it seems like those four sites, the top four priorities, are the only ones that we are going to be moving forward with right now. Is there any opportunity, Dave, that we're moving forward with other sites, not necessarily the ones that are on the list there, but other sites if we have the opportunity to, or do we think that these four are going to be sort of enough to bite off?
Well, I would say we're probably open to more. You know, this shows our thinking from over the weekend, and so I think, and as Jim was, I think, clarifying there, we do need to have some understanding on the sites so that we understand what we're ordering in terms of the units. So right now, our thinking are these top four sites. If there are other sites that the council has that they want us to look at, I think we can kind of broaden our scope here.
So the only thing it leads me to think about is, for instance, when I went to travel to Seattle and looked at their tiny home sites or their bridge housing sites, and they set in place made a declaration of housing crisis, and that allowed them to move a little quicker within their own city on developing tiny home sites. And they really set out at the same time we did back in 2017 and had a similar goal as to what we did, which was have one of these sites in every district. And they nearly achieved that, all besides one district that had a site and then ended up working out. And to the mayor's point, and why I'm excited to be able to support this opportunity, is we now have a chance to eliminate a lot of the red tape and move forward with some of these sites. And what my hope was similar to what Councilmember Esparza was saying on, hey, let's make sure that we're being fair to the communities we're putting these in, but it's also just being fair to the communities in general throughout the whole city, and be equitable on where we're distributing them, and sort of going back to that original goal. Now, I don't want to delay any process and say, hey, let's spend our time trying to find other sites. So these 4 sound, fine in regards to the work that's already been done to identify how we can move forward. My hope would be, though, is that if we see that we have an opportunity to, include more sites, that we do so in an equitable way throughout the city, similar to what our goal was in 2017. And this may be the one chance that we get to actually achieve that, because we have a lot of this, a lot of the red tape eliminated in that opportunity. Otherwise, that's it, and I can support this motion going forward.
Thank you. Councilmember Arenas?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question, clarification for Councilmember Esparza. So in your motion, did you exclude 2B from the mayor's memo that includes Vice Mayor Councilmember Perales and Davis?
Oh, no, I didn't. So this is the innovative housing solution. So this would be what would be covered under item 2 that we just accepted, correct?
Yeah, it's part of it. So the $4,232,000 with $510. The motel voucher is $2 million. The OWL centers, it's $1,232,000, and that's not for families exclusively. Those OWL centers, and then incidental safe parking and shelter is $500K, which is family specific, or could be, but the preferred option for families, as we learned with the first safe parking program, was motel vouchers. And so the last piece is housing problem solving, which is $500,000. So it doesn't really leave very much for families. And although I appreciate your I think somebody had reflected that the $13,000 for the potential navigation center wasn't exclusive for families anyways, but it was exclusive for the navigation center. So now we're navigating away from that to do something that I think is very worthwhile. And I'm on board with everyone else. This is the opportunity to have tiny homes throughout San Jose, and hopefully in a very equitable manner. But it doesn't leave very much to families. And we know that when we went through the flood crisis, we couldn't replicate. And when those families lost their homes or their places that they lived along with other families in apartments, we couldn't replicate their living conditions so that it could be affordable for them to live in San Jose. And so I'm afraid that we're going to do the same thing to some of the families that are going to lose their homes. And even though the McKinney-Vento numbers might say that the reduction is that there's a reduction in families, I would say that this crisis is going to change those numbers quite a bit. And so I think we should expect to have more families on the streets, and they work really hard to hide themselves. And so I think we should expect at least maybe a redistribution of that 4,232,000 to have more motel vouchers to support families, or to have a certain percentage of those tiny homes directed for families. I get that families are more expensive to serve, but the reality is that no one's really serving them. Shelters, there's limited shelter space in this. Motels are kind of the only option. We saw safe parking wasn't working for our families. So, you know, I feel like we're running out of options, and to eliminate one possibility in tiny homes, I think we should reevaluate that.
Could I offer a suggestion that might address that concern? And Jackie, I'll probably need your help on this, but with the governor's most recent push, the 150 million, I think we get 3.9 million of that share in new HAP funding. Is it possible that we could backfill whatever might have been allocated for family-focused solutions in that 4.2 million innovative housing solutions bucket with the 3.9 million, essentially making that whole? I'm guessing that we're going to be taking a whole new look at all this money anyway, but at least to enable us to go forward with the 17 million without affecting or diminishing whatever we're spending on family-based solutions.
So that money really has been allocated to ensure that we can operate the shelters and reimburse the general fund for the shelters that we've been standing up. So that has been the priority. But the $3 million on the prevention category, that was, you know, we had focused our investment in on families. And the 2 million that you were thinking of for the motel hotel vouchers, that's the other one we could try to see if we could fund from another funding source. We weren't, as you noted, funding families anymore through safe parking. The focus really was the motel voucher program, and we do hope to implement more motel vouchers because of the issue around domestic violence right now, that appears to be a better solution. So I think we're going to see more opportunities in some of the other funding to do that. So for example, we have ESG funding that's coming, and we can allocate some of that. But we can come back with that discussion as we look at all of our funding, with the goal, of course, trying to make the general fund whole on all the current shelter we've committed.
Okay, so we could go forward with a roughly $17 million allocation now, although I don't know that Dave even needs our approval, but essentially the council could approve a $17 million allocation. We can come back next week in successive weeks to make sure if there are any holes need to be filled with ESG funds or whatever, we can find that money.
We can come up with a proposed plan on how we can, I'm hearing loud and clear, we want to try to find solutions for families.
Yeah.
So let's do that.
Okay. Sounds good.
I'm so sorry.
Go ahead.
So that sounds like we are still going to take away from the innovative housing solutions, the 4,200,000 and blah, blah, blah change. We're still going to reroute that to tiny homes to complete the 17 million instead of leaving that piece alone.
No, I was going to ask for a friendly amendment from the maker of the motion, simply that we go forward with the $17 million allocation, and that staff would bring back options for filling whatever gap there might be in that 4.2.
So my question would be for Jackie is, when would that come back to us?
Well, we're working on a budget as we speak, and it should not take longer than 2 weeks. We're just still trying to anticipate and get, you know, all the current costs to run what we're funding now, you know, for the 2 shelters, the trailers, and other commitments. And so we just need to make sure, again, that the general fund gets repaid, because that funding right now is coming from that source. So we have about, I think we counted about 34 million that is coming to CDBG, this HAP money, our ESG And so there's opportunities, and it's just making sure all those gaps are filled. So I'd say between 1 and 2 weeks.
And so you're confident that we can make that whole?
I believe we can find an alternative funding source, and my only concern is, again, having the priority to ensure that we make the general fund whole on our homeless side, that we've already made commitments. We're also supporting food distribution, so there's multiple priorities, and that's one of the reasons I'd want to bring it back to you so you could see what those other funding priorities are and how it all gets distributed. But there are other funding sources that can pay for this, and I think the issue here is that this is the only funding source that does provide this flexibility. So we have checked the other ones, and none of them allow the construction of a shelter without doing an environmental review, and that is the challenge.
But others can fill the gap of housing for families.
Correct. Yes.
Can I interrupt, Mayor, to ask a follow-up question from Jackie on that?
Yeah, Councilmember Rice.
So this comes from the federal money from the and what was going to be funded with the consolidated plan. Is that the money that you're referring to?
Actually, in the CARES Act, CDBG and ESG are both getting additional funding. So it's over and above what we've received this past year.
Okay, so the motion that's on the floor right now is the second option, which is to exclude from the allocation the HAP funding dedicated for programs that serve families with kids. So Councilmember Esparza, that's the one that you stated.
Yes, and so that's what I'm trying to figure out is how we move forward, but still keep the funding for dedicated programs that serve families with children.
I would say that you would have to then use add a different motion or add to the motion to reflect that, because that is not what this option states. So
Correct.
This option states to carve out this 4 million too. But if Jackie is stating that there's a commitment to fund what we've been working on in NSC towards supporting families, I'd like to see that come back. I want to make sure that there's as much money available for tiny homes when we have this opportunity in front of us. But I also want the commitment that our families are not going to get lost in the shuffle here. And then all of a sudden, because we have to realign our budget priorities, there isn't any funding for those for that purpose.
I'm feeling pretty confident we can find the 2 million to provide some sort of family program between ESG or CDBG.
Yeah, could I just suggest a friendly amendment? And Jackie, appreciate your
Lee just raised his hand.
No, I'll go ahead and defer to the mayor.
Yeah, I just would suggest a friendly amendment, just that we would approve the $17 million allocation with Jackie and staff to come back with us to give us options for ensuring that we keep whole the funding commitment to families. Obviously, that portion of my memo, which draws specifically that 4.2 million, would have to be modified subject to the identification of the other funding. Leah, I'm sorry, cut you off.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to, Jackie's giving a really good analysis of what we know of the CARES Act and the pots of money that we are getting. I would just remind everyone of Benna and Jim Shannon's report during 3.1. There's a lot moving quickly that we don't know that we've got the opportunity to engage on with the governor and with our local delegation in Congress. And some of those conversations have been about more flexible pots of money for our homeless community. So Jackie's giving the analysis of what she knows now, but I do believe we're going to have much more flexibility to address this in the future with some of those additional pots of money.
Great, and I would say that we still need to have that commitment from the 4.2 that is in the mayor's memo that is going to get redirected from innovative housing solutions. I know that it is much more expensive to support families than it is to support individuals. Thus, the tiny homes are targeted for such. And even though it's more difficult for us to serve our families, I still feel that we need to make sure that we dedicate that money. So I appreciate that friendly amendment, and would like to see the most money going to families, and that commitment of the 4.2 versus the 2 million that I heard you say, Jackie.
I just wanted to clarify, the 4.2 actually wasn't all going to families. So really, of the 4.2, we had $2 million committed to families. The overnight warming centers don't serve families at all. It's all for singles. Well,
that is exactly my point, that out of all of that money, there's only 2 million that's going towards families, and we know that this is the most expensive population to serve, and for that to even go further than to be lowered, it's almost insignificant for families to support our families.
So it was the 2 million plus the 3 million that we're doing for prevention, where we had, originally the program was for families. They did expand it, but trying to keep families in their home was what we thought was one of the best solutions, instead of having them be displaced.
I agree. I'd like to see whatever you propose and what comes back to council be the maximum amount that we can allocate for families. I think this is an opportunity for us also to be creative to support families. We have additional funding that could provide some additional support, and so why not do it and take this as an opportunity, the same way that we're taking an opportunity to get these tiny homes done. So I appreciate the friendly amendment, Mayor, and I'll be supporting it. I just would like for whatever comes forward from housing to be the most that we can do for families within our own system.
Let me check with Councilmember Esparza to see if the friendly amendment is actually amended the motion. She's muted. Councilor Esparza, I think you're muted.
There we go. I'll accept it with the spirit that that's a floor and not a ceiling, because as we've been seeing, is there's a tremendous amount of need, and our families are just getting hammered. So yes, I'll accept it.
Okay, so I know there's, thank you. And the seconder, Councilmember Pross?
Yes, I accept that.
Great, okay, thank you. The motion's amended. And yes, we will have an opportunity, I think, to look at various funding sources in the next week or two as Jackie's able to come back with all that. So thank you, Jackie, for this additional work while you're doing everything else in the EOC. Councilmember Foley?
Great, thank you. I won't be long. I just want to put in a plug. I know you have 4 sites that are not District 9, and I don't even see District 9 here at all, but I just want to put out a word once again that District 9 should be considered for homeless housing. I realize it won't fit in for this project, for this urgency and this need, but I just want to, every time this comes up, homeless housing is really important. All the districts need to have their fair share of housing. So I just want to put District 9 out there as willing to find a location.
Thank you.
And with that, I'll be very supportive of this.
Thank you, and certainly appreciate that sentiment, and obviously any help you can give us if you know of private landowners or public that are willing to work with us, we'd love to be able to take advantage of that opportunity. Councilmember Jimenez?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Like Councilmember Foley, I recognize, obviously, conversely, that there's 2 of the 4 locations in District 2, but I think it's possible that we might find other locations. But anyway, I think it goes without saying, and I hope it goes without saying, that the staff is going to work with each council office, obviously, to make sure this goes down smoothly. I can say very directly that the District 2 office, and I believe the District 2 residents are ready to work with folks to make sure that we're able to house some of these folks. And so I very much appreciate all the work that's been done and look forward to getting some stuff done. Thank you.
Thank you for stepping up, Councilmember Menace. I appreciate it. Councilmember Diep. Councilmember Diep, I don't think your mute is off.
Yes. So I support the motion on the floor, of course. I was just curious if, since this is emergency action and we're trying to get as many people housed during the emergency as we can, this is an opportunity, since we were able to bypass CEQA, to build something that is perhaps more lasting than just the 6 months or a year that we might have to weather this. Are we kind of looking at ways to, since we have the ability to bypass CEQA, build something that is used for this emergency but will outlast the emergency?
Yeah, maybe I'll respond to that, Lon. You know, John Ball and Michael Black, who've been involved in sort of looking at all the private options out there for prefab modular, seem to conclude there are plenty of products out there to provide us something that will be, if properly maintained in place for 10, 15 years or more. And certainly that's what we'd want. This is pretty inexpensive, and we're talking about like $20,000, $25,000 per unit type housing. But obviously, if we can make it last 10, 15 years, it's a huge return compared to the alternative.
Okay, that's all good. We're doing it. Great.
Thank you. And one other thing I should mention, I know FEMA reimbursement, as was mentioned, is unlikely under the current rules. We're also looking at lease option to buy, lease purchase options, for which we may be able to find some FEMA reimbursement for a couple months of that lease, and then obviously use the city money for the rest. Okay, Councilmember Esparza, you have your hand up? Nope. Okay.
No.
Oh, yes.
She said no.
Oh, no. Okay, Councilmember Rennes, you have your hand up?
Thank you, Mayor. I also wanted to mention to Jackie that we had a safe parking site at Eastridge on land that VTA owned. And so I think that might also be another site that could be considered as we're talking about spreading the love everywhere. So I just wanted to chime in.
Thank you. I'll make sure. Jim, did you hear that?
Let's not.
I heard it
right now.
Rick wants to say that.
Okay, Rick, I think you have your hand up.
Yeah, Mayor, the motion doesn't include the adoption of the resolution, which is 8.1A, 1.2. It talks about ratifying the managers, but I just want to get clarity that the motion is to approve all the items in 8.1 A and B, in addition to the memos. Because the memos don't mention the resolution.
And that's why Councilmember Davis stepped in to ensure that the mayor's memo from March 30th was included. Right? That's the one that declares the emergency, correct?
No, I think.
No, but this is
okay.
resolution. If you look at A1, suspending the zoning code and other requirements applicable to shelters, it's declaring the existence of a continued shelter crisis, and then ratifying the city manager's declaration, March 20th declaration, and then directing the administration to take various actions. And then memos talk about that, but I just want to make sure we're clear we're adopting a resolution here tonight.
Yes, we're adopting the resolution.
So the memo, the motion includes that.
Yes.
The motion includes it.
And I heard Councilmember Pearl saying the seconder agrees. Okay, great. So I think we've got our motion. Again, I just wanted to thank Jim Morpall and John Ball and Michael Black and everybody's put in so many hours to get us to this point to see if we could move quickly to do something really impactful for hundreds of, provide a capacity for hundreds of residents in what might otherwise take us many years. So thank you all for your hard work, and thank you, Jackie, for jumping in as well. Okay, let's vote.
Mendes,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Diep,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Aye.
Arenas,
Aye.
Foley,
Aye.
Chemis,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Picardo.
Aye. Okay, thank you, everyone. That passes unanimously. All right, 8.2 are actions related to moratorium on evictions for non-payment of rent for small business tenants financially impacted by COVID. We do have a presentation on this item. There's just 2 items remaining.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Councilmember Camus, let me just clarify which you are approving. Is that specifically the option for the county enforcement?
Yes. Move the county.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, that was for Councilmember Camus. The second,
That's me, just to coach you a little bit, Johnny.
Councilmember Foley emphatically agrees. That was specifically for the option for county enforcement. I know that there was to be a presentation. Dave?
I don't think we have a presentation on this item.
Oh, okay.
Actually,
Kim, do you have a presentation?
we
Or do you
have
want
like
me?
a 5-slide overview if you
Sorry.
would like it. Our staff recommendation is to just go with the county ordinance.
It's fine.
Okay. All right. Well, it sounds like we'll bypass the presentation in the interest of time because I know a lot of folks are waiting to speak on the next item. We do have 4 members of the community who would like to speak on this item. And let me make this really clear. This is only relating to the moratorium evictions on small business tenants. This is not residential tenants. We already have that moratorium in place. This is just a moratorium on evictions of business tenants. So if anyone thinks they would like to speak about issues relating to residential tenants, that's the next item. All right, I have 3 people who indicated they'd like to speak. First is Daniel Reyes. Mr. Reyes? Mr. Reyes? Okay, Mr. Reyes, I can hear some noise, but I don't hear you speaking. So let me come back to you. Catherine Hedges? Catherine? Please join us. Catherine?
Hi, too.
Okay, welcome.
Hi, thank you, Mayor Liccardo and the council. As a small business owner, I don't have my own space, but I was greatly impacted when Tech Shop closed and was evicted. And I know that the rest of small businesses are very, very worried about their ability to, maintain operation, resume operations and employ people again after the emergency. And we hear about all these wonderful SBA loans, but the program is getting out to such a bad start that I don't know if people are going to have their funds in time to avoid getting evicted from their commercial spaces. And with the lockdown, it would be hard for people to get their equipment and assets out of space that they're using. And so I hope we can pass this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Al X, welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can, thanks.
Excellent. Thank you, City Council members, as well as Mayor, for staying up this late. I'm impressed by your fortitude. I also just wanted to go ahead and agree with the person who just spoke before me that I think that this would buy small businesses time that they need to be able to get their feet underneath themselves so that they can hopefully keep their business going when things start up again. I think an important part is giving people time. And I think this buys time in a way that will hurt the least amount of people possible, namely the landlords for these businesses. That's all that I can think to say on that. Thank you again for your guys' time.
Thank you. Paul Soto? Paul, are you able to hear us? If you could take your device off mute, Paul, we're not able to hear you yet.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can, yeah, thanks.
Hello?
Okay, good evening, Mayor Ricardo. I wasn't sure what item it was. I just came into the conversation just a little while ago. What's
Yeah,
the
this is
agenda item being spoken about?
8.2 relating to commercial tenants. These are small businesses.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll go ahead and pull back and I'm on another item. I'm not sure what
Yeah, you'll
number it is.
speak on the next item. That's fine. Okay, thanks, Paul.
Okay, great, thank you.
Finally, our last speaker is Lisa. Welcome, Lisa. Lisa, could you take your device off mute? Welcome, Lisa.
Good evening. Yeah, sorry,
Hi.
I think I'm also waiting for the item 8.3. Sorry.
Yeah, okay, we'll hear from you in just a moment then. Thank you. Okay, coming back to the council. Rick, I have a question about this one. I understand under the motion, we'd be relying on the county ordinance essentially, and they can enforce, which I guess is fine given the fact that we've got a lot of city staff dealing with emergency operations right now. The one concern I have is that the county ordinance doesn't mention anything about constructive abandonment of a tenancy. And we know that the unfortunate and very painful reality is there are going to be businesses that literally lay everybody off, move their stuff out, and the owner is not anywhere to be found. And then you're going to have an owner who's going to say, I really want to get in there and make repairs and get the space ready and get somebody else in there, and I can't do anything. Or maybe they're going to be held up by somebody who's going to try to, force some concession, even though they clearly have no intention to operate a business there. And is there any way that we can have any basis for enabling a landlord to say, look, this has been a constructive abandonment. They're not operating the business. They have no intention to operate the business. Can we please move on?
Yeah, there are civil code provisions in state law that govern abandonment. And if following those procedures, you no longer have a landlord-tenant relationship, so the landlord can get access to the property again. So I think a landlord can rely on state law to regain possession once there is an abandonment. And I think the civil code sections cover that comprehensively.
Okay, so we don't need anything specific and anything that we would pass that would say we're not going to enforce in situations where there's obviously abandonment.
No, and I think the county ordinance doesn't cover that expressly, but there are separate provisions under state law that would apply.
All right, thanks, Rick. Councilmember Foley?
Great, thank you. I'm really happy to finally see this come before us to vote and implement this moratorium on commercial tenant evictions. I first brought this forward when we were considering residential evictions and thought that it was important to include small businesses and businesses in this protection as well. So I'm glad that we're taking a look at this and that we're looking at adopting the county's proposal as they've already implemented. I just want to point out a couple of things about the county's proposal or county's directive, and that is that that the businesses are still required, the tenants are still required to make their payments, and or if there's a deferred payment plan that the tenant is required to repay whatever that debt is. I think that's important because we're going to have a discussion about that in the next item, but this commercial use or commercial moratorium would not waive in any way the rent that is due eventually to the landlord. It is just saying that you cannot be evicted at this time during the COVID crisis. So with that, I'm very excited to support this and have this go forward and encourage us all to support as many small businesses as we possibly can to keep them going through this crisis. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you. Councilmember Diep?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to support the motion on the floor. I'm glad that the county stepped in and small businesses are being assisted like we're assisting renters in this time. I have a broad question for Rick. I see sometimes, it's more of a question about the distinguishment between the powers of the county and the city. the county has issued ordinances before we've issued ordinances at the city. Sometimes I feel like, for instance, PLAs, for instance, why did the county one not control and we still did our own? Is it really an issue of just us wanting to have our own, or is there kind of a county takes care of public health, but then there's unincorporated areas that they can take care of, and yet we have the San Jose stuff that they can't control? I'm getting some clarification on that.
Yeah, council member, it's the Emergency Services Act that gives broad authority in these situations. That's what the sort of emergency powers that the county has now. Generally, as a charter city, we govern ourselves, so we have our own ordinances, our own laws. But in this case, given the emergency situation, state law allows the county to essentially extend its authority into cities.
All right, sounds good. That's good for me. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Just checking to see, I think those are all the council members who'd like to speak. Okay, we have Councilmember Camps's motion then. Let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Aye.
Dieppe,
Aye.
Crosco,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Yamas,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you, everyone. We're on to the final item, and thank you, everyone, for your patience. I know we have more than 400 people participating right now, and I expect nearly all of them are on the line because of this final item, 8.3, which is the rent suspension proposal. I don't believe there's a presentation, but I know, Rick, your team has responded very quickly. I know this was just filed on Friday and you had to put something together, and I want to thank you and your team for trying to move quickly to respond. Do you want to describe a little bit about the findings you have in your memorandum?
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. Just briefly, the memo is a public memo and that we issued yesterday. The long and the short of it is there's some state law issues, Costa Hawkins specifically, which would determine the reach of any attempt to apply rent control. That's touched upon in the memo, but the larger issue are federal constitutional issues, specifically the Fifth Amendment prohibition against taking property without just compensation, and the contracts clause of the United States Constitution, which prohibits any substantial impairment of a contract. The takings clause is the one that gives me the biggest heartburn, and the reason is that there are really different ways. What is a take? And there's different ways. There's a physical taking where you seize a property, or you, for example, we see it when we use our power of eminent domain, and we're widening a street, and we have to take a portion of somebody's property to widen the street. We have to pay just compensation and for that property. That's an easy one, and that's pretty clear. Where it gets more difficult is what's called the regulatory taking. And so government by regulation takes actions which effectively result in what is a deprivation or a taking of someone's property. And that's the concern we have here. The proposal, as I understand it, is to essentially allow tenants to be in possession of property rent-free for up to 90 days. And I say rent-free because the rent period of that is suspended and there is no obligation to repay it. So essentially the landlords are being asked to allow people to occupy their property without just compensation, without any compensation. And that presents the regulatory taking issue that we address in our memo. Clearly, the council has the authority to do rent control. But there are parameters as to how far you can go. And the concern here, in my view, is significant because there are a lot of properties that could be impacted and a lot of dollars at stake, and the city could be on the hook. The second issue is the contracts clause, and again, the federal constitution prohibits the government from interfering or substantially impairing the obligation of a contract between private parties. Here, you effectively, if you look at it on an annualized basis, you'd be asking, you'd be rewriting the contract and reducing rent by as much as 25%. That would be a potential problem as well. So for those reasons, we've expressed our concerns, and we felt the need to get a memo out just for the council's benefit as soon as possible. It's not exhaustive in terms of detailed analysis like a brief would be, but it gets to the point.
You understand?
That's all I have.
I understand and appreciate your team had to turn something around very quickly. I just want to understand, make it as explicit as possible. This Fifth Amendment violation concern, and I know we've seen other cities similarly determine in other jurisdictions. Governor Cuomo in the state of New York, Mayor Garcetti in LA, all of them say, we think this is probably a constitutional violation. If we were to move forward and impose this rent suspension and then be found liable, can you give us a sense what we're liable for? I assume it would be for the value of that rent to all the landlords.
The fair rental value of the property and attorney's fees. It's a constitutional violation, so attorney's fees on top of it. You mentioned Governor Cuomo. There is a bill pending in the New York legislature. The governor's comment was he felt that the moratorium that they imposed, similar to what the city council imposed, was sufficient and covered the issue. That's clearly within your powers, that moratorium that you passed, but this goes a little beyond that.
Okay. And in terms of what the city might be obligated to pay, that would be hundreds of millions of dollars, presumably.
Well, it could be. I mean, if you take, I believe there's like 29,000 units that are subject to rent control. If you just take a portion of them, just 5,000 units, and you take 3 months rent and use what is it, $16,000 per unit, I think that gets to about $80 million right there. If my math is correct, I'm not a mathematician and I don't have a calculator. It could be significant, yes.
Okay, all right. Councilmember Perales?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Rick. I had an opportunity, obviously, to look over the memo you said, and certainly it's not an interest of mine to violate the Constitution and the constitutional rights of anybody. The interest I know myself and Councilmember Carrasco have is in ensuring that we do as much as possible to be able to protect our tenants, especially individuals that right now might be falling through the cracks in regards to the services, the support that's available. Individuals that may be only, potentially receiving the $1,200 of relief, or maybe even not receiving that. We know that the funds that we were able to generate through philanthropic means were used up within just a few days, and that's not even necessarily any sort of government effort. That was our effort in trying to get individuals to support our community. And so we know that the need is great, and that's our interest. But I certainly don't have an interest in doing anything that is unconstitutional. I only have one question, Rick, for you. So even considering the crisis that we're in, is there an action, it sounds like, that we can't take? Is there an action that the states can take? I know that's what Governor Cuomo in New York was sort of looking at, but I understand they may be going a different direction. So does that provide any sort of other authority for maybe not necessarily a municipality, but a state to enact different powers?
I don't think the state has any greater powers. I mean, they're subject to the same constitution we are in terms of this type of proposal. I think that clearly the governor has imposed a moratorium. There are things the state might be able to do with respect to types of actions that can be brought, remedies that may be available. you know, it's times, it's that when times are tough that you get, you know, efforts to try to, as you put, you know, deal with a situation where people are hard pressed and trying to make ends meet. I think there's case law out of the Depression that allows you to put a moratorium in place. Before that, you couldn't do it. There are things in terms of rent freezes so that people may not be able, landlords may not be able to raise rents for a time period. And again, it's temporary, but those types of actions have been permitted. But a total blanket cancellation of rent is something that's not.
Okay, thank you. And I know you did mention that in regards to the rent freeze. I know that that's what LA, Los Angeles has implemented as well. And I would love to be able to do whatever we legally can do, and without obviously violating the Constitution. So I would like to see if it's possible, and I know that that's not what was within the memo, and I know that you know, but would love to see the opportunity if we could get something out of this, and if it is a rent freeze, if that could be a direction that we could move in. And I certainly have other interests in regards to how we might be able to support our renters, and especially lobbying at the state level to see how we can get continued support. And at the federal level, was conversing with the mayor earlier in regards to how we can get potentially even the apartment association in our landlords. And I know there are a number of them. Obviously, as the mayor pointed out, we have over 400 attendees, and I imagine a good number of those landlords. And this is a great opportunity with a captive audience to really reach out and seek support for so many of their tenants. And I know I've heard from a number of them already that are stating that they're doing so. They're either already lowering rents or even allowing for rent relief for some of their tenants that they on their own are evaluating that may be impacted at the moment. And so I certainly want to be able to ensure that we are turning over every stone, and just wanted to see would there be an issue, because that was not part of our direction, Rick, to move forward if we wanted to a direction stay with what is constitutionally legal in regards to a rent freeze.
Well, you could ask us to come back with options, or go to rules and ask the, you know, put something on the agenda. I mean, I think that those are the vehicles. But if you wanted to ask us to, if the council wanted to ask us to come back with some kind of, you know, what potential options are out there, that's something we could do.
So without, I mean, you listed that option. That's why I responded with that one, the rent freeze in the memo that you put out. Without having to go back to rules, what mechanisms do we have to give a direction to move forward with the rent freeze?
I'll tell you what, I can that's something we can take up on our own if you want. I think it's to get out, you know, what potential, you know, sort of expanding on this memo of what is permissible. This goes to what's not permissible.
Understood. Yeah. So I'd love, again, I'd like to be able to walk away with something that's legal and a win. And I want to make sure that everybody that's listening and right, that's what we're going to attempt to do. But at the same time, that we're not going to be violating constitutional law. But if we can do that without necessarily having to delay it another week and go into rules, I'll wait and now sort of before making any motion. I know we haven't heard from the community as well, but wanted to sort of get that out of the way first, and then hopefully we can come to terms in regards to a motion is something that we can all move forward on. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay. Well, thank you, Councilor Pross. And ordinarily we would go straight to the public, but because there are unique legal issues raised here, I wanted to first hear from Rick and allow Councilor Pross to probe about these legal issues. Any other colleagues who'd like to raise questions about the legal issues specifically, I can come back to you after public comment about the policy generally, but if you'd like to probe questions about these legal issues with Rick, this would be the time. Councilmember Carrasco. Councilmember Carrasco,
yeah.
you might be.
Yeah, It's not so much the legal issues. I can wait until after public comment.
Okay.
Yep.
Councilmember Dieppe?
My question is about kind of a Robert's Rules procedural question. Given that what's on the table or what's on the floor is the first vote will be whether to even hear it.
That's correct.
I assume the public comment will be going to the substance of the memo. So I know a lot of people have been waiting to speak, but given that, we don't even know if it'll make it across the threshold first, can we take public comment on whether to move it forward and then?
Yeah, I should have explained more thoroughly, Councilor Dieppe. My apologies for failing to do that. I had asked for deferral of consideration of whether this even goes on the agenda until now, because it seems to me all the arguments that we'd be using either for or against putting this on the agenda will be virtually identical to the arguments we'd be making for or against passing this proposal. So it seemed to me to both give everyone an opportunity to be heard without having to go through this twice, and also really to encourage members of the public, if you have concerns about the substance, then bring them now, and let's not get into procedural niceties. I think everybody recognizes what this is fundamentally about. And I want at least the public to hear what the legal issues are and have those clearly laid out as well. And then the council will vote whether or not essentially to hear this now. Or I think as Councilmember Perales is suggesting, perhaps come back next Tuesday or the following Tuesday to consider other options that would include a rent freeze.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So Mayor, if I could, just a point of clarification then. So you're going to take public comment, and then we'll discuss it as the council, and then we'll vote on the procedural issue of bringing it forward.
That's right.
Is that right? Because one
Well, that's right.
requires a 2/3 vote and the other is okay. I just want to be clear on the order that we're going to be voting.
Right, and I would encourage the members of the public to speak to the issues, the merits of the issue, because obviously the procedure is something for the council to worry about.
Got it.
Hey,
Okay.
Mayor, another point of clarification.
Yes.
And I don't want to put words in Councilmember Perales' mouth, but I got the interpretation that he was withdrawing his memo to move this to a vote, if I'm correct. Would that be?
Yeah, it sounds like he'd like to supplant it with something else, but I'll let Councilmember Perales speak to that.
That last statement is correct, Mayor. Given that I take what our city attorney is saying as truthful, and certainly what I've seen happen out of LA and New York, sounds like the direction that we had proposed in our memo is unconstitutional. And so the alternative direction that Rick pointed out was a rent freeze. So I would like to supplant that rather, and actually, Mayor, it's along the lines of what you stated, rather than sort of go through this again, right? And potentially even the 400 plus people that have sat through an entire day to discuss this. The idea would be to discuss an item that maybe is legal, and then even if we couldn't take action potentially on that, if we knew that's what we were discussing, then maybe we could take a full action on that next week. Rick, maybe you let us know if that's an opportunity. But I do think it is moot to sit here and discuss the merits of something that is unconstitutional. And so I'm not interested in moving that direction forward. And I would be interested though in supplanting it with what is legal.
Okay, so
and the reason why I raise that issue is we have 91 people who are queued up to speak for or against, and I just don't want them to have to go through all that if they're speaking on something that's not even going to be voted on.
Understood. Rick, we have a bit of a challenge here because we actually don't have a rent freeze. It's agendized.
No, it's not. It's a Brown Act issue there. I mean, I opened the door admittingly as a possibility, and that's something that I mean, we could do just as a staff on our own, or as I suggested, if the Councilmember Perales wants to take it to rules or come back next week for that kind of discussion. But it is a Brown Act issue, and it's not on the agenda.
All right. So I don't see any harm in a rent freeze during this emergency period. Frankly, I don't think there are any landlords out there that are about to hike rents, but if it provides any additional insurance, I'm happy to support it. I just don't think we're able to have that public conversation today. It sounds like that would come back to us. I guess all I can say is I believe there may be no motion on this item. I think it means we still need to take public comment. Is that right, Rick?
Well, you're taking it up as orders of the day, and you had told people in the beginning that you were going to take comment at this time.
Yeah.
So, that was your prerogative as chair.
Yeah, understood. And I don't think there was any way around it because we would have heard public comment either way then or now. But it would be helpful, I think, for all the members of the public who are waiting to speak to know that it sounds as though at least both Councilmember Carrasco and Perales have articulated, they're the authors of the memo, that they don't have any intention moving forward, something that's not constitutional. So we will hear comment from the public. And suspect that maybe some folks may be less inclined to speak and may be more interested in waiting until next week or the following week, whenever this rent freeze proposal is formally before us. But nonetheless, we are here. So I'll first call from Sun-Hee Yao. Sun-Hee Yao.
Give me 1 second to unmute them.
I know we're working on unmuting you, Sun-Hee, so just hang on for just a moment. I think we got you now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi.
Hi. So my parents own a modest multifamily building in San Jose, and we just received notice about this. I heard the city attorney's comments, and I'm not a constitutional expert, but I definitely agree that this is unconstitutional in the way that it's currently framed. Listening to your discussion now, I would also like you guys to take into account that even if there is something like a rent freeze, my mother and father who are in their 70s and retired, if there was a rent freeze or a rent moratorium, they would lose their sole income stream for the 90 days. While this is providing protection for renters, I don't think there are similar protections in place for landlords. While there are things like mortgage forbearance programs, these things take time. And unlike rent suspension or freezes, they're not guaranteed. Meanwhile, the city of San Jose is still requiring property taxes to be paid by April 10th, and my parents are still responsible for paying utility bills on behalf of their tenants. And while San Jose is suspending late fees for municipal water and waste, you're not suspending payments altogether. So I ask the council to just keep in mind that not all landlords are these greedy developers like the media makes them out to be. Some of them are very simple people who need to pay bills on the other side too. So if you're going to suspend.
Thank you, Ms. Yo. Thank you. And I just remind everyone, we just have 1 minute because we have apparently many people would like to speak. I think this would be a good time since Ms. Yo raised a concern about what a rent freeze is. I think there was a bit of a misunderstanding. Councilmember Perales, I believe what you're talking about is a cap on increasing rent. Is that right, Councilmember?
Yeah, my understanding, and maybe Rick can clarify, but my understanding of it and what was suggested would be it would not allow, it actually would only apply to rent controlled units where we have authority, and it wouldn't allow any increase in the rent.
That's correct, council member. What I'm talking about is the rent still in place, but there's a freeze on any increase in the rent.
Right.
And just to be clear, obviously that is absolutely, completely different than what my memo and Councilmember Carrasco's memo had asked for. So no doubt, right, that's not necessarily what we were asking for, and certainly much less of assistance to the tenant, although it is what is legal and it is something that we could implement. But yes, that would be the clarification of it.
Thank you for that. We'll go back to public comment. I just want everyone in the public to understand what exactly might be considered next week and what's not. But since it's not before us, next week would probably be a better time to comment on a rent freeze, because we are not voting on a rent freeze today. And apparently we're not voting on the suspension either. it appears that there's a withdrawal of the memorandum. So next, I'll go to Jim Har, followed by Quan Chun Lo. So Mr. Har, Jim Har.
Very much for the opportunity to speak. Hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. I've lived in San Jose for over 30 years. I'm not a landlord. I'm not a lawyer. I did hear about this ordinance earlier today. My opinion is that the rent suspension ordinance is horribly misguided and originally felt, quite honestly, somewhat opportunistically transparent. It would certainly present an unfair permanent economic damage to property owners and feels like a very unconstitutional wealth transfer far beyond the city's power. And there's obviously better ways to solve this problem. It's clearly a taking in the spirit of what the city attorney mentioned, and it would be overturned and cost the city tens to hundreds of millions of dollars in fees and settlements. But mostly, I felt that, you know, this is not a time to pit people against each other. We've all done so well coming together, and this would make it worse. So I would urge rejection of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, okay. Shappy, do you want to go ahead and take over?
Yes, so the next speaker is Quan Chung Lo. Quan Chung Lo.
Yeah.
Unmute yourself and go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor and the Council. My name is KC. I've been in San Jose resident for 20 years. I became an accidental landlord when I moved to a different house, so I rented my previous one. So I'm just an individual like you and the rest of the council. So we are just regular people who are at the risk of getting sick from the COVID-19 and losing our jobs as well. We need the rent. A lot of us actually need the rent to come in so that we can pay our mortgages. If we don't have the rent coming in, then eventually we'll have to default and the bank will eventually take over. And guess what? When the bank takes over, it becomes the 2008 financial crisis again. So I definitely urge the council to look over everybody equally and reject this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Quan. I just want to remind the speakers that we have withdrawn the proposal, so it's no longer going to be considered. So just factor that in when you speak. Stanley Singh. Stanley, oh, there you go. Go ahead, Stanley.
Yeah. I commend the noble intention of city council members' effort to help renters who are impacted. However, I do encourage council members to also include measures to suspend landlords' mortgage, property tax, and insurance payments. And obviously, this current motion has been withdrawn, so I will not elaborate on that. However, I urge council members to explore other options to help renters, maybe consider issuing rent vouchers to impact renters using emergency funding from private donation, from employers, city, county, state, and federal governments to help fund this effort. That will help alleviate some of the stress that renters have. And thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Stanley. Rita Patel.
Is this what's happening?
And Rita, take yourself off mute.
How's it going? What's going on?
Councilmember Diep, you might want to mute yourself. Councilmember Diep, mute yourself.
All right. Rita, are you there? Okay, Rita, I'm going to move on to the next person, Jessica Matthew. Go ahead, Jessica.
Happy, can you hear me now?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. So my sole source of income is a property in San Jose. I'm happy to work with tenants to defer payments and even discount payments. We're all victims in this pandemic, and we all need to work together so that one group is not bearing the burden. I understand that you want to help tenants, but with Costa-Hawkins, you're repetitively punishing small business owners like myself. The rent forgiveness proposal, which is now off the table, mentions average rents of $3,900. My average rents are $2,000 because I'm limited by the Costa-Hawkins Act because my property is older. Larger corporate landlords are exempt, and they may be charging those higher rents. They're not going to feel the impact, but these types of proposals will devastate my business. I encourage the City Council to find a way around Costa-Hawkins limitations to look to help tenants. Those tenants are feeling the pain displayed by media. We've already used existing funds to pay property taxes. We can't refund money we don't have. So we want the council to put more thought into these types of proposals before you wipe out the people who placed you in those council chairs. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. I'll go back to Rita. Rita, are you on? Okay, I'm gonna go to Sandy Perry. Go ahead, Sandy.
Unmute. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right. I support the originally proposed emergency ordinance because we're in a humanitarian crisis. We'll continue to be one when the back rent becomes due after the stay-at-home order is over. And opposed to what Andrew Cuomo said, and as quoted by the city attorney, a moratorium is not going to be sufficient. An eviction moratorium is not going to be sufficient to deal with this situation. We can't order people to stay at home from work and then order them to pay rent when they have no income. And even if we do order them, they're not going to be able to pay it anyway. So we're going to have to deal with it. We're creating a crisis. It's the right thing to do. It's going to save lives, and it will save the city money because it's going to prevent homelessness. Homelessness costs us $500 million a year. And if it multiplies, as it will, if we don't take action, it's going to cost us a lot more. As the mayor said a few weeks ago, history is going to remember us based on how well we treat our people, and especially our most vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. Kathleen Dahlgren.
Hi, this is Jessica Matthew, actually.
Go ahead, Jessica.
Okay. So my name is Jessica Matthew. I'm a lifelong resident in the South Bay, and I'm here as a member of Silicon Valley DSA. So thank you for taking action and passing a moratorium on evictions for San Jose residents. However, this does not protect renters from landlords starting eviction proceedings. We've already seen some landlords trying to intimidate their residents into paying rent despite that. We need a rent suspension so renters can have peace of mind that they will not go homeless due to the coronavirus or immediately after. Folks becoming homeless due to COVID-19 will create a whole new crisis that we do not have the tools to solve. I further urge you to go beyond the submitted memo and protect the undocumented, disabled, and those whose financial difficulties are not directly related to COVID-19. Housing is a human right, and housing is also healthcare. Let's do more to protect the people of San Jose and show that we are leaders in the fight against COVID-19. So if we can't pass this rent suspension, I hope that we can pass something similar. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathleen Dahlgren.
Gentrification, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm a technology worker myself. Gentrification is following tech companies as they move south into San Jose. No plan exists for where the immigrants and poor are supposed to go as rent soars when wealthy tech companies and their employees come in, renting at high rates. In this context, the pandemic affects immigrants differentially. Immigrants are already challenged by high rents, low wages, and lack of medical care. Racist deficiencies in medical care make them susceptible to underlying diseases that heighten the risk of COVID-19. Immigrant families are on the edge, are losing their jobs and have no cash to handle rent. We don't want them to join the ranks of the homeless in the streets. That will just increase the spread of the virus. I support rent suspension.
Thank you. Lauren Renaud. If you could take yourself out. There you go.
Yep. Hi. My name is Lauren Renat. I'm with Showing Up for Racial Justice, and I live in District 6, and I think our community urgently needs a rent pause for tenants. If folks aren't working, the rent money isn't going to materialize, and you're just setting them up to get evicted whenever the courts resume. The scope of this situation is enormous. We've essentially frozen huge parts of our economy. Therefore, it is not only fair, but sensible to freeze rent. In these times of crisis, local governments have extraordinary power to preserve the life, healthy, safety, and well-being of their people. I strongly encourage you to read the Law Foundation's memo. I know there are constitutional concerns with the memo as it was written, but I don't think those concerns are as cut and dry as it seems, and there's a lot more nuance there, and I strongly encourage you to consider the Law Foundation's memo. San Jose and Santa Clara County have been wisely setting precedent in addressing many aspects of this crisis, and I encourage you to continue to show that leadership. Use the power you have to enact a rent suspension. Thank you.
Thank you. Sequo Wang? Sequo Wang? There you go.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Liccardo, and also City Attorney for spending time investigating and studying this case. And also thank the rest of the council member for waiting us for hours to speak. So same as any other citizens in this community, we're also financially impacted. We're also trying to plan every dollar possible to pay our own dues, including city tax, property tax, insurance, mortgages, and you name it. So I think it's critical when you make the proposal to not only to really understand the effect, the dominant effect that it could cause, including among the homeowners, renters, social services, banks, insurance companies, city tax, and all those programs. And it's been the economic structure has been built for decades. And you cannot just, without thinking, without studying, and making a random proposal. So my suggestion to the council members here, and in the future, when you create a proposal, please really, really do the due diligence and study. Make sure you propose something feasible and with the consideration.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Wang. Mary Helen Doherty?
As a person of faith, active with housing team of Pacton, as a member of the Church at Sacred Heart, each day I learn of more fear and hardship experienced by the renters in our community, particularly our undocumented neighbors, due to the impact of the coronavirus. Tenants who are relying on the eviction moratorium will fall into huge debt and face displacement over the COVID-19 crisis once it's over, unless the council also suspends their obligation to pay rent. Charity alone will not solve this crisis. I request that you further explore your emergency powers and the Law Foundation memo to do everything you can to address the consequences of the shelter-in-place order. Please make rent pause as one of your commitments to those in need. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to repeat for all the members of the community who have been patiently waiting for this item, and with apologies for that, that essentially the memorandum to impose a rent suspension has been withdrawn. The opinion of the city attorney here, as in many other jurisdictions, is that it's unconstitutional and been withdrawn. So I know members of the community may still want to speak, but I don't want people believing mistakenly that there is a motion or a proposal for us to vote on to impose a rent suspension that's unconstitutional for us to impose. So just so everyone understands that as they're called to speak. Jenny Frimbres. Welcome, Jenny. Hello.
Hi. Hello, my name is Jenny. I'm 15. I've grown up in the Eastside community my whole life. I'm a youth leader with Californians for Justice. Growing up, my family has always lived paycheck to paycheck. I moved around a lot as a kid, and the living situation was always unknown. We just weren't sure if we'd have enough for food for the week, let alone rent. In this time of COVID-19, my anxiety has risen. This time is very unpredictable. As a youth, my voice isn't always heard, but what's going on in the society now is going to be my future, and I'd like to say in it. Many times, people disregard conversations about situations that they're not in the middle of, but this pandemic is creating chaos and worry within families and communities across the city. This eviction moratorium would definitely not be enough for those families struggling. People of your higher power have a chance to settle this worry by just agreeing to talk about other options. I may not have the power to make this decision, but you can take on this conversation and take the chance to change things for my family and many others. Do this for your children, for the people who aren't able to be here right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Trujillo.
Thank you. I'm Michael Trujillo with the Law Foundation Silicon Valley. I'd like to address the city attorney's memorandum on this item. First, the memo failed to provide any analysis whatsoever of the city's legislative power during declared public emergencies under Government Code Section 8634, which provides extraordinary police powers and immunity for emergency actions. Additionally, the city attorney's memo ignores case law saying rent control does not violate the takings clause or the contract clause. Here I'm quoting from Birkenfeld v. City of Berkeley, a 1976 California Supreme Court case. It is now settled California law that legislation regulating prices or otherwise restricting contractual or property rights is within the police power if its operative provisions are reasonably related to the accomplishment of a legitimate government purpose. The same case introduced the idea referenced in the city attorney's memo that an adjustment mechanism is needed, but the city attorney has overlooked that this was required only for such rent ceilings of indefinite duration. Obviously, this temporary measure does not create the same concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. David Mang. Mr. Mang?
Yes, I'm here.
Welcome.
Okay, thank you very much for all the city council, government, and the mayor. My name is David Mang. I'm come here, I think, to tell you a story, right? I come from China. China have like such thing, they grab all the landlord land and then equally to give some poor people, but that's not solve the problem. And then the problem will come back again. So for this time, right, I think if you suspend the rent and rob the landlord to give somebody, that's not fair. The poor people or the tenant will always pay a lot of attention to them, but the government, if we want to fund them, they need to find a good way, not the rob the one party and then to supply to other party. That's my opinion and also my experience. So I hope the city can make a right decision and the city attorney also see this is unconstitutional. Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mr. Mang. The person who is calling in from the phone number with the final 4 digits at 6519. Again, 6519. Everyone has 1 minute to speak.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Liccardo, council members. My name is Pedro Galvão, and I'm policy director with the Nonprofit Housing Association of Northern California. First, I want to thank you for all the actions that the city has taken to date to address the COVID pandemic. It is truly heartbreaking what is happening to our communities, and we're grateful for the actions you have taken. While the rent suspension is no longer on the agenda today, I would like to encourage you to look at rent relief. And what I mean by that is directing state and federal resources to providing critically needed subsidies for renters who can no longer afford to pay their rents, as well as to ensure that properties, especially affordable properties, which depend on rents paid by affordable housing residents, can stay open in the long term. I look at this as a critical advocacy opportunity that the city should take advantage of. Thank you so much for the time to speak tonight.
Thank you, sir. Flor de Leon.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
My name is Flor de Leon. I'm a community organizer at Somos Mayfair. And I just want to say that a lot of our people that we represent, thousands of documented renters have lost their job and cannot apply to unemployment insurance or governance programs. And these people pay taxes. These people being undocumented for over 30 years, and I'm not going to talk about that, but I think it's time to help these people because these people don't have any resources. They need to pay their rent. And we know what we're going through. And I think it's time for you guys to do something. If I was a lawyer, I would look for different ways to find a constitution that we can help and support our people, you know, because this is not a time of like just being, you guys look very comfortable in your homes, but other people don't have the same opportunity to be like that. A lot of people is really on anxiety, and the kids are suffering for this. And we want to make sure you guys work and look for something that really can bring results and help our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Renwei or Renwei? Renwei? Welcome. Welcome, Renwei. We're not able to hear you at this time, so please unmute your mic. Okay, well, we may come back to you then. Robert Lapsley? Robert Lapsley?
Mr. Mayor, good evening. This is Rob Lapsley. I'm president of California Business Roundtable. We have worked extensively in support of AB 1482, in support of the governor's executive orders on 316 and 327. We are working to implement the Judicial Council's actions on all of these issues. We understand them, but we wanted to join tonight by giving you an additional recommendation on a solution here. We appreciate the City Council's analysis. We agree with that, certainly. We would be ready to litigate it if needed. But tonight, one thing the state is not doing that we asked for and advocated on behalf of property owners in the state is to provide a statewide renter assistance program. If we had one in place that could be easily implemented, especially under who gets renters tax credits, we would have an opportunity to address the needs of those who need it the most, and we would be willing to join the city in an advocacy to the state and the governor to establish that. So thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members.
Thank you. Camille Yanis Fontanilla.
Hi, good evening, council. My name is Camille Yanis Fontanilla, and I'm the executive director of Somos Mayfair. I'm a lifelong resident of San Jose, and I want to speak as an administrator of a nonprofit small business. I know there's a lot of people saying that we're pitting business against individuals, and I think we just need to, make it clear that the economic impacts of COVID-19 will be widespread and they will hit everybody. So we must utilize an equity lens to prioritize the support for our most vulnerable communities right now, especially tenants and the undocumented community who have no other choice but to get support in this time. We cannot afford to have tens of thousands of dollars in rent backed up over time. And this is a crisis that will just only exacerbate the crisis we were already in before the COVID-19 pandemic hit us. So I urge you, knowing that the rent pause is off the table this evening, I do urge you to find as many bold solutions as possible to support our most vulnerable communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Annie Karuga? Ms. Karuga?
She can't talk. She's on an older version of Zoom.
Okay, Annie, you may be on a version of Zoom which does not allow you to talk. So we're going to try to work that out and come back to you. We'll try reaching out to you. Maria Martinez? Maria, welcome.
Hi, thank you. Hi, Mayor. My name is Maria Martinez, and also I coordinator in Somos Mayfair, and I live in the District 5. In order to enact an emergency rents suspension during the state of emergency, or like you say, the prison related to the novel coronavirus COVID-19. Given the public health crisis, we cannot afford to have more families becoming shelter. I request the City Council enact a strong possible rent suspension or free suspension to protect our residents. 10,000 of undocumented renters have lost jobs and cannot apply for unemployment insurance or other government programs. We need other avenues to provide relief for these residents or residents in our community east side. I understand the landlord may face with this rent suspension, but them already have monetary support, and I urge that the city council members and mayor to vote for rent suspension immediately in order to keep people housing during this public health crisis. Thank you for your hard work.
Thank you. Next, our next speaker has a telephone number ending 0608.
Hi, am I on?
Yes, you are. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, good evening. My name is Karen. I'm the landlord. In humanity-wise, I definitely like to help. Unfortunately, I depend on the rent to pay the mortgages, taxes, house owner insurance, repair for wear and tear, so on and so forth. If the council and the city like to help the needed tenants, I totally understand. I heard earlier the city will receive $5.25 million for the HUD Community Development Block Grant from the CARES program. I suggest that the city will use that money to help the tenants. Thank you.
Thank you. Cecy, C-E-C-Y. Hello, Cecy. Cecy, we're not able to hear you yet. If you could try to unmute it. Okay, we may come back to you in a moment. Catherine Hedges. Welcome.
Yeah, good evening. I'm very disappointed to hear that the reason the Law Foundation was rejected, and I'm wondering if there's some way that the city could arrange aid for tenants or for the small landlords who would be severely injured, because there's, you know, we keep hearing about all these business loans and everything. Maybe the city could facilitate them getting assistance so that they won't be unable to pay their mortgage. Plus, I keep hearing about how the mortgages are getting relief. So I'm wondering how come everything comes down to, well, tenant, you haven't had any income for the past umpteen months, but you're gonna have to pay all this back rent, you're out on the street, because that's what's gonna happen by the end of the year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Gladys Fuentes?
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Okay. Hi, Mayor. Hi to everybody. So my name is Gladys. I am a tenant. I work for VTA Transportation. So I am speaking for myself, my family, and for all those tenants that are or will have trouble paying for their rent. And so, like, you'll know that there's a big part of the city population that has been laid off from work. So I believe many tenants are having extreme financial hardship, and many tenants will not even receive the new stimulus checks because they are not legal residents. So many of us workers do not even have savings because the rents are already too high, especially here on Silicon Valley. So my husband is also laid off from work, and he's the head of our household. And I am also staying at home for now because of the company is not providing us enough protection against the coronavirus. So we ask that there is a rent pause so that all families can be helped and do not have to worry about a huge step in the future or be into risk of getting evicted. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Tom Tang, welcome.
Hello, sir, can you hear me?
Hi, Tom.
Yes, I think a lot of landlords like me are the working class. We work very hard. We are not making easy money. So I pay the tax, state tax, federal tax, property tax, and the business tax a lot. And also I have to support my 2 kids, in the universities without any financial aid. And also we heavily hit by the COVID-19. And we should work together, try to find the solution. So it's unfair to punish a group of the people to support another group of the people. All I should see is a sacrifice. Sacrifice one group to support another group, especially that group also is working class. So we are not professionals investor. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex? Welcome, Alex. Alex, we can't hear you, so you may need to unmute your device.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. I just wanted to, I understand that the measure for, or the proposal for rent suspension has been withdrawn, and I understand that there is, next week most likely will be a measure for a rent freeze. And while that is not an unreasonable position to take, I just want to suggest to the council members to be judicious in the window, the time window that they apply to such a freeze. And I think putting it for any longer than 12 months would be a serious mistake. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeffrey Buchanan.
Working partnerships, while we initially supported the Carrasco and Perales memo, understand the legal questions here, but still, San Jose's authority at this time to save lives in a pandemic, is that trumped by corporate landlords' right to reap profits in a disaster from workers with no income, no savings? Is it a taking if a landlord is able to seek a forbearance and then pause rents? Is it to seek a forbearance and we can't explore options to pause rents? Our public health officers saw an unprecedented disasters, closed businesses, stopped tenants from earning a basic income, and foreclosed a number of constitutional rights to save lives. I think that the city attorney, the city manager, we should look at some of the ideas put forward by the Law Foundation, explore what's really possible under the law, and really think about, particularly for landlords who have been able to receive mortgage relief, but what can we do for tenants in that space? Particularly those who are unable to access unemployment insurance.
Thank you. The speaker whose phone number ends in 1367, again, 1367, welcome.
Yes, this is Lillian Koenig. I live in District 6, which is Dev Davis's district. And my comment is, I know that you are not currently voting on that particular item. However, with the compassionate view of COVID-19 and all the suffering and the misery going on right now, you do have an eviction moratorium in place, I believe, and that curtails evictions. Well, why not just pair that with rent relief of some kind, whether it's partial payment or full payment, that the city council could somehow figure out how to pay those landlords. Obviously, they are counting on that money also, but if people can't pay their rent and they're not getting evicted, it makes sense to come up with another kind of plan that can help both parties. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to announce that because of the large number of people who'd like to speak, we're not going to be able to wrap this up before the council curfew, which is at midnight. And so I'm going to decline to accept any new speakers who want to sign up. We already have a number of hands up we still have to get to. I'll just say, Angelica, you're the last person. We are going to stop there. We have dozens more people who still want to speak that are in the queue. And so we're going to decline to accept any new hands for two reasons. One is we have a curfew of midnight. And secondly, because we're not actually going to vote on anything tonight. And so I'm not certain that going hours past midnight will be particularly helpful to us in any deliberation, since we're not actually going to vote on any proposal, as I understand it, based on our conversation so far. So if you have already indicated that you'd like to speak because you've raised your hand, we will call you. We'll get to you sometime between now and midnight. If you have not yet raised your hand, I would just mention we're not going to take any more speakers at this point. And I'm sorry to do that. I hope everyone understands the point for us to be able to ensure that there is public comment for council deliberation. All right, the next speaker is the individual with a phone number ending in 3402. Again, 3402. Welcome. And we're not actually able to hear you, so you may need to take your phone off mute. 3402.
Hi.
Hi, welcome.
Oh, okay, wait. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hello?
Welcome. Please proceed.
Hi, my name is Kevin. I'm an engineer at a big tech company, and I'm here today to say that we need more than an eviction moratorium. I've been fortunate and been minimally impacted by this pandemic. I have a job. I'm working from home, but I'm still terrified about the impact this is going to have on my community. Being in a privileged position, I feel it's my responsibility to help. So I donated to the SVCF fund. I did that knowing that it wasn't going to be enough, because charity in the middle of this crisis is not enough. We need the city to lead. We need to explore more systemic solutions to respond to this crisis. I'm not from around here. I moved here from the East Coast, but I fell in love with the city. And I'm worried that many of the people and small businesses that I've grown to love aren't going to be here when this is all over. The cost of the rent will be too high, and we have to protect our community. Tonight, I want to urge all of you to be more bold with the solutions to the crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Julene Gomez. Welcome, Julene.
Hello, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'd like to say that this is not a time for ultra-progressive policies. I think that the Council has done a great disservice to our community to just quickly throw something out there like spaghetti on the wall with little to absolutely no due diligence. It shouldn't take a city attorney to tell you that rent suspension is unconstitutional. It's obvious. It creates division between tenants and landlords when they should be working together. This is a time for clear-headed and pragmatic approaches. During the 8 hours that I waited on the line for this agenda item, I read the letter from Congressman Ro Khanna included in the meeting materials. If he is to be believed that federal funds can be made available to bridge the gap, then the solution is obviously federal. During the eviction moratorium period, we should press for a federal government program to make payments directly to owners on behalf of tenants after tenants has submitted an application with the required documentation to prove their loss of income. Such a program could be implemented by local government and maintain the dignity of tenants and property rights of landlords. In closing, I want to quote Thomas Paine, who said that, quote, "The greatest tyrannies are always perpetrated in the name of the noblest causes," unquote. Thank you.
Thank you. David Valiant? Forgive me if I mispronounced your name, David.
That's fine. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Welcome.
Yeah. So this is a crisis, and I'm hearing a lot of people are concerned about their income, and that's valid. But this is a global pandemic. These are serious business. Like, if we just only include a eviction moratorium in 3 months, we're going to kick a bunch of people to the street. So I think that we need to, put on our big boy boots, and we got to say, okay, so I'm not going to be able to get my rent because this is the entire economy is in the toilet. The idea of directly affected by coronavirus doesn't make any sense because there's a countrywide recession. I don't know what the solution is, but something as bold as rent freeze or stopping rent is at very least in the right direction. That's all I got.
Vass K. Vass K.
Hello.
Hi, welcome.
Hi. I'm an immigrant and I'm a full-time college student. I have also worked 2 jobs, both of which I was laid off from, and I have no income right now. Even when I potentially find another job when this crisis is over, people like me cannot afford to pay back rent when a flood of evictions begins when this crisis is over. The eviction moratorium isn't enough. A lot of folks who don't have proper documentation aren't covered. A lot of folks who get paid in cash and don't have pay stubs don't get covered. Other cities like Oakland and LA have been lobbying the governor for state action. And the city of Oakland also changed all of the debt that tenants are about to owe to their landlords from tenant debt to consumer debt, so tenants can't be evicted. But these are unprecedented times. None of these measures are enough. Again, these are unprecedented times. Thousands of people are about to be in the street in a few months when eviction courts open. It's time to be creative and reconsider the Silicon Valley Law Foundation's memo and suspend and cancel rent.
Thank you. The phone number ending in the digits 7068. Again, 7068.
It's Neil. Hi.
Welcome.
My name is thank you. My name is Roxanne Auer, and I am here to facilitate the comments of Alma Ceballos and Jorge Teles. I'm going to let them go ahead and speak in Spanish, and then after each one speaks, I'm going to just read their statement in English. Alma, ¿quiere hablar ahora?
Sí. Hola, mi nombre es Alma Ceballos. Soy trabajadora de McDonald's aquí en San José y soy parte de la lucha por 15. Estoy muy preocupada por lo que está sucediendo. Quiero decirles qué significa la propuesta de alquiler para mí. Pedirles que me apoyen. McDonald's me cortó horas de trabajo por el coronavirus. Cuando le dije al administrador de edificio que podía pagar el alquiler, que no podía pagar el alquiler completo, la de renta, el gerente de los edificios dijo que no tenía que pagar el monto total, pero después de todo,
Gracias, señora.
que todo haya pasado, tengo que pagar todo lo que resta.
Gracias, señora.
Lo que te he quedado a deber. Cuando llegue ese momento, no tendré ninguna forma.
Voy a leerlo en inglés porque hay solo un minuto. So voy a leerlo muy rápido en inglés. Gracias, Alma. So Alma's with the Fight for 15. She's very worried. She had her hours cut, and her husband lost his job because of the coronavirus. And when she told her building manager she couldn't pay her rent, he said that she did not have to pay the full amount now, but after everything is passed, she would have to pay them everything that they owed right away, meaning in 3 months they will owe everything or be on the street. And so this makes her very worried. They have no way to pay. And then she says, I don't see how we will be able to have that money in 3 months. And if we don't have it, we'll be on the streets. Please find a way to support us. Or I know the measure's off the table, but the comment was to support the measure. Jorge, por favor, llama en 1 minuto ¿qué quiere decir, por favor?
Hola, mi nombre es Jorge Telles. Soy un trabajador de McDonald's en el 2040 de la calle Primera. Se organiza la lucha por 15. Estoy en huelga ya por 2 días porque McDonald's no nos ha proporcionado artículos para la higiene, como son guantes, como es sanitizer, como son cubrebocas, y queremos sentirnos seguros al público en medio de la pandemia de coronavirus. Hemos sido clasificados como trabajadores esenciales, pero nuestra salud y la salud pública y seguridad económica de nuestras familias también es esencial. Llamo hoy para agradecerle por aprobar la ley de días de enfermedad y pedirles que apoye la resolución de días de enfermedad y la suspensión de alquiler. Soy el único sostén de la familia, que incluye a mis 2 niñas y a mi esposa. Si los trabajadores como nosotros perdemos nuestros trabajos debido a la pandemia del coronavirus, no tenemos forma para pagar deudas atrasadas del alquiler. Por favor, apoyen esta medida.
Okay. My name is Jorge Teles.
and I'm a McDonald's worker organizing with the Fight for 15. I work at McDonald's at 2040 North 1st Street, and I am on strike for the second day today because McDonald's has failed to provide workers like me with gloves, masks, sanitizer necessary to keep ourselves and the public safe amid the pandemic. We have been classified as essential workers, but our health and the public's health and the economic security of our families is essential too. I'm calling today to thank you for passing the sick days law and to ask you to support the rent suspension resolution. I am the sole breadwinner for my family, which includes my wife and 2 daughters. If workers like us lose our jobs because of the virus, there is no way we will be able to pay off a debt for months of back rent. Please support the measure or do something to help us. Thank you.
Thank you. Phil Pardo? Mr. Pardo?
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hey, what's going on? Hey, my name is Philip, and I'm a resident of San Jose. This council, I believe, needs to consider every possible transmission of COVID-19 to save lives. However, I urge you to allow a debate on a rent pause or something of similar motion for tenants who have lost their income due to the pandemic, because working families simply cannot afford to pay thousands of dollars back once this whole crisis is over. And that threat forces workers who should actually be sheltering with their families right now in safety to go out in search of for work just to pay that rent back or to pay rent at all, putting our public health at risk. So failing to put a rent pause in place will only increase debt, displacement, homeless San Jose residents, and even communities of color later down the line. There has already been a landlords gaining relief on mortgage, so why can't tenants have a rent pause or a similar motion? Thank you.
Mayor Liccardo, you're on mute.
I'm sorry, I was on mute. And Donna Wallach, I'm sorry, you're next.
I live in District 6. You have no clue the stress we renters are under. I am absolutely terrified that I will end up on the streets. You must find a legal way to enact a rent suspension for now and after the crisis is over. You cannot tell people to not work yet be expected to pay rent. You cannot expect people to pay back rent after they're not working for months. That's insane. In addition, for the landlords who are not corporations, their mortgages, utility payments, and taxes must also be suspended. The federal government can pay for it all. The money is there. It can be redirected to the people. Eviction moratorium is not enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Ken Yang. Welcome, Ken. Welcome, Ken. We can't hear you. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for the 1 minute. This is Ken, landlord. I had paid property tax, state tax for over 25 years. And we understand the CV, coronavirus, hit everybody. But now I'm retired with very little money or income from a Social Security benefit. And we still need to pay everything, also the maintenance for the renters. So yeah, if without the rent income for a few months, I will be broken after the pandemic is over. So because I cannot pay the property tax, mortgage, and the renter house will be default, then there will be more homeless people, if including me. So I'm strongly against this rental suspension idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Shang. Mr. Shang, we're unable to hear you at this time. All right, Mr. Shang, I'm unable to hear you. We'll go on and come back to you. Kat Makaya. Kat Makaya. Please unmute your device, Kat.
Hello, thank you for having me. My name is
Well-
Kat Paya. My husband, children, and I have been living in San Jose District 4 for most of our lives. I am a leader with Viet Unity South Bay and PACT. Many of my family members have not received any income for a month. We have applied for housing financial assistance and are still on a wait list. With rising rent costs in this city, we still choose to stay because we grew up here and we love our community. A lot of healthcare workers like me are fortunate enough to work from home. We don't have any liquid assets or equity to rely on. I have family members who will lose their business because they can't afford to rent. My family are most afraid of losing our home of more than 10 years. In this most difficult times of our lives, this pandemic is affecting our overall health. We shouldn't have to choose between favoring one group, just like we shouldn't have to choose between our health and our housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew Bigelow. Andrew Bigelow.
Yeah, I'm here.
Welcome.
I'm just really disappointed with all of you and just the lack of courage to take action in this moment in the way that's needed. My wife and I depend on multiple incomes to pay and live check by check to pay Silicon Valley rent. We paid rent on April 1st. We don't know about May 1st. We don't know about June 1st. We're expecting our first child in August, and what are folks supposed to do? And families all over the city, and it's just it's heartbreaking to that folks just lack the political courage to take a stand in a way that's needed. You guys talk about what folks need in this community. This is the only thing that we really need, and you won't do it.
Thank you. Wayman? Wayman, welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I did some calculation. The median household income in San Jose is $83,400. Assuming this is a two-earner family with two children, here is what they will get from the Federal Relief Fund and UI benefits. From the IRS, $1,200 times 2, plus $500 times 2 for two children. That's $3,400 one-time payment. From UI, $1,800 times 2, because I assume their salary is like $4,000 a month. So 40% of that is the base UI payment, plus $600 times per week times 4 times 2. That's $8,400 per month. So the first month, this family will get $11,800, more than they would have earned when they were working. And the second month and following month, they will get $8,400 per month with the UI. This family does not need rent relief. This is the majority of Americans and legal immigrants who have access to UI. The only group of people who needs help.
Thank you, sir.
Is undocumented.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Aaron Eckhouse.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Aaron Eckhouse. I'm the Regional Organizing Director with California YIMBY, Yes in My Backyard. I want to commend the council for being proactive around protecting renters. I believe San Jose was the first city in the state and possibly the country to implement an eviction moratorium. I want to commend the authors of this resolution for addressing one of the biggest shortcomings, which is that the back rent that is going to come due and how renters who are already rent burdened, already living paycheck to paycheck, are going to be able to pay that huge back rent burden after missing several months of paychecks. So I urge you all to look at every resource at your disposal, financial, legal, regulatory, to address that shortcoming, because a rent freeze, it's a great idea, but it's not going to fix that problem. And it's a huge problem that needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Mungia? Laura?
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Laura Mungia, and I own a fourplex that is under rent control. And I look at my property as my business and my tenants as my clients. So that means I take care of them. And one of them has recently told me that they have not been working and he needs help. I really value my tenants. I am working with him and taking less rent. And many other property owners that I know are doing that same thing. They're doing their part. So property owners are working with their tenants because none of us wants to lose them. The city of San Jose has been doing a lot to help tenants. I applaud you guys for raising $11 million that was unfortunately used up in 4 days, which shows the dire need to help them. But I would also love to see that same passion and drive that the council has to support them, to be able to support property owners as well. So if you wanted to ask owners to suspend the rent instead of obligate them, then I would love to see some sort of consideration also offered for property owners as well, like waiving the rent stabilization fees or multiple housing fees or business tax or property taxes, but in doing something that will be a win-win for both of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Selma Angeles? Selma Angeles?
Sí. Hola.
Bienvenido.
Hola, mi nombre es Selma Ángeles, soy promotora de Somos Mayfair. Soy madre soltera de 4 hijos, soy del distrito número 3 y fui afectada por el COVID-19. Yo necesito que suspendan la renta. Yo y mi comunidad necesitamos que suspendan la renta. No tengo cómo pagar la crisis de la pandemia. Pido una solución. Necesitamos ayuda, como todas esas familias de la comunidad. Pido ayuda inmediata. Gracias.
Gracias. We don't have, I believe, a translator who was available at that moment, do we, Tony?
No, nobody requested a translator.
Okay, I understand. All right, we'll try to figure out how we can make sure we fix that going forward to make sure people know. I believe the speaker and Zebra Keshi has 4 children who advocated for rent relief. If any of my colleagues on the council would like to offer any summary translation, I'd welcome them to do so. Okay, we may try to come back with that. Dilsa Gonzalez?
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Gonzalez. I grew up here in San Jose, and I have a family of 4, and I am also a renter. Thankfully, I haven't been impacted by the COVID-19, but I do work with community. I do talk to community, and I hear how mentally, social-emotionally, this has been affected to them, to their children, asking if they're gonna be having a house in the next 3 months. I urge all of you guys that people chose you to put there to make the right decision, to come with real ideas. We don't need any more bandages ideas. We need real solutions that can and protect our kids, our communities, and our undocumented people that are not working because of your orders of stay in place in their houses. Please make the right choices. Bring a good idea, a permanent idea, no more bandages. Thank you. Have a really good night.
Thank you. Mona, welcome. Hi, Mona.
Hi, can you hear me?
Welcome. Yes.
Okay, hi. My name is Mona. I am a landlord, but first of all, I'd like to have all the council members to think about we are human beings. First of all, we are families, so landlords are humans. So we're not behind the just name a landlord. We're human beings. We have families. We have kids. We have to put the food on the table. I am the retired, so I lost my job and my unemployment is run out. So my rent is my only source of income. If I don't have rent, my family will be hungry. My family will lose everything. We are supposed to be here all together. I don't understand why city always consider landlord it's a person or people can always be sacrificed with any events. This is supposed to be government job, not a single small group. Do not divide everyone. We work this together. We are all in this together.
Thank you. Alcatel 3V. Alcatel 3V. Welcome. If you could disengage the mute. We're not able to hear you at this time. Okay, Karen Chow, we'll come back to you, Alcatel. Karen Chow, welcome.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hello, council members, community. First of all, thank you, council members, for being up this late. I can hear your voices getting hoarse. Thank you for staying on and taking our comments, even though this has been pulled from the table. First of all, I would like to point out that a lot of you guys are asking for the council members to come up with a miracle for you. And they are doing their best, and I'm aware that everybody's emotions are running high right now, but I strongly urge the entire community, landlords and tenants, to work together with their governments to come up with a solution instead of just asking for a solution. So far, I've been hearing people saying, I don't have money, I don't have a job, I can't do this. Right now, I honestly believe that this is a complex situation and we're asking for too simple of a solution. This is a situation that everybody on every single level needs to partake in to resolve. The government at every single level needs to step in and find a solution to help people get jobs and get money into their pockets to pay their rent to resolve this problem entirely. Thank you.
Thank you. Al X. Al X. Welcome, Al.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Sorry to make you wait there. So I'll try to imagine. Yeah, first of all, I wanted to thank you guys for all of your work, and also to kind of refocus again. I'm lucky that I don't have to be in an unsafe rent situation. Many of the people that I work with, because I do the brochure, are not. And so I'm wondering on how this can help save the money, as well as a nonprofit, or save money for the city as well as nonprofit program, by thinking of it more like an ounce of prevention, pound of cure kind of situation, by making sure that people don't have to pay rent for a while, that we can go ahead and do food insecurity, and thus make sure that people don't have to choose between rent or food. You would also have the chance to, reduce, homelessness. Obviously, you guys did put a moratorium on having people evicted, which is lovely. But, after the crisis passes is another thing entirely. And then, of course,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, time's expired. I think also the voice is, apparently the device is because the connection's not cooperating right now. My apologies. Alex B, 95126. Alex B.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
So to my understanding, the eviction moratorium legislation that is already in place for the city has provisions to allow the city to specify how the back rent gets handled if the moratorium has to go into effect for a given tenant. So I urge the city to hash out those protections for the next meeting so that tenants at the minimum know exactly how much above a full month's rent they will be expected to pay per month after the moratorium is no longer in effect, how much back rent they can expect to be charged in each individual month. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Milt Krantz. And Milt, as you're getting on, let me just say, I'm going to wrap up public comment at 11:30 in a half hour. We still have an item to actually vote on. This item will not be voted on, it sounds like. There'll be nothing to vote on. And it's imperative that we get work done on this remaining item relating to the moving to work annual plan, which relates to the housing authority's plan for the use of the city's Section 8 vouchers. And it's critical that we consider that before midnight. So I'm going to wrap things up at 11:30. Mr. Krantz?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Staying up and listening to all these questions, that's very fair. I'm very, very disappointed, however, that this proposal did not even get on the agenda. It died before it even took off. Something like this is absolutely desperately needed. And I think that not having something like this will lead to more, eventually more evictions or people not being able to pay the rent or be out in the street. It will help spread the virus. The other thing is, let's look at something else. What causes people to be evicted and can't pay the rent? One of the major problems is that the rent is really way too high. Isn't there some legal way of forcing the rent lower so people can afford it? If so, we wouldn't have this problem at all. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. The individual with the phone number ending 8779.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, my name is Estela Gonzalez, and I just want to say thank you for everyone that's there. I know you're a godly mayor, and that I hope that God comes into your heart and helps you make the right decision. I know that me as a single mom, I've lived out here for 18 years. I'm District 9, and I've never had been on welfare. I've never been on any type of help until I got help on Section 8. But I know what the struggle is for the single moms, and I hope you take into consideration that every year that I got my income tax, I paid rent, and then I had to get out because I couldn't afford the rent because it was so high. So I hope that you do take a consideration and find a way to help us. You know, and I know, like you said, it's not a decision that you're going to make right now, but there may be, other ways that could help us. Thank you.
Thank you. And good luck. Olivia Ortiz.
Hi.
Hi,
You hear me?
Olivia. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Olivia Ortiz, and I'm part of Vecinos Activos. We have met with you guys, most of you guys, in the past because before this nightmare, we had a housing crisis. Families were struggling with the rent to survive here in San Jose. If we do a rent freeze, we're going to put a debt in these most vulnerable families. These families will be in a chaos with the debt in their shoulders. They won't be able to make it. Please do what's right. Help our families. You all know that most of us got left out from a lot of resources. Give our San Jose families a peace of mind during these horrible times. Please support a rent pause or find different solutions, but help our families. The well-being of our communities in your hands. I want to thank Councilmember Carrasco and Perales for bringing this up. And thank you to all of you for doing all this work. I really hope that you guys can find a solution to help our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anil Babar. Anil.
Good evening, Council Mayor and Council. Anil Babar with the California Apartments Association. We'd like to thank the Council and staff for recognizing the legal issues with this proposal and ultimately withdrawing the ordinance. The California Apartment Association has urged our rental housing providers to act with compassion and work with residents who are facing hardships with the goal of promoting stability. To ensure this stability, CAA has called upon every rental housing provider to support our safe at home guidelines by committing through May 31st to freeze rents, halt evictions, waive late fees, offer flexible payment plans, direct renters to available resources, and communicate with residents proactively. Again, I'd like to thank the council for seeing the problems with this memo, and we look forward to working together to get through this difficult time. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. The individual with number 8122, 8122, welcome.
Hi, this is Michael. I'm Michael Young. I'm a property owner in San Jose. And what I want to say is the property owner is already facing very hardship too. Like my tenants did not pay the rent since January, and I did not evict here. We're just trying to work through going through this tough time. And we are facing the layoff as well, and currently I'm looking at how we can get through, where can I get help by. And the other point I want to make is the property owner is not a bank, and we are struggling through this time as well. And if everybody is struggling, and we pay tax, and we should not be the one that bear the burden for the tenants to pay the rent. And if shopping in a grocery store, if you're not pay, and that is called a steal or robbery. That's all.
Thank you. Monica Mallon? Monica, welcome. Okay, Monica, we're unable to hear you. You may have your device on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. I understand the rent freeze isn't on the table anymore, but I still want to encourage you all to read the Law Foundation memo and do whatever you can to help renters. The evictions moratoriums passed by the city of San Jose and the county will allow us to stay in our homes until the pandemic is over, but we will still be expected to pay all of the missed rent back. This will be pretty much impossible for many people who are not able to work. During this time, we really need your help and leadership right now. Please do whatever you can and consider advocating for better to help renters. You're here because at some point your constituents thought that you were leaders. Now's the time to prove it. Thank you.
Thank you. Matthew? Matthew, welcome.
Yes, Matthew Reed from Silicon Valley at Home. We want to thank Council Members Perales and Carrasco and the whole City Council for your efforts to respond to this crisis. The scope of the fear and the hardship are devastating already. This was a city where lower income renters were already struggling under high housing costs with a severe shortage of affordable options. The emergency moratoria and forbearance are critical, but they are temporary. The payments don't go away for anybody. And this highlights the interdependence and vulnerability that we face. For this reason, we did not support the rent suspension proposed today. If landlords default on their mortgages, tenants are going to lose their homes anyways. Affordable housing developments may be uniquely vulnerable to this shock. Tenants should keep paying what they can, and landlords must support the eviction moratorium and work with their tenants that have been impacted. Long-term solutions are clearly going to be needed to keep people in their homes. We're going to need to collectively advocate for additional state and federal assistance to impacted renters and landlords. We need to put housing stability and affordable housing at the center of our rebuilding efforts, and this is going to take us all working together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Acelia Ariano?
Hi, good evening. My name is Celia Arellano. Can you hear me well?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, hi. Thanks for taking my call. I've been waiting all day, and I am so disappointed that the memo was withdrawn. And I would really like to for you to consider other options. You know, I can see I'm a homeowner, thank God. But I would like you to consider more options for those people who have been out of job for a month already, not only 2 or 3 weeks. there should be more options for sure. You know, you are the people with experience, you are the people with power to decide on solutions. So we really pray for you to find a better solution for all those in needs right now. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Molyneux. Welcome, Mark.
Right now? Can you hear me on the microphone right now? Hi there, can you hear me?
Welcome.
Okay.
Mark, I'm sorry, we're not able to hear you.
Do you hear me now?
Yeah.
Can you hear me on the microphone right now?
Yeah, it's not good, but go ahead and give it a shot.
Excuse, is this working?
Yes, please proceed. Thank you, Mark.
Am I being heard? Well, I will just say right now, in case I am being heard, I'm disappointed this is withdrawn. It's looking at different forms of regulation. I'm very disappointed that we are regulating workers out of being able to afford to get income. We're not regulating, landlords. I think this is a constitutional question, and it's worth pursuing. I think that it is absurd in its face that in the regulation should be reverted to how it is now. This will lead to displacement in the future. So I would strongly advise that this be put ahead, even though this will lead to a challenge in the courts.
Thank you. Alexander Brown? Alexander Brown.
Hey.
Welcome.
Me. Hey. All right. It's prudent to anticipate the consequences of your actions, and this includes legal challenges. If someone feels like protecting renters is unconstitutional, let them challenge the statute. Article 5 of the Constitution talks about deprivation of property, yes, but property follows life and liberty. We're facing an unprecedented crisis. Take a stand against rent-seeking and profiteering, because if not now, when? It is cowardly to defend the status quo if you know that you can make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Roberta Moore. Welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. This is a really hard time for everyone. I just want you to not assume it's harder for renters. So far, my renters are employed. I am not. I'm not eligible for mortgage relief or unemployment. I'm a single mother and depend on the rent to provide quality housing. I care about my renters and I want them to stay. So I'll work with them as needed and appreciate any city support for this if it's needed. The question is not the need for renter assistance, it's who pays for it. Real solutions preserve affordable housing and protect us mom and pops who keep rents below market by providing for those in need directly with taxpayer dollars. Has anyone noticed that the number of AR units has declined 30% since the new regulations were implemented? Please stop expecting us to make sacrifices and start coming up with solutions that keep us in business. Stop creating regulations that make it harder and harder for us mom and pops to stay in business. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Harris, welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. So yes, I think the San Jose homeowner are very vulnerable in California. I still remember year 2008. A lot of people kind of has been default, and then they live in the bush in San Jose. It's horrible. Yeah, if you are kind of I don't want the San Jose is it's very miserable for San Jose homeowner. So I don't want to see this happens again. So I hope you take care of your homeowner in San Jose as well. Otherwise, whole country can see this happen again, just like 2008, 2009. I never see that. People couldn't believe this is in the US. So I hope you can take care of your homeowner. Also the property tax, many cities have been pushed their deadline. San Jose didn't push deadline. San Jose's deadline is still April 10, right? That's all what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And a reminder, we'll be having to terminate the public comment in 15 minutes so that we can move on to the final item relating to Section 8 decisions that we need to make. Mark Andrews.
Hello.
Welcome, Mark.
Hello. I'm with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. I understand that people have legal concerns regarding a rent moratorium. However, we are in a time of crisis that did not anticipate this issue. In these times of uncertainty, we must use our imagination. Legality is only an issue because the state and federal law were legislated by landlords. Renters are not in these offices. Landlords dominate the law. The people, the renters, who are the majority, must follow the laws of the landlords. I challenge the city council and the mayor to show true leadership and be bold to protect the citizens of San Jose. Laws can be changed and overturned. Lives cannot be repaired. Myself and the PSL are urging not only to impose a moratorium on rent, but also call the governor of California to 1, cancel rents and mortgages for homeowners, small landlords and small businesses for the duration of the pandemic, and 2, not to shut off gas, electricity, and water utilities, and to restore utilities for households that are currently shut off due to an inability to pay. Thank you and goodbye.
Thank you. Betsy Hammer Carr. Betsy Hammer Carr, welcome. And good to hear from you. Betsy? Betsy, you may have the mute on your device. If you could unmute it.
Hi, this is actually Priscilla Cunha. I'm using my coworker's Zoom account. I'm a District 3 resident. I'm also on staff at Working Partnerships USA. I'm heartened to see the ways our community has come together right now, but it's important to remember that private charity cannot hope to address an issue of this magnitude. And I'm glad to hear that some landlords are willing to work with their tenants, but we simply cannot depend on individual generosity to solve systemic problems. Frankly, without any government action around this, there is no accountability or certainty that landlords will actually work with tenants in any meaningful way. And suffice it to say, under the status quo, we're setting ourselves up for a mass wave of evictions months from now when tenants won't be able to pay thousands of dollars of accumulated back rent. Under the status quo, thousands of folks of color are going to be displaced or be saddled with staggering debt, a long-term impact that's going to deepen the racial wealth gap. So thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you. Steve Liu?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Steve. Well,
yes, my name is Steve. I just want to point out, I see a lot of East San Jose homeowners. My neighbors are renting 1 or 2 bedrooms to their friends or relatives, or living in one side of a duplex and rent another side. They do this to help pay their mortgage or assist their living cost. So right now, they already got impacted by COVID-19 by losing their job or reduce their working hours because of the lockdown. Now rent income for many of them are on income to support their lifeline. This proposal is dropped, but lots of people are still interested. I think this one, if it passes, it will give them double damage to revoke their life support. The economic damage for them is more than COVID-19. And I think this also has they also has a family and kids to take care. And at the same time, they have lots of obligation to pay mortgage and their taxes. And also this causes like a relationship disaster between them and their friends and their relatives renting from them because they are living in the same house. So how can they face each other? This I want to point out to think about this thing. Thanks.
Thank you. Sunil Shah. Welcome, Sunil.
Hello all. Thank you to the San Jose government officials for staying up so late. Really, appreciate that. It's an incredible patience also exhibited by them. I want to start by saying that I am a small mom and pop landlord and I'm against the ordinance that was proposed earlier of suspension of rent. I do get it. Humans have basic needs of food, shelter, clothing, and healthcare. But the proposal that was sent out by Magdalena Carrasco and Raul Perelas is to push the shelter component onto the landlords. Let me ask them this. Do they also support people buying groceries from Safeway and not paying for them? Do they support people buying clothes from Walmart and not paying for them? Or do they also support medical doctors, people going to medical doctors and hospitals and not paying for it, right? Obviously not. The problem needs to be thought through in an equitable manner so that it's fair. The federal government is already spending $350 billion to help people who have lost their jobs. So if there is a shortfall, then and the city of San Jose wants to cover this, sure, if they think it's appropriate, by all means. And as a resident of San Jose, I can support a tax increase or whatever it takes. I don't mind doing that, but not this unfair proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, okay. I'm calling because I've been working for 13 years in the San Jose Convention Center, and now I'm laid off after 13 years working, and I don't have more money to pay my rent. And I just want to lay the city council right now to help us to do something to rely on the rent because we don't have any money to pay the rent. I'm finding myself having to make decisions between food, other necessary bills, and rent. And I know there is a 90-day eviction moratorium, but still I don't know how I will find the money to be able to make up the rent for those 3 months. Passing a rent suspension resolution is really important to people like me who have no idea when they will receive another paycheck. I'm especially concerned for those members of my community who are undocumented and therefore do not have access to unemployment benefits and other reserves. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Daniel Reyes? Daniel?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, Daniel.
Yes, thank you. I want to begin by asking two rhetoric questions. What is the purpose of life? Second, what of value one takes to the grave when we accept our mortality? I consider the following life essentials: food, shelter, health, education, and equity that our parents provided for us. It is our turn to provide for our children that will be the future workforce. Consider as part of the solution the following. It is a trickle-up problem because of lack of income. Grassroots citizens are affected and they represent the engine of the economy. Our society is an economic-based credit society. So please consider this period as a loan of credit. Promote during the crisis a moratorium of rent and pay back in increments based on income.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Mr. Reyes? Okay, thank you, sir. The individual with the phone number ending in the digits 9929, again, 9929. Okay, the individual named Chung, C-H-U-N-G, Chung. Welcome.
Mayor and council members, as mom and pop housing providers, many of whom are also immigrants, we have been doing our part to help our community with the pandemic. We are working with our tenants on a case-by-case basis to help them stay sheltered. We have joined together with 5 civic organizations to secure and donate over 40,000 face masks in the last couple of days to local health organizations. We are already doing our part with our limited resource every way we can. In the last couple of years, some members of the City Council and the City Housing Department have waged economic warfare against mom and pop housing providers like us, who are just average citizens trying to do the right thing, invest in our communities, pay for retirements, support our parents, our children's education, and so on. Please stop hurting us and start working with us. Thank you.
Thank you. The individual with the phone number ending 3459.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Don, and as both a renter and a landlord, I I know that we're all facing difficulties and a lot of uncertainty. I'm personally happy that it got tabled, but I also believe that in this time, it's important that all parties get through it together. So maybe one guiding principle is every household is considered a unit of sorts, and somehow the resources are balanced among the whole household in such a way that nobody goes under. And that kind of would move it from what I need to what can I do, what can we do together? Because I think during this time we have to pull together. And I really, I applaud this dialogue and you guys putting in the time. I would request that anything you bring to the table, since it's such an emotional time, have it thought out. Don't just put something out and then people respond, and it's a very emotional issue. And I think if we work on the problem, we may not get too far if we just talk about, well, this is what's wrong. I think.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Jose Manuel Valle. Jose Manuel Valle.
Hey, how you doing?
Welcome, sir.
You hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. I strongly disagree with Richard Doyle and the unconstitutional arguments that support the rent suspension. I'm a husband, a father. I rent a one-bedroom apartment because it is impossible to rent a larger home with San Jose's high rent rates. Due to the shelter-in-place order, my wife is a non-essential worker, cannot work from home, and file for unemployment. Under Article 11, Section 7 of the California Constitution, the City Council can enact the COVID-19 rent suspension under its emergency and police powers, especially when a community has been ravaged by flood, fire, disease, and safety and welfare when it's threatened. Our community has been ravaged by COVID-19 and our safety and welfare has been threatened. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. This next speaker will be our final speaker from the public. And again, my apologies to the many people who have been waiting. But as was mentioned, we do not have a motion to consider on this item. We likely will be back in future weeks to consider other options. And we have to consider an item before the termination of our meeting on midnight. So the individual with the phone number ending 1693, welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Yes, well, thank you very much for taking my call. I've been waiting since 1:30 p.m. Today, but I am really disappointed with what you guys make on this, with your guys' decision. And then everybody already mentioned this, but I really want to ask you, Mayor, and all the council members to take a look at this, because right now, there is a lot of people outside with no jobs. What's going to happen with everybody lose their houses? So you guys going to accommodate all the homeless people in place right now. And after what's going to happen, everything is going to get worse, because this thing is going to take longer than it was. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. At this time, unfortunately, as I mentioned several times, we have to conclude public comment so we can return to the final item on the agenda. Rick, did you want to jump in? I saw that you're
No,
push your...
no, nothing more to add.
Okay. I'm going to urge my colleagues, several of their hands raised. We need to call the question. If there's going to be a motion, let's hear it now. If not, we need to move on because we're getting to midnight. All right. I am only going to call those who are actually going to make a motion, and it better be a motion that's actually agendized and compliant with the Brown Act, as Rick will tell us. Councilmember Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'd like to make a motion to be able to skip actually rules this week so that way we can actually directly agendize a rent freeze on the council agenda next Tuesday, which I know that we can make that that decision here rather than wait until rules. So that's rather than repeat that process again, that's the motion I would like to make. And in addition, I know, Mayor, we had talked about in regards to whether it's a task force or a group of support in regards to the lobbying that we may have to do at the state and the federal level, which you are already partaking in with the big city mayors here in California. I know that we saw letters of support from both state legislatures like Ashpara and then Rokana as well, Congress member. And so certainly we're seeing support that may be at the state and the federal level, but we need those individuals to help us be able to get relief, a lot of what individuals were talking about today. So I'd love to be able to see that as an opportunity. And lastly, I know that you had discussed it as well, and it came up in the conversation today, which were the opportunities of ensuring that any landlord that is getting some sort of mortgage relief, that to find ways where we can make sure that that relief gets translated down to tenants at a bare minimum. So I'd like to agendize that conversation specifically again around the rent freeze and these other opportunities for next Tuesday.
And Rick, I assume that's acceptable for us to agendize. Is that right?
Yes, you can direct staff to bring back at a future agenda date an item, and that's what this is.
Right. Okay, great. And is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Carrasco. And you want to speak briefly to that motion or add to it?
If I may, yes, please. I'm sorry, I'm having difficulties figuring out this new computer. Just a few things, and I don't want to prolong this because I know that we're getting close to that midnight
Yeah,
hour.
I really do not to prolong it. So let's just focus on.
I'll make it very brief, just because I feel like I just owe the speakers just a couple of words. You know, we submitted the memo with the intention, of course, not to bankrupt any landlord. So I just want to be very clear on that. It wasn't to divide or to pit one group of folks against the other. But as we know, as we wrote in our memo, people are hurting, and this is going to be a very difficult situation. I hope that this is really the beginning of a very important dialogue, and that come together and we find solutions for our tenants as well as for our landlords. There was a woman that said that she's out of work and that she needs help, but her tenants are working. So I wanted to be very clear. In that case, the tenants wouldn't be forgiven the rent. The tenants would continue to have paid the rent because they were still working. So I wanted to make sure that that's what would have happened had this motion continued to move forward. Now, I've seconded the motion to freeze the rent because I guess that's the only thing that we can do right now. I should have asked the question before, and Rick, I'm still unclear as to whether, I'm not convinced as to whether or not this is unconstitutional based on the letter that was sent to us by the Law Foundation. And it's, you know, given the fact that this is a pandemic, and it's not an ordinary situation, it's an extraordinary situation. So if you could just give me 30 seconds of your opinion on that.
Well, council member, and I'll refer you to the memo that we issued for further guidance, but essentially the Fifth Amendment to the United States Constitution prohibits a taking, essentially requiring and taking property without just compensation. And what the proposal does is it says their rent is canceled for a minimum of 90 days. Landlords have to provide to the tenants the possession of the property, but they get no compensation. And that's the gist of the problem. And again, I'm happy to discuss it more offline in the interest of time, and we can sort of take it from there.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, and I don't know if I can, I'd like to make a friendly amendment, Councilmember Perales, to your motion. Can I make a suggestion? I think that some folks today had some great ideas on how we can collaborate and come up with
I think some ideas on how we can support a very troubling situation. This is not an ordinary situation. We are going to have mass displacement, mass evictions. Individuals are going to lose their homes, and we're going to have an exasperated situation unlike anything we've ever seen. These are our residents. These are our neighbors. These are our constituents. And so I'm very, very concerned about it. I'd like to consider, I'd like to amend the motion and add a task force, if you will, where we can bring in the apartment association, our realtors, and our tenants' rights advocates to come up with some concrete solutions that has some real bite to it. Not just, rhetoric, but some real actions that can really move the needle on this.
Councilmember Perales?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with adding that to the motion.
Okay, so that would all come back next week. Okay, any other comments specifically on the motion? There'll be plenty more to discuss soon, I'm sure.
Mayor,
Councilor Thomas, yes.
yeah, I don't know why you're not seeing my hand, but this was not on the agenda. I'm not voting for it because it's not on the agenda. This was not a baked idea, just like the thing that we discussed for the last 6 hours was not a baked idea. I know that a lot of my council colleagues know that I get sensitive this time of night, but we just talked for hours, riled up the emotions of the public for nothing, and I don't want to vote on something that was not on the agenda. I think it's a violation of the Brown Act to do that, and that's why I'm not voting on this. And this has to be a baked idea. It can't just be, I think it should be this, I think it should be this at midnight. And so I don't think any of our colleagues should actually entertain this motion either.
And I assume, Councilmember Camus, your concern is that it's not agendized, and that's why we should not be considering. Is that correct?
That is correct. We never put this on the agenda. We shouldn't be voting on anything. Let it go through the full process. This is why we got into trouble to begin with. If it went through the rules process, we could have hammered it out during rules and found out that it was a constitutional violation before it got to City Council and 400 people waiting to speak. This is why Rules Committee exists. I do not believe that we should be doing this at midnight, doing things by the seat of our pants. I think all of us should be voting no.
Okay, Rick, just on the Brown Act issue that was raised by Councilmember Camus.
Yes, Mayor, the Brown Act allows the council to direct staff to bring back at a future agenda any item within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. So this is clearly within that. You're not debating the merits of this or getting into specifics or taking action on this other than to say, come back at a future agenda on these certain items. So it's permitted under the Brown Act.
Okay, and it rules if the city attorney or city manager indicates they need more time to be able to hammer out specifics here, then we're happy to consider that to make sure we have something that's fully baked. Okay, anything further? Let's vote on the motion from Councilmember Perales.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Aye.
Diep,
Aye.
Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Aye.
Foley, Councilmember Foley, Councilmember Camus.
Sorry, I was muted. Sorry.
Okay. Councilmember Camus,
No.
Vice Mayor Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, we'll consider those items soon. Very well. We're on to the final item. That is the San Jose Housing Authority, where we sit as the Board of Commissioners. So I'm going to adjourn the council and then convene a meeting of the Board of Commissioners at San Jose Housing Authority. There's one item, support for the 2021 Moving to Work Annual Plan. I don't believe there's a presentation, is there?
Move to approve.
There is not.
Second.
Okay, there's no presentation. And Councilmember Jimenez has moved, and I heard a second, I think, from Councilmember Foley.
Yep.
Checking to see if there are any comments from members of the public. I don't see any. Any comments from the council? Okay, let's vote then on this motion from Councilmember Jimenez.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Aye.
Dieppe,
Aye.
Crosco,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Mayor Liccardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's now time for open forum. And I'm checking now to see if there are members of the community who'd like to speak on open forum. I have two individuals who'd like to speak, Jose Manuel Valle and Blair Beekman. Jose Manuel. Welcome, sir.
Oh, sorry about that. I just want to once again just lift up the interpretations that some people may have of the Constitution, because this is a pandemic. We can't use police powers for a rent suspension. Also, in addition to that, the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution states not to be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. It does not state that property is more valued over life and liberty. And so for that reasons, and again, with the arguments that the Law Foundation did lift and did submit, as well as the arguments that were made by Silicon Valley Debug, I believe that this is a debate of constitutional understanding. I think there's a misunderstanding of the Constitution here, and we need to come to an understanding of that. And secondly, if there's going to be a task force, Debug would be great to be a part of that party.
Thank you. Blair Beekman.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for this meeting today. Thank you for making the efforts to have the rent item spoken about, to allow public comment. It may have been very taxing for certain people, for certain council members, council persons, but thank you for searching for an answer and for asking for Councilperson Carrasco to ask Attorney Doyle what exactly are the constitutional questions. Thank you for that as well, so we can all be thinking about this issue. I thanked yourselves in the beginning of March and at the end of March that you are going to be working hard on this issue, and good luck in continuing to find answers. And I hope there is a way that can work out for everyone. And good luck in those efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Tapia, just remind everyone who wants to speak, we'll be wrapping up this meeting at midnight.
Okay. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Yes. So I'll start with a proverb. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. I believe this proverb best summarizes the history of socialism and other forms of central planning. I believe that free markets and individuals can provide the most innovative or more creative solutions than a group of people in the city government. Although I mean, I trust you. I'm sure you are all capable, but we cannot think of all the possibilities of some action. Just brief, since I have a few seconds. Well, I'm an immigrant. My parents came here illegally. I work very hard. I'm a landlord now. I'm not some greedy slumlord, and I do care about my tenants and willing to work with them and try to collaborate.
Thank you, sir. Victor Duarte Vasquez, welcome.
Good evening. Yes, my name is Victor. I work in San Jose. I work at Somos Mayfair. I'm a member of Streets Poetic Collective. and I'm pretty disappointed today's decision. I want to also give congratulations and props to Magdalena Carrasco for continuing to defend our community and keep pushing forward. And, I just want to make some clarity around other points. Like us as people that are from the East Side, we're not here asking you to give us anybody's property right now. We're not thieves either or criminals that are asking to steal something from anybody. We're asking you to take action to protect our families that are renters. There's over 400,000 families in San Jose that are in this situation. Children also who are impacted by the decision. But I also urge you to look for solutions that are permanent, like community land trust, cooperative housing, and to work with the tenants and community leaders on these issues. And finally, I think that we shouldn't have to request translation. You should provide that in all your media.
Thank you. Veronica?
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
Hi, my name is Veronica and I live in the East Side, District number 5. First, I wanted to, I tweeted you as well, just to let you know that, so sorry you're getting so tired, right? But I urge you to support a rent suspension for the people. Understand you made that memo unconstitutional on your own matter. One city lawyer does not get to decide what is unconstitutional, then do something. Use the power given to you by us, the people, to protect our most vulnerable. It is the TikTok bond for many of us living paycheck by paycheck. We are 3 weeks through 3 months away from being homeless. I have 2 children who I will need to explain how we need to live, how are we gonna become homeless in a couple weeks. I urge you to protect our San Joseans, our children, and most vulnerable. Again, please do not pat yourself in the back tonight after this meeting. You're just staying up one night while the rest of us have to stay every night looking to know how we're going to pay the rest of our rent.
Thank you. Ivy Shao? Ivy Shao, if you could please turn off the
Hello?
mute. Yes. Well,
Can you hear me?
yes.
Yeah, I think, if this passed the rule, I think it's unfair for the landlord because we cannot work, cannot make money. And then if the tenant cannot pay us the rent, and then we have to bankruptcy, we have in the trouble. Because, we have the same situation, even landlord, tenant. And I think if we have the same difficult situation, so not all the landlords rich, so we have to pay a lot of, mortgage and the state tax, and it's a lot of money.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much.
Annie? Welcome, Annie.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
All right, cool. Yeah, my name is Annie, and just want to say, so many people are hurting. So many people are barely hanging on. Housing is a human right. I think we all agree. You've heard landlord after landlord come and say that they're going to get hurt, but landlords made an investment. They took a risk, and no one is guaranteed a return on investment. They wouldn't have to pay the mortgage and the taxes that they so complain about if they didn't make that investment. Profit and revenue are not human rights. Rather, housing is a human right. People cannot pay rent right now, regardless of what you do, regardless of how you vote, but please do not punish them for it. Act like housing is a human right and protect it as one. Moreover, it is completely ridiculous to expect people who are unable to go out and work to be able to make rent. A moratorium is the only logical solution.
Thank you. The person with the phone number ending 1367? 1367.
Yes, this is Lillian again. Thank you for taking my call. I'm actually speaking on a different issue. It's 10.1 on your land use. It is on the agenda, and it's discussing tree removals. There's 24 trees, ordinance size trees that are to be removed. Earth Day and Arbor Day are coming up, and I'm an actual tree hugger from way back. But so there's a 10-day public notice that is supposed to be directed in order for the directors to remove trees. I'm not sure if this was given, but if you remove a live tree under the ordinance of trees, it's $2,200 to $2,600 per tree. And when they talked about 24 trees being removed under the 10.1 agenda item for land use for economic growth and building growth, that really is painful to hear. 24 live ordinance trees. I certainly hope that 10-day public notice was given. And
Thank you, ma'am. Bill, welcome, Bill. Is the timer shutting off?
No, I think. Can you hear me?
Yes, Bill.
Hey, thank you for taking my call. I think we do need to help the the needy, the tenants, and also we should help the property owners as well. I'd encourage the city council to think smarter ways instead of every time always try to pick the the landlords as the group that sacrifice for the public service. For example, if the rent is too high, you think about like say how to generate more housing, and also how to find out ways. Say, hey, how about the high tech companies? Can they pay some compensation to the city? To get some more taxes from the high tech companies such as Google. So you guys can have more funding for the money to pay to help the tenants to pay the rent, but just to get the property owners cut their income will cause a financial domino effect in the economic system, right? So because the landlords may not be able to pay the property tax, mortgages that.
Thank you, Bill. Welcome, Faye. Welcome, Faye.
Okay. Yes. Hello, everyone. It's very late, and I have been staying online for almost, since 1:30 this afternoon. I just present two cases. One is my own, and one is my client. And I present my client's case first. And she has a tenant who is a software engineer working for a big IT company in downtown San Jose. And he just paying 60% of the rent without any job impact on his income at all. And he is still able to working from home and receiving the full amount payment. The reason for his income reduction is because of his side business, which is a car lease business on Toro.com, and it got impacted. And when he submitted this request, he did not provide any proof of hardship for rent reduction. So please think something, the measurement into your new bill, whatever the program you're gonna come out with. That's all.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Welcome, Al of Extinction Rebellion. I'll remind everyone we have about 5 minutes left, so we'll be able to take 5 minutes more of public comment. Al, welcome. Al, can you hear us? No. Okay. Let's try Joseph M. Joseph M.
Hello, my name is Joseph Magno, and I'm a postal carrier and an organizer in the Filipino community in San Jose. You cannot ask the most vulnerable families to stop working for the health of the community without suspending rent. People will be forced to go out and find risky ways to make money, putting themselves, their families, and our communities at risk of exposure to coronavirus. People are worried about surviving a pandemic. How can we ask them to also worry about keeping a roof over their families' heads? How can we ask them to worry about having somewhere to shelter in, to choose between rent and food? If we are worried about the health of our citizens, you must decide to suspend rent during this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Vas K? Vas K?
Left.
Okay, Mark Andrews. Welcome, Mark.
Hello. I just think it's really interesting that when it comes to the Google development, the city council is willing to extend the city council session beyond midnight, but when it comes to helping the poor and the renters, we have to play by the books. When it comes to landlords, the city council will bend its back, but when it comes to helping the poor, we have to play by the rules. Pretty interesting.
Thank you, Mark. Brenda Z? Brenda?
Hi, my name is Brenda Sendejas. I live in District 5. I want to thank my council member, Magdalena Carrasco, for bringing this to the table and creating a conversation. I appreciate your efforts, and I want to urge you to find options and solutions that would help everyone. We live in Silicon Valley, the richest city, right? I have faith in all of you to create history. Remember, we kids, seniors, undocumented, working class, privileged, and everyone of all races, we're counting on you. I know that at one time all of you needed our votes, and now we need you. Please think of us, all struggling residents, and trust me, whatever you guys decide to do, you will be saving a life, because there's a lot of people that are very desperate in this time. And doing something like this is creating hope. All this anxiety and everything that's going on, a rent suspension will help. Thank you.
Thank you. The person in the numbers ending 8742. Again, 8742.
This is me. My answer was this. Can you hear me?
I'm sorry, we're having a difficulty hearing you. Could you perhaps speak more clearly into the mic?
Can you hear me now?
Keep trying. Okay, could you try again? Hello?
Hi, can you hear me now?
I can, thank you.
Okay. I believe it's extremely important for San Jose to lead in getting relief for renters. One way to do so is to tax corporations at a higher percentage. $11 million donated was not nearly enough, and corporations can and should pay more. San Jose, the county, and the state of California have continued to let corporations have tax break after tax break. Instead, that money could have gone into a public system, our hospitals, and schools, etc. The burden to pay for rent in this crisis should not fall on the renters just because of the fact that renters as workers are unable to make money that they need to pay for rent, food, and other bills, especially since this is a global crisis that's unprecedented that we haven't faced before. It's important to redirect the money to the people where it should have gone in the first place, to protect renters and also to protect mom and pop landlords as well. And it's unfair to expect folks to pay back pay for rent. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Wei Gao. Wei Gao?
Yes, can you hear me? Yes.
Yes.
My name is Wei Gao. My family are residents of San Jose for more than 15 years. We are landlord, but we are not rich at all. My wife and I are hardworking employees. We have 3 young kids to bring up, including a newborn from 2 months ago. We own a rental property with the hope that it can help us overcome a financial crisis like today. It's really a long-term investment, as our current net income from the rental property is merely zero after all fees. We are always worried about our job safety, as the rental property means a lot of liabilities, including mortgage, property tax, insurance, and the maintenance fees. No matter we receive the rent or not, our financial situation is not better than our tenant. We all face the same problem and crisis. The tenant and us are actually helping each other. We never hate each other. We shouldn't be divided. The crisis is impacting everybody. The city needs to help the renters as a whole instead of targeting at a particular group like us. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I want to thank all the members of the community who have endured this very long time to wait before they could speak. In many cases, could not speak at all. And I want to apologize. We do have a midnight curfew. And because there are no matters remaining to decide, there was no reason to extend the curfew for the purpose of any council decision. Okay, with that, I believe the meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.